do, but you have a clue. Take it, then it's wow. You hang me out to dry. I can see you every night. Rain, I do. Now I'm standing in your line. I do. Hope you have the time. I do. Pick a number 2. I do. Keep on stay with you. Take it, then it's wild. You hang me out to dry. I can see you every night. Free.
No. There we go. Minor technical problems, that's all. Well. I don't have a proper introduction to get going here. I just kind of fumbled on everything. And now I'm just kind of standing here awkwardly. It's not even time for school. There's just no one here. Oh well. Such is life, I guess, you know? That's just how it is.
Lord_Edrus_Rex. Technical problems.
Yeah.
Its cause Aurora's wasted and can't tell her tits from the keyboard. Musicology.
I love drums.
Great, it's you again.
Hey, how's it going, Musicology? And it is me again. And yes, I would consider it great, but that's my opinion, so I'm glad I have, you know, a second reference. So that's pretty good. Alright, so the plan today, is... Well, we're going to do a bit of animation. I want to quickly try and finish off this, at least get a warm-up going with this Alien is Live, his little stinger. And then we're going to be moving on to something I am actually getting paid for, which is more animations for the Sphere, for another stream. And then, if I'm bored and we've got a little time left, maybe some dumb doodling, or I might actually work on another animation I'm supposed to be working on. But that's the general gist. And in the background, we're going to be listening to a crash course in formal logic, as recommended to me in the previous stream. So, quite frankly, if I may be so arrogant, I think I already know what this is going to be about. But, let's go through it anyway. Who knows? The possibility to learn is always present. You should always seize the moment. Or the opportunity, rather. The opportunity in the moment. Yes, that one. We'll go with that. Oh, and here's comics. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Alright,
Supremacy,
ready for our crash
all
course
explained
in
simply.
formal logic?
But I do have to warn you, one thing that won't be simple
Informal
about this
logic?
course is that
Oh
as a
boy.
crash course, we're going to be covering
I
about
can't-
2 lectures worth of material in each one of these video presentations.
Yeah,
So hold on
fucking
tight.
wait.
2? We're gonna do
Now, in the
some
first
hardcore
course, I'm going to cover
learnings.
logic basics. That's just
Some
basic argument analysis,
hardcore
fallacies,
crash
category
course.
logic, and propositional logic, including truth table and natural deduction methods. And that should be enough for any college-level introduction to logic. But later on, I'll offer an advanced course in logic, covering probabilities, quantified modal, and first-order quantified modal logic. Now, Aristotle's the person we have to credit with first formalizing logic as a discipline.
Actually, I know exactly how I know all of this because I remember this in fucking programming. Where we had to learn
Musicology.
Eris.
Yeah.
Oh,
Busy,
wow.
even in your
Arist-
free time,
Oh, I thought we were
Godspeed, my little
that
autistic
logic? I thought we were
British
talking
woman.
about like Ben Shapiro facts and logic.
Oh no, that is neither facts nor logic. As in the words of Ben Shapiro, he's just more popular than you, and that's why you should listen to him.
Did he? No way. Did he actually fucking say that?
My son, sit and let me show you. You will see
Oh, boy.
what lurks.
Oh.
Hang on, where is it? Ben
What
Shapiro,
lurks?
BBC.
I'm more popular than you, therefore you shall fucking bow down to me.
Okay. Now,
I have
before
a-
we begin,
I have a.
hang on, yeah. So the video on stream now. Before we get this playing, the most important thing to know, or it'll become more important as time goes on, is that the BBC host, the British guy here, Andrew Neil, would be the British equivalent of what's the guy's name? Bill O'Reilly.
Oh.
So just the
Oh, that's.
believes the exact same thing and like has the exact same ideology but it's the British version. So instead of being loud and in your face, he's very pompous and astute. But everything he believes is exactly the same. Like they're clones of each other just from different cultures.
Wow. Doppelgangers.
Yeah. Oh, we all got them. Ours is Alan Jones.
I have a doppelganger, except she's from Florida and she's trans. Literally met her on a TF2 game one time.
Hectic.
And she's actually pretty fucking cool.
Alright, now watch this shit. This is funny as fuck.
You're followed by millions of people online and on social media. You're
Volume should be
one
good.
of the biggest names in American conservatism. What is it you think you're tapping into?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things. One, there is actually a hunger for different ideas. The monolithic nature of the United States media is pretty evident in terms of its politics. People tend to agree on essentially the liberal point of view and increasingly a radical leftist point of view in the media. And obviously, I speak in response to that. At the same time, I try to provide an honest take on the issues of the day, and that means that I am not beholden to the Republican Party, for example. It means that I am going to speak out whenever I think that a principle is being violated, just no matter who is doing the violation.
You worked for the right-wing Breitbart website, but you left over its support for Donald Trump. And I think you said you'd never vote for Mr. Trump. Why is that?
Well, in 2015, 2016, the Breitbart made a hard turn in favor of one particular candidate, and that's their prerogative. Lots of publications have an editorial point of view, and Breitbart was one of those. The reason that I left Breitbart specifically was because of an incident in which a Breitbart reporter, a female reporter, was grabbed on the arm by Corey Lewandowski, then the campaign manager for President Trump, and was bruised on the arm, and then Corey Lewandowski proceeded to lie about it, and Breitbart proceeded to throw its own reporter under the bus, suggest that she was lying or making this up. And at that point, I determined that I could no longer work for a publication that wasn't even willing to stand up for its own reporters, and instead would throw those reporters under the bus in favor of a candidate that it sought to back.
Haven't you lost your battle for the Republican Party, though? Isn't the Republican Party now the party of Trump?
No, I mean, I think that the Republican Party is always the party of whomever is the president, technically speaking. But in terms of who are the sort of the thought leaders inside the conservative movement, who are the people who are driving a lot of the discussion inside the conservative movement, I don't think that's correct at all. I think that most Republicans see President Trump as a vehicle for their policy preferences, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with all of his personal foibles or the way that he behaves or the things that he says. And I think a lot of Republicans respond in anger to the media attacking President Trump mainly out of a reactionary and half-appropriate upset that the media seem to have a double standard when it comes to covering certain politicians.
I'm interested that you think there's a thought movement inside the Republican Party. I mean, haven't the conservatives run out of ideas in America? All the new policies, the Medicare for all, $15 minimum wage, the Green New Deal, they're all coming from the left, and they're popular.
Well, frankly, I'm confused by the idea that any of those are particularly new ideas. I mean, most of those ideas have been around since Franklin Delano Roosevelt at the very earliest, or at the very latest, rather. Some of them go all the way back to Woodrow Wilson. But the idea that new ideas are absent in the Republican Party is obviously untrue. We have a very strong debate that goes on inside sort of the conservative halls of intelligentsia about what is the appropriate action to take with regard to the medical system. Should global warming be considered a real threat, or should global warming be considered something that technology will solve? And if so, what are...
Sorry, I want to quickly interject on both of those points because they're so fucking retarded. There's no debate on healthcare in fucking America. The best you've managed to get through is Obamacare, which, mind you, better than nothing, is still just this malformed abomination.
Yeah.
And
for real.
The other one about climate change, yes, climate change is a serious fucking problem, and it's fucking up the entire world for everyone. And, look, like, anyone I know, maybe because it's Australia, obviously we're a lot more directly impacted in all of this, but anyone I know who works on the land, their life is getting fucked over somehow because of climate change. Myself included. Like, I just over the years, the weather just gets more and more fucking crazy, man. It gets so fucking insane. And
if climate change exists, then why sometimes is it cold outside or windy? Yeah, that's what I thought. Get fucking wrecked.
Because God hates
I'm right. I'm right, and you're wrong. Fucking, it's me, skeptic tuber, bread faggot, 599.
Skeptic
I love Vosh.
Yeah.
So okay. So like, quick thing. Is BreadTube just full of like commie socialist losers, or?
I'm not too sure. I've heard of BreadTube, but I don't know anything about it.
Or am I kind of a little off? I'm pretty sure too.
Could be wrong.
I heard about it too, and I just kind of saw it. I was like, what kind of fucking retard shit is this? Like, this sounds dumb. Oh yeah, I think I recognized that skull before. I think that's a.
Oh,
that dude's a cock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude's a fucking cock. I've seen it. I've seen it through Mediker's Jim's Twitter.
Yeah, that's where I remember it too.
Yeah.
Those choose to informal group of online content creators that provide editorial opinions, so they complain online. That's what that boils down to. Educational lectures on socialist, communist, anarchists, and other left-wing perspectives.
Okay. Yep. Figured. All right.
To participate in form of the algorithm hijack, they will choose to focus on the same type of discussed by content creators far right politics. This enables the videos to be recommended to the same audience far right videos, thereby wire explosion, blah 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 blah. Could create for blah 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 blah. Origins, book explaining how to achieve anarcho-communism. Anarcho-communism is real communism, and that's why it's impossible.
Yeah, exactly. It's a real communism. Shut up.
You know what's a really good idea? Let's have an entire governmental system based on people acting in good faith. Look, I don't know about you, but I've never met a single person who has intentionally tried to fuck someone over for their own profit. Never.
Guys, but it's in good faith. It's in good
Yeah.
faith, guys.
Notable channel.
It's not like someone put a fucking. It's not like Pepsi became a fucking superpower somewhere down the line. It's not like PepsiCo became a fucking superpower like somewhere down the line, and somehow toppled down fucking communism.
So hey.
That's the only thing I could. That's the only thing I can give Pepsi fucking credit for. They did. They fucking did. Like they imported Pepsi to the USSR, and they're like, "Yo, this shit fucking good. Give me more. Give me more, please." And so like, they didn't have anything to like trade with since like commie money is just fucking useless, right? So they're like, "Yo, here's some artillery. Here's some fucking artillery. Here's a warship."
Hey, it's free real estate. All right.
Yeah, dude.
Let's go back to Ben Shapiro being dumb.
The best
Because it gets progressively dumber and
aspects
dumber
of
over
solving
time.
that. No, there's a rich intellectual debate on the right about
boy.
nationalism versus
That's a little
patriotism,
thing.
for example, or populism versus
Like
free
a-
marketeering.
It's like a movie, you know. You got your introduction. All right. Now we're establishing the characters, and then after this we'll be heading to the main conflict, and until finally the grand finale.
Okay, but
That
who's the
debate is
hero in
happening
this
on the
hero
right
journey?
to sort of suggest that
It's
the
not
right
that
in
type
America
of
is
British-
bereft of ideas,
British-
but the left is full of
Pepsi
ideas.
eventually
Number one,
killed
not all
Michael
ideas are
Jackson.
good ideas. I mean,
Pepsi is
AOC is pretty good
powerful.
evidence of that. I'm a big fan of some old ideas myself that I think are
So I guess that's the difference between. The only difference between this and a story is that this is real life, where there are no good guys.
pretty good. But beyond
Rip.
that, I think that it is intellectual
There's no
intellectual
good guys,
sneering
just
of the highest
less
order to suggest that
evil.
only the left has new and decent ideas.
Or
Some
more
of the
competent evil.
ideas that are popular in your
Yeah.
side of politics would seem to take us back to the Dark Ages, Georgia, new abortion laws, which you are much in favor of, that a woman who miscarries could get 30 years. A Georgian woman who travels to another state for an abortion procedure
Is that gonna work?
could get
Charging
10
people
years.
for having
These
a
are
miscarriage.
extreme hard policies.
Well, okay, a couple of things. One,
Well, so
I'm not
you
sure.
recreated
I
the
mean, frankly,
lost
I don't know
comment
whether
from
you're. Are you
Control
an
Alt
objective
Delete.
journalist or are you an opinion
That'll
journalist?
be
I'm a journalist who asks questions.
$200.
Okay, so you're a supposedly objective journalist calling policies with which you disagree barbaric and
No,
suggesting
I-
only one side of the political aisle
No.
has ideas. So I just want to point out that
No, I know that
wish you
you're-
would, I
I-
wish
I
you would at least be
don't
honest
think
in your own
you're
bias.
just
Mr.
So,
immediately
Shapiro,
are you a
against
member-
the
are you a
same
member of the-
saying in
Must
America
have
is now so
flagged it again,
polarized
now
that
it's
in
gone
one
focus.
program you only have the left and
Luke is
another one you
Roxy.
just have the right.
Oh,
My
yes,
job
Hero
is
Cog.
to question those who
Yeah,
have
they are,
strong
Roxy.
views and put an alternative to them. If you were an
I'm well- listen, I'm well aware.
anti-abortion person, I would be putting pro-abortion questions to you. But you are
Really, would
an
you call the
anti-abortion
pro-choice
person. So-
position?
So why don't
so
you
let me
just
ask you
answer
this.
my question?
Sir, I'm happy to answer your question. Please
you go
answer this
then.
one. Would you suggest?
Ben Shapiro doesn't seem to grasp the basic structure and process of an interview, which is, if you are the interviewer, you ask questions, and when you are the interviewee, you answer the questions.
You answer such questions.
Now, Ben, I know you're upset, but shut the fuck up and answer the goddamn question. That is why you are here. That is what we fucking paid you for.
Musicology.
Would you
I'm
suggest
struggling
that
with
a
if I
late-term
hate British
abortion
people or
is
tiny
brutal?
hat people.
I'm not taking a
Is it
view
a
on
brutal
this issue.
policy
I'm
to allow
asking
late-term
you the
abortion?
It's
question.
tiny hat people.
Sir, you just suggested
no,
the
it's the
pro-life
British,
position
it's
is
British.
inherently brutal and terrible, so I'm asking
It's
you,
the
as an
British,
objective journalist,
guys.
would you
Everyone
ask
hates
the
the
same
British.
question to a pro-choice advocate by
What-
calling
what
this
I'm-
position brutal
What
and
I'm
horrible?
asking,
Pretty much, I think most of the world hates the British more than the Americans, because at least with the Americans, they're like, "Ugh, well, they're
They can
trying
make
to
fun
do,
of themselves.
Yeah, well, it's like they're trying to do the right thing.
They can
Wait.
take the heat. They can take the heat.
I don't know about that. I-
Yeah, you have fucking school knifings. All right, shut up.
Well, I don't mean to be rude, but America is a very vindictive country. A very vindictive and spiteful country.
Yeah. I mean, I can be petty sometimes, so I don't blame you.
The British
Musicology.
are more pompous.
You're
type.
wrong, Chile. American journalism is completely
better than
different
you.
animal.
The-
ZXVO.
See, the difference between the
Ralph
British
is
and the
worse than
Americans
mundane Matt.
is the British are pretentious, whereas the Americans are arrogant. They're
He
both
look his
fucking
Roxy.
annoying, but
Be
I think
careful,
being
the
pretentious
British
is
gonna
just
shank
worse.
you up if you talk shit about them, LMAO.
The British are gonna shank me. They fucking wish. We're the goddamn Australians, cunt. They pull out their little knife, I'll be like, cunt, you call that a knife? This is a fucking
This
knife.
isn't nice.
Cunt, you know, the British... Okay, here's a fun fact. In World War II, we had British commanders leading a lot of Australian troops across the Pacific to counter the Japanese invasion. And the British officers hated and feared Australian soldiers because if they pissed off the Australian soldiers, they would intentionally get the British killed. Because the Japanese had a tactic of... Well, they went under the principle, cut off the head of the snake and the body dies. And so they had all these they had all these little recon teams and sniper teams to try and spot and take out commanders. And what Australians and shit would do, when they get an order from a commander, like a British commander they didn't like, they would like salute while pointing to them, or they'd talk really loudly and be like, "Yes, Commander! As you wish, Commander!" So it was as blatantly, and like the Japanese obviously know basic phrases and shit like that, so they'd hear shit like that, they'd see them like saluting at people and shit like that, and they'd be like, "Ooh, bang, yes, free Commander." That's like 30 points.
Hey, hey, free real estate.
Yeah, boy, it's free real estate. And yeah, so
Hint of shrimp.
and the British,
I
the
can't
other was that,
sleep.
the Australian soldiers
My
are also
suffering is
very
sharp and
surprisingly competent
constant.
soldiers.
I no longer wish to hide pain from the world. I
Tim?
wish to inflict it upon them. ZXVO. The English sent all their weak, sickly people to Australia. Every male with a
Forgot I had my
micro
Xbox
penis was
on.
sent to Australia. Musicology.
I was like watching
Ooh,
this
what
guy
do
named
you
Funk
think of the British
with, like, an
getting the
E.
N-word trending on Twitter?
in the background.
Well, I don't think...
Mainly talks about like game design and stuff, but he used to be like a TF2 guy.
Oh, yeah.
I think he still is, but yeah, he still is, but
Fucking, I haven't played TF2 in ages. That's old school shit to me. Alright, hidden stream. Can't sleep. Pain, suffering, contra. No longer wish to hide the pain for the world, I wish to inflict upon it. Hi. Yeah, I think we're all like
Hint of
that.
shrimp. I'm gonna rant about in-ear monitors now.
Yeah, nice. Like when they had the little cable camera that they shoved down your ear. When they send all the weak and sickly people to Australia, no, they pretty much sent all the Irish. That's all that boiled down to. Just the Irish.
just the
What do you
Irish.
think about
Like,
the
get the
British getting
fucking
the N-word trending on Twitter? Impressive, I guess. Didn't think they could pull that off.
I've heard that was fake, but it's still funny nonetheless.
Yeah, well, if it's fake, it's funny, but it's not as impressive.
I mean, one of the Italian players literally clotheslined one of the British guys.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that'll all be in relation to the fucking the Euro match. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. One of the mates at work, he's real into the fucking soccer.
I'm not. I'm just in it for the laughs.
Yeah, well, you know how the fucking English are in their soccer.
ZXVO.
Come on,
Australia
England,
is
come
known
on!
for pathetic LOL cows
Come
like
on,
Lambert and
England.
Hint of shrimp. Why do people pay hundreds of dollars for fucking beats or skill candy? It all sounds like poop. In-ear monitors are a fraction of the price in most occasions and sound fantastic.
It's the branding, that's why. It's like why people buy fucking apples, I reckon. It's just the branding. They're pieces of shit. And they're way too expensive.
Musicology. Don't say British guys, he was black, you pathetic leaf.
British. Australia known for having
Crap.
pathetic lolcows like Rambot and ARU. Yeah.
God. I'm kind of running out of shit to laugh at. Are there any lol cows that are kind of prominent, but it's like still kind of like good to rag on?
I'm not too sure.
Hint of
They're all
shrimp.
pretty scattered at the moment,
Boy
I
mate
reckon.
bruv in it.
You gotta kind of
Bonus points if it's not Christian.
The only one I really follow at the moment is Cyrax, but he can pop in and out around the place.
ZXVO.
It can be kind of awkward to keep hold of.
Ranbert dropped an ammo box on his head cause he was too scared to go to war against the kangaroos.
Interesting. I might.
It
Keep
wasn't
my
even the
eye on
kangaroos,
that.
mate. I don't know anything
ZXVO.
about Randbot.
Ethan Ralph.
I'll be honest, pretty disrespectful to say, but I'm still going to be a cunt about it, because we're mentioning him. I think Randbot was not in any combat thing. I think he was in logistics, and that's how he ended up with an ammo box dropped on his head. And from that injury, he would have fucking, left the army for, medical reasons. But yeah, I think Randbot worked in logistics. I don't think he was in the fighting arm of the military. I have no proof of that. That's an assumption. My own little conspiracy. But, hearing, I live in, my town has the largest infantry barracks in the entire country. And
ZXVO.
some of the shit
A
I've
moo
heard,
box LOL how Ranbert.
a moo box. But yeah,
A moo books.
I've heard a lot of really pretentious stories about the Kiwis, the logistifags there.
Mm.
Mind you, you get some fucking cockheads and the riflemen and shit like that. You get cockheads everywhere, obviously. But there's some real hectic ones coming out of the logistics. Alright, now, enough of the detour. Let's go back. to Ben Shapiro.
Why is it that a bill banning
Getting
abortions
really
after a woman has
defensive
been
about
pregnant for
an
6
interview he
weeks
agreed to.
is not a return to the Dark Ages? What's your answer?
My answer is something called science. Human life exists at conception. It ought to be protected. Now, back to my question to you. You purport to be an objective journalist. BBC purports to be an objective down-the-middle network. It obviously is not. It never has been. And you, as a journalist, are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest? Seriously, it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you
Oh,
would
yeah,
have
that's right.
said.
You missed the best part.
Why don't you just...
Did he say the
Hang on, no. The second best part. Okay, you know how I said Andrew Neil was basically the British version of Bill O'Reilly?
Hint of shrimp.
Yeah.
My head is fucking Keith threatening me.
Alright.
are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
So yeah, now he's accusing Andrew Neil of being left-wing, even though he is infamously
Oh my
hard right.
god.
He's the hard old-school boomer conservative.
This is
Seriously,
Shapiro.
it's a serious question.
This is
That's
what
not the
happens.
guy's
If you only
laughing,
knew
man.
how
He's
ridiculous
just
that
laughing.
statement is, you wouldn't have said.
This is what.
So let's move on.
This is what happens when we tackle.
would you vote
I
for
think it's pretty
Mr.
evident from your
Trump?
own
Would you
questions
vote for
exactly what your
Mr. Trump?
It's like
Would you vote for
Sargon.
Mr. Trump in
Just starting
2020?
this for fun.
It's like Sargon.
You
I'd certainly
do the
consider
same.
voting for
Sargon
Mr.
of
Trump in 2020,
Smurf.
just like I'd consider voting for anybody else in
Ben
2020.
Shapiro is the
But
only
didn't you once say that you'd
Australian I
never vote
like.
for him?
Like it's like the.
I said that I wouldn't vote for him in
It's
2016.
like shit in
And then I
your
wrote a
arsenal.
column
It's
for
like,
National
oh, get
Review
yourself
explaining the
good
conditions under which I might change my mind.
You're a culture war warrior. Isn't he largely on your side? You wrote once it was unlikely he'd appoint conservative judges to the Supreme Court. He has.
Right. That
So
is
you
true.
were wrong.
I like many of President Trump's policies, even if I still have serious reservations about his personality and character.
Do you think there's a Democrat that could beat him in 2020?
Sure, I think there are several Democrats who could beat him in 2020.
Who would have the best chance?
I think that Joe Biden is likeliest to beat him, considering that he has significant appeal in a lot of the Rust Belt, in places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the places that President Trump needs to win to retain the presidency. And Joe Biden also has a long history in politics, which means that the American people already have sort of a
Ben Shapiro
preconceived
is
vision of him.
based in
President Trump as a
Australia.
campaigner is very good at dragging unknowns through the mud, or at exposing
I
details about
think Ben
people that
Shapiro's
are
seen a knife in
previously
his life.
sort of covered up. But when it comes to Joe Biden, he's been well exposed for a very long time. Most people know him, and he's not nearly as unpopular even going in as Hillary Clinton was in 2016.
So if it was a close race between Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump, you would, from what you say, I think, probably go for Mr. Trump.
Yes, I would vote for Mr. Trump if it were a race between Biden and Trump, because I think that the damage that President Trump has done to the country on a character and rhetorical level has already been done and cannot be undone. I don't see it as getting worse day by day. That is the new status quo, unfortunately. Now the question becomes which policies I would most like to see enacted, and Trump's policy preferences are closer to my own than Joe Biden's are.
Now, you're a star of new media.
By the way, interesting point to always keep in mind in relation to being part of a democratic nation and who you're going to vote for and blah, blah, blah.
Hiluk is Roxy.
Don't...
Shapiro is the type of guy that will argue about pineapple on pizza, no cap. ZXVO.
But yeah,
Ben Shapiro
the thing to
saw a
always
knife the day
keep
he
in
was born.
mind
He is
that
uncircumcised.
a person's policies don't matter. It's their ability to enact their policies is what matters. Because we can all promise to do something, but very few of us can actually do it.
Conservative new media, you and others on the left and the right, you position yourselves as supposed tellers of hard truths. But haven't you all just really coarsened public discourse in America and exacerbated its divisions?
You know, it's kind of odd to be hearing about me coarsening public discourse when you call policies you disagree with brutal and bringing us back to the Dark Ages, sir.
There are literally policies
I don't
that
return
first
to it, but the
came
point
up in the
was to
Dark
put a
Ages.
position for you to reply to it. And I thought we'd covered that.
That's...
Well,
I
I'll put
think
some
that
of the points too, because on your
your
videos,
characterization of issues is part of the problem in the coarsening of public debate.
well, maybe it's also part of your problem too, because we have from your YouTube videos, Ben Shapiro destroys the abortion argument.
ZXVO.
Ben Shapiro
Ben Shapiro
destroys
fought the doctors at birth
transgenderism
so he could
and
cut
abortion.
off and eat his
Is that
foreskin himself.
not a kind of coarse public
Musicology.
Well,
I
are those
think
videos
having
labeled
to
by me?
hear
He's
a
just
British
listing
person
off,
make
like,
an
idea
argument
Why are you picking out? Why are you? I have a question. Why are you picking out random YouTube videos put up by people who are not me?
Are you
and attributing the titles to me?
Are you
I swear
unhappy
there was a
with the way
YouTube channel
they've
called
been
like
described?
Leftist Cock. That's
I
real.
think that people can describe me however they please. It's a free country, and I'm all in favor of a public
just become a shitty
debate. If you watch the
commentary
actual clips, they are generally civil conversations between me and somebody who disagrees with me.
You say in your new book, you suggest that America's largest struggle at the moment is, quote, the struggle for our national soul. We are so angry at each other right now. And I think that's true. I've just returned from the United States. But aren't you part of the problem with the way you go about your discourse, not the solution?
And I think we can all do better in our discourse, but the fact that I've reached out to so many people across the aisle to have conversations with them is pretty evident. The fact that I was willing to walk from a publication that was paying me money over principle is pretty evident. The fact that I've called out President Trump, a member of a party of which I am a member, repeatedly when I think that he has done things that are immoral, I think is decent evidence that I'm looking at least for a civil conversation.
Well, as you say in your book, you say that there's quite a key phrase, we are so angry at each other right now. But as I say, aren't you part of that anger? Aren't you encouraging that anger? For example, you described Mr. Obama's State of the Union address in 2012 as fascist mentality in action.
Well, I think that if you want to argue with the characterization, then we can talk about what exactly his State of the Union address said. Is it charged language in politics? Sure. The problem that I have is not with charged language in politics, which I'm generally in favor of. I like a robust public debate and a very loud and spirited public debate. I have no problem with that whatsoever. What I'm talking about is the assumption that people with whom we disagree politically are inherently of bad character or, in your words, want to bring us back to the Dark Ages.
Again, it was your description of the State of the Union address in 2012 as fascist.
The wording of President Trump's 2012 address was bad and wrong.
That's all. There are plenty of things that are bad and wrong, but it doesn't make them fascist.
Well, I suppose that's true.
Can you explain why you called the State of Address fascist? And he's just babbling on about
well,
some,
again with Mr.
some
Obama,
fucking
you said
irrelevant shit.
And you're Jewish yourself. I only mentioned that
He
because
knows
to put
that's
this in
like
context.
would
The
fuck up
Jews
his
who
rep.
vote for Obama are, by and large, Jews in name
Hilarious.
only. Ginos, you call them.
My statement was based on the fact that Jews in the United States, as an ethnic group, are largely irreligious, which is true by Every single poll. Jews are the most irreligious group in the United States. As an Orthodox Jew who actually takes Judaism seriously, the point that I am making is that most Jews who are ethnically Jewish are not religiously Jewish in any context.
No. The point you were making is that Jews who vote for Obama are Jews in name only.
I said that, yes, that is correct.
I was going to say, yeah, Benjamin is Jewish. So what the fuck is he talking about?
A person
like,
who
what?
was cracking down on religious liberties,
like
a person who spent much of his career as president of the United States attempting to deprive Israel of the necessities to defend itself. That people, Jews who voted for President Obama, by and large, cared about Judaism far less than they did about other priorities.
Did you said they should turn their badge in as a Jew?
Yes, I believe that if you are somebody who takes Judaism seriously, that comes along with ideological commitment.
I mean, I guess.
Also, I hope you're having fun, by the way, going through every old tweet that I've ever sent to try and do gotcha questions. But if you'd like to have a discussion about my general philosophy or things I've done in, say, I don't know, that's 2012, so it's now 2019. If you'd like to discuss something I've done in, say, like the past 5 years, why don't we do that? How about that?
Because your book is a criticism of how angry America is and how America has to do better. And I'm simply
I have an entire list on my website, sir. On my list, I have an entire website of dumb, bad things that I've said. I'm simply trying to point out some of the things you've said that seem to me to help to stoke that anger. For example, you said Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb, crap, and live in open sewage. Well, as I say in an article entitled, "Here's a list of all the giant, bad, dumb things I've ever said."
Was that dumb?
Yes, that's a dumb tweet. Not only, but it is also important to mention that the next few tweets clarify that tweet is specifically referring to the Hamas leadership, which, by the way, BBC I've seen is relatively reticent to condemn.
No, actually, it wasn't what you went on to do and say you are correct about the slur on Arabs. It's not all Arabs that want to live in open sewage and blow things up. It's just Palestinians, you went on to say.
No, it says the ones who take sides against Israel in the Israel-Palestinian
population is rotten to the core, you went on to say. Not Hamas,
change it to build
the Palestinian Arab population.
I say that by poll numbers, they elected Hamas. They educate their children in school that Israel should be obliterated, sir.
I guess.
If you want to read...
By the way, this fun fact about Israel, I mentioned this fact before, but I've now had further confirmation on it. During World War II, when the Nazis were enacting the Holocaust, the leadership of Israel actually worked with the Nazis to
it's rare to see Ben kinda quiet.
The rabbis, in fact, when the trains arrived to take them away to the camps, it was the rabbis that led them to the trains and promised them sanctuary in Germany, away from the coming conflict in Africa. And of course, there was no sanctuary. Just a very
friendly fire is not. Come on, Shelly. Friendly fire is not tolerated here.
But yeah, so that's that's Israel. They also more fun facts about Israel. Soldiers on the border of Israel and Palestine, they have silencers on their weapons. And the reason they have silencers on their weapons is because they like to... and I'm not even fucking joking, man. They like to shoot children as target practice when the kids come to throw rocks at them.
ZXVO.
And they use
Ben Shapiro survived the Holocaust with nothing but a Bowie knife.
So when they, families come up and asking how their kid got killed, they're like, well, could it have been a gunshot? I didn't hear any gunshots. And like, there's a fucking bullet through his head. Well, could have been anything, bullets fly overhead all the time. Like,
could have been rock that was just really sharp and small.
Like,
what are you, stupid? Are you brain dead?
Yeah, like Israel's a pretty fucked country, man, an extremely predatory country.
Gee, no, really?
Yeah, no, surprise.
Honestly, this is a giant waste of time.
No way.
In the sense that the entire interview is designed for you to shout slogans or old things that I've said at me. I don't see how this forwards the debate. You talk about undermining the public discourse. It seems to me that simply going through and finding lone things that sound bad out of context and then hitting people.
This whole interview is just an op. It's an op against
BBC off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever heard of me.
Oh, there he goes!
Many bucks
Holy fuck, did you hear it?
Wait, no, I didn't.
Here we go again. Here we go.
Out of context, and then hitting people with them is a way for you to make a quick buck on BBC off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
Oh, so good. I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
Oh my god. that's like the whole like irrelevant shit from that rice gum guy.
Irrelevant.
There are not many bucks to be
You're
made on the
irrelevant.
BBC.
You're
unlike
irrelevant.
American
Shapiro is
broadcasting.
pro
Mr. Shapiro,
I'm more popular.
I get the point.
You're
I'm
getting-
Also,
God.
as a fun little note, I guess on the topic of an introduction, a crash course in logic. Think about the logic on play from Ben
Musicology.
Shapiro here.
Well, it's true, I only know of Ben.
The accusation, or hang on, let's get the exact quote.
And then hitting people with them is a way for you to make a quick buck on BBC off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
Ben thinks that being unpopular is an insulting thing to be. That is why he has put this insult forward to him, but obviously, Andrew Neil doesn't really give a shit. But
Yeah.
that's also a very interesting insight into the personality of Ben Shapiro. Because it's something very interesting about when someone insults you based on something, an assumption made without any evidence from you. So it's not a direct personal attack, but it's still meant to be a personal insult. They're usually speaking from their own
ZXVO.
personal
Ben
experience.
Shapiro won
hence the
chili
term
seething
projection.
and coping. Slender
And so- That's the interesting thing about
2846.
that.
Hey,
Holy crap, that was a hell of a name. Slender 2846. How's it going, mate?
Hello there, Slender Man.
Ben Shapiro won chili seething and coping. ZXV,
Oh, damn,
ZXV,
Chili.
you're
You
just
might-
trying to make a profit off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever
ZXV.
heard of you.
Chili
Man,
is jealous that
you need
he
a-
will never
man,
be a
you
true
might need a fat
Australian
dose of
like Ben
copium.
Shapiro. Musicology.
Sure
You
need a
don't
fat
think
dose of
IT
copium
your
for that.
self-worth is based off your water filter deals. Slender 2846. Good you.
Yeah, not too bad, eh? We're just having a bit of a laugh at Ben Shapiro, because comics did not believe me that Ben Shapiro would put forward the accusation that someone was jealous that he was more popular than them.
Hilukis Roxy.
And yeah, there you go.
Cope seed
There are not
cope.
many bucks to be made on the BBC, unlike
Oh, by the
American
way, he
broadcasting,
rage quits
Mr.
this
Shapiro.
interview, just wait.
I get the point
You're
I'm
getting
trying
paid,
to
it
make
seems.
is that
You
your words are
rage
highly
quit.
Yeah,
designed
he rage quits.
to produce the consensus and understanding that the
Fucking
book seems to want to produce. That's my point, that you write about, Judeo-Christian culture and so on, but so much of what you've said in the past would seem to
He's so mad.
turn
He-
its back on
Oh, look at-
Judeo-Christian culture.
He's so impatient.
You're lecturing me on Judeo-Christian
He's
culture
just
after you
fucking
called the pro-life
seething.
position barbaric?
I just
Really?
asked you a question.
And I asked you a question, you failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book, why don't you read and critique the book? If you want to if you want to critique me,
Chili
you can
seething
think whatever
because
you want of
Ben
me.
Why don't you
Frankly,
try and
I don't
answer
care.
the
I don't
questions?
frankly give a damn what you think of me since I've never heard of you.
Raging.
And I've never heard of you until I briefed myself for this. But
Flabbergasted.
that's not the issue. You have a
Then
new
why the hell
book
are you
out,
interviewing
and
me,
it's
sir?
it's an
Hilukis
interesting book.
Roxy.
But my point is, your
Alright,
book
Imma, go
claims
Jack
Well, it'd be nice if you would
Society.
quote it
You
from time
guys
to time.
later.
your book is
Yeah,
well.
no
Actually,
worries.
I've done so
Have
several
fun,
times, and
Roxy.
I'm about to do so again. If you would let me just finish the question. Your book
frankly, I don't
claims
think
that
this- you know what?
society
Honestly-
is turning
honestly,
its
sir,
back on
Schwab
Judeo-Christian
260.
values.
Yeah, this is
What are
considering
those values?
considering
what are the values it's turning its back on?
I'm not inclined to continue an interview with a person as badly motivated as you as an interviewer. So I think we're done. I appreciate your time, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you so
Well,
much.
thank
Rage
you for
quit,
your time
rage
and
quit.
for showing that anger is not part of American political discourse. Mr. Shapiro. Goodbye.
And one more jab in for the road. Get wrecked.
Jesus Christ.
Flynn.
Really,
He also
he's-
created
he
nearly
coped
every
it.
other
He
discipline
can't-
study in
he's
university was
seething.
almost
He's
from scratch.
seething.
It's been said about Aristotle.
It's
he
like
made it the last person
it's like
on Earth who knew everything
when
there was to know in his
Sargon
lifetime.
destroyed the fucking
Now,
destroyed
arguments,
you
if you're
Troll
gonna study them or
262.
not,
Oh,
with this
yeah.
fucking
pages or
The most
personal
wholesome
thoughts.
of laughs.
fucking. It's like, hey, can you tell me about the whole?
Musicology.
Same token, they're not merely
Don't
disagreements
blame
in
it on the
Yeah,
ass
it
was it,
contradicting
no,
one
I
point into
wouldn't
one
even
Yeah, I
rape
wouldn't
you.
even rape you,
Even
and
though
it
the term
depends on the
argument is sometimes
child.
used inaccurate.
And it depends on the child.
Now, one person who exploits this use or
I like how
understanding of the
Jim
term
fucking
argument is Charles
foretold
Schultz
it.
in his Peanuts
He
podcast series.
foretold.
Lucy asked
Well,
Schroeder
it
if
was
foretold
pretty
such
obvious,
things.
man. Like,
Schroeder comes
Jim
in
was
with
a-
argumentative.
Jim
And
was
that
on
sort
my
of
opinion, which is
argumentation
like,
does not lead
we,
room for discussion in
when
recent
Chuck
months.
was like, I want to run for office,
Linus
and Jim
is
was
another
just like,
person who's always
yes,
itching for
please
some
run
verbal
for
combat.
office.
When asked if it's a beautiful day,
Great.
Linus replies with a lot of combative questions.
Holy shit.
And what he says last of all is pretty
I'll
interesting.
be honest, I was
A good
amazed at
fanatic
how,
is
how
always ready for
bad
an
things
argument.
actually
Now, that may
went.
be
Like,
true,
he
but a
killed
good
a
fanatic
whole,
is not ready
he
for an
nearly
argument in the
murdered a
sense
whole
that we are going
fucking
to define
party.
the
They
term.
actually survived. The party's still going. But Jesus Christ,
It's
he
still
nearly-
going. I
Logic
thought
course,
he,
and
I thought he
logic
fucking,
is the
I thought it
science
was
of
destroyed
argument
the second you
evaluation.
stepped
We
in.
put arguments under the
It
microscope
almost
of logic
was,
and
but
see
they
if those
threw him out.
arguments stand up or whether they
Oh,
work. In
thank
order to
God.
do that,
And that's
first
the
we
only-
have
God
to
for
study
that.
logic.
That's the only
I was
way to
under the
understand
understanding
salvage
what
it.
an argument is.
I was under
Argument
the
is a
assumption that he
set
just
of
fucking
statements.
destroyed
In other
it.
words,
Oh, he nearly
one
did. Like,
statement
it was
by
on fucking
itself
life
never
support, man.
constitutes an
I thought he
argument.
would have killed
The
it.
unique thing about these sets of
But
statements
No, I
Yes.
thought he actually, I actually
Ben
just straight up
Shapiro
thought he
has
killed
the
it.
righteous anger of an
claim to be
Australia
support
angel
or
of good
reasons
because
for
he's
I think I was under that
Australian.
impression.
So we get these sorts of relationships of evidential support holding between statements. The statements that
No,
give
I wish Ben
evidence
Shapiro
are
was
called the
Australian,
premises,
because then that would
and
mean
the
he's
statements
within
that
my
receive the
physical
support from
reach.
the premises on the opposite end of those arrows, those statements are called the conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, now that we've defined the term
You know,
arguments, it's time to move on and define statements in more detail.
You want me to
Statements
tell
are
you about
sentences
the
capable of being
fucking
true or false. For
god-awful
example, if
Rick
all
and
cats
Morty
are said to be
episode
vicious, that
Yeah,
statement
right.
would be
that I saw?
false.
Like
notice
the
we
one
have a
before was
sentence here
pretty good
capable of
because it's
taking
like
truth
Morty
value.
like fucking got
And
with it
similarly,
with
somebody
a
may say that
with a
some old men are
knockoff
grumpy.
Captain
That
Planet,
sentence is more than
with a
Oh,
likely
yeah.
knockoff
true,
female
since we
Captain
just limited
Planet
it to some
who
old
happened to be
men.
an
But again,
eco-terrorist like
statements
along
are
the
a
way,
unique type of sentence.
right? Which I was like, okay, fine,
Not
all right,
every
I
sentence
fucking
or
rock with this.
utterance
But then like,
qualifies as a
Morty's like,
statement. There are certain very
I gotta
meaningful
break up with
sentences
you
or utterances,
because
such as, "Where's
fucking
my
you
milk?"
killed 300 people at an
Yowie.
oil rig.
Musicology. I'm pretty
not
sure it's
statements.
Right,
illegal
and
to
so,
be Jewish in Australia.
At this point, Morty's
Well, as a
fucking
general
down
rule,
catastrophic,
questions,
right?
exclamations, imperatives,
Which
and
resulted in
commands
him
cannot take truth
fucking
values, because they don't assert
one of
anything
those
about the way the
horse
world is.
jack-off
Therefore, they
machines
cannot be true
in the
or
recent
false.
episode.
They cannot be statements, and they cannot
Chili
serve as
wishes
I'm not
Ben was
fucking joking
Australian because
when
then
I say
there'd be
this.
a greater chance
And
he
that
was
result-
related to
and
him and could go on Steve
fucking
Wilkos to
Rick was
find
like,
out
I'm gonna
if
make
he
a
was
fucking
his
horse
father.
civilization with the horse nut. Under the assumption that it was
That's
that,
the
right?
reasoning process of an argument. It's whatever type of
But no,
reasoning
it
gets you from
created
the premises
fucking-
or to the conclusion.
I don't
And we'll
want to say
study that in more
xenomorph
detail later
sperm
on.
monsters,
For
xenomorph
example,
nut
consider
monsters,
the
but that's
following
what they
batch of
basically are.
statements. All film stars are celebrities.
sense.
Yeah.
Halle Berry is a film star,
And
and Halle Berry is a celebrity. You can divide
I'm
these
just
statements
really
up
trying
into
to, like,
premises
remember.
and a conclusion that can be reached upon them. And as it turns out, in this case, all of our
Fuck.
statements turn out as true.
I think-
but that is not
I
always
think
the case.
the other characters were just
Consider
like,
the following
oh,
batches.
why don't we just
How about some film stars
I'm
are
a
have a
known
simple
giant
man.
egg to track all
I
the
hear
giant
someone talk
nut
about
monsters
Rick and Morty and I
that are
need the
in
audience.
Vegas, of all places. I don't know why in Vegas, but hey.
And the conclusion statement turns out
And
to be false.
they
Point
used
here is
ZX
they used one of
This
Summer's
sort of case,
eggs.
The lie
something seems to
detector
have gone
determined
wrong
that
with
Ben
the
Shapiro
And
was
the
based.
leap from the premise statements to the conclusion statements,
Y-
and what went right or
Do you-
wrong
do you-
in these
do you
inferences
kinda-
is the
do you kind
subject
of-
matter
are you
for
kind of
logic in this
following?
course.
Where this is kind of going.
Before we
Yeah, I follow where it's going.
study logic in any
But I don't expect me to remember details.
No, like, but like, do you know what happened? But do you want to know? But do you know what happens next?
Oh, no. Maybe I haven't been following.
Okay, 3 words: giant incest baby.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I see.
yeah.
2?
Fucking awful. Hate it.
Well, I guess that's Rick and
Like
Morty now.
the only time where I actually laughed at it was when Rick used the "that was easy" button in the end.
2?
Like the ones that they have at like Staples. Yeah. I don't know if Staples exists exist in Australia.
I don't think it does.
Damn.
Well, maybe in the city, but not where I live.
ZXVO. The lie detector determined that Israel deserves more money.
That's pretty much it. And that resulted in people just saying, yeah, this episode fucking sucks.
Well, I mean, it sounds like modern Family Guy.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now that I think about it.
I mean, well, they had one where fucking
And it's like,
Stewie and Brian
and the
are
worst part is,
baby.
and the worst part is, I just like started getting back into the show, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I can't fuck with this now. I'm playing their little Pokemon knockoff game. I'm rocking with this, and it's like, and then you just show me this.
You just fuck it up straight away.
You make an episode about
ZXVO.
Morty nut
It does
monsters
exist where Ben lives,
and a
which
giant
is in
incest baby
Australia.
at the end.
Two. Oh, where's the... There we go. This doesn't look right. Well, fuck it, we're gonna go with it.
Well, I guess so. I just hope that doesn't carry on into like the next episode or whatever.
Well, I think they've kind of dropped doing that, haven't they?
I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, that's one of the problems, isn't it? No fucking consistency, so you don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know. Does anyone want to watch an introduction to formal logic, or go find something else? Because I actually already know this shit. This was taught to me when I did both. They taught this to us when you go into university. They teach you basic logic, formal logic, and when I did programming, they also had to teach you that, because if you don't understand logic, then you can't understand how a program functions.
ZXVO. You call this a small hat. This is a small
Facts and
hat.
logic.
Musicology. You should be castrated for reviewing a Rick and Morty UN prompted without warning. ZXVO. They brainwashed you.
They brainwashed me, yeah? Well, you know how they are in the universities. They don't teach anyone critical thinking, even though it's literally the first thing they teach us. Or at least in my country. I don't know about in America. I assume you just buy degrees. That's what I wanted. There's what I wanted. Alright. Surely there's something funny to watch.
How about Tales of Trout? Actually, it gets a little boring around part 3.
Hey, we could go for an old school Medica video. I love the DeviantArt tales are always great. Hang on, we'll see.
ZXVO. I went to
Actually,
school
let's
in
go for the fucking,
Australia with
what's it
Ben
called?
Shapiro. Which country did you study in? Chile, New Zealand.
Hang on a minute. I went to school in Australia with Ben Shapiro. Which country did you study in? Chile, New Zealand. No, I did in fucking Queensland, mate. The best country in the world. Hang on, I'm on Metica Sarkin. Yeah. Oh, there's a Lego figure battle. Nice. Yes. Tips for winning an election.
Nice.
ZXVO.
Hey guys,
Mrs.
Brooklyn here,
Mutica,
getting
let's
ready
go.
for Sunday. And if you don't know what's going on, Mr. Medicare, that would be this one, is basically fighting Sargon of Akkad, the one on this side. This is going to be an epic fight. Actually,
What the
not
hell
so
is
much
going
of
on?
a fight as
How does
a
this
epic
exist? This
defeat of
fascinates me.
Sargon, I would say. Sargon has already put out his video, and Mr. Medicare is going to be putting out his video at 1 o'clock.
It's a
Central
full-on Lego
Time
channel.
today.
How the hell does this
I am
exist?
super getting that. I am so ready to watch that. I decided to go ahead and make little custom.
Wait, what kind of
figures
Lego
these
channel?
two.
Yeah, it's a full-on
We
Lego
have both
channel,
of
and then
them
there's just
in
this
there.
one
ZX
random
Viewer.
video about this internet.
Was this
Gotta
before
have
Internet
that.
Mataker changed his
We
gender
have the
identity?
Mr. Metaker figure on one side,
Oh,
holding
oh yeah,
his
yeah,
gun.
yeah, yeah. I've seen
And,
this.
I was
Yeah,
gonna put
it's
the
just one of those
stars
like
on the
Lego
hat,
channels
but
where
the
it's
hat's
like,
so small,
and I have
it's hard
no
to get the
idea
stars to look good.
why is it
So
like,
I gave up
fuck,
on that.
why
We
is it
just
them
did
of
the hat
all
with
people?
the headphones.
Well, this
And
before
then
Medica
we
changed
have
the general idea.
little
Yeah.
Sargon over here holding his little false idol.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
and,
I saw it. I
he's in
remember
his little
seeing that. I was like,
What
what
an,
the
yeah,
fuck?
what an
suits
oddly
there.
specific
Um,
thing to exist.
I guess this is like his last
I know.
stand before
The most
the
odd
big battle,
Lego
the big
blood
defeat,
sports.
Really.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be
Lego
like an
internet
epic
blood
showdown
sports.
basically later today, but Sargon kind of wussed out and put his live stream out like way early in the morning
Comments. I wanna see
to
what
try
other
to
people
make sure that
What did
Metaker
the
was
people
sleeping
think?
and missed it. But that's okay. Metaker is going to make up for that later today.
think. Jim doesn't even own a
I,
suit.
for one, am super looking forward to this fight. And
Doesn't even have a
decided,
suit.
that I would make custom figures of these guys because I think it's hilariously
Based in
awesome.
Brickfield.
And if you want to watch an interesting show, if you have any idea what's
ZXVO.
going on, go watch
I
Mr.
remember
Metaker
when
later
Sargon
today.
bullied
It's
Jim off
going
the
to be
internet.
Hilarious. I can't wait. Anyway,
He bullied
let
Jim
me
so
know
hard he
what
got
you think
cancer,
about
man.
these two custom figures. I know some of my Lego fans
Man,
may
I feel
not have
bad for that
any
shit. Like
idea
that
who
actually
these
like
people
made me
are,
feel like
and
shit.
that's okay. It's probably not something kids should
Good luck
get
to 'em.
into. They're probably not gonna have a clue what's going
he
on.
knows
Good
the
luck
rules.
to 'em.
Okay. Just
It's
thought
the
I would share
internet,
this real
and
quick.
we
Thanks
gotta
for
do right
watching,
by
and
Jim
I will see you
and make fun
guys
of his
later.
cancer.
Before you go, don't
Yeah,
forget to click my
and
picture to
I
subscribe to the
can't
channel.
though. I can't
And
pull
if you
myself to
already
do that.
No,
subscribed, you
comics.
can click the
It's what he
thumbnail
would
to
have
check out
wanted.
more of my videos.
Fine.
Actually,
Fucking-
yeah, we'll go Sargon. Oh no, maybe we should watch. Nah, we'll watch this one.
Man, why couldn't Sargon get fucking diabetes?
Because the British have a better healthcare system, unfortunately.
Fuck.
By the way, he's got the same demonic voices sound effect I also use in the anime.
ZXVO. The one thing Jim feared more than anything was for people to make fun of him.
You bring aboard YouTubers, of course. Jared Batten, leader of UKIP, the United Kingdom Independence Party. The man who took the reins of leadership after Nigel Farage left
time
to
is
go
that?
found the Brexit Party.
Time to get a watch.
5:36.
Oh, but you've never heard that one before.
Ingenious idea of incorporating e-celebs. What better way to reinvigorate
response just so
rank and
perfect.
file party members, as well as bring in the youth vote they so desperately needed, than appealing to
Nigel
e-celebs.
Farage.
People like
Oh yeah,
Paul
yeah.
Joseph
They used your
Watson,
remix. He used your remix in this
and our
video.
boy himself,
Yeah,
Carl
yeah,
Benjamin,
that too.
otherwise known as Surgeon of Smirt.
The
Finally
madman has
noticed
fucking
by
done it.
Senpai.
And to be honest with you, what other options do we have at this point? This is
What do you
fucking
got going?
important, in my opinion. So I've decided I'm going to be joining UKIP too.
Now, Jared is no fool. He wanted to test their mettle first. He wanted to put them to the flames, a baptism by fire, if you will, by having them give a speech in front of an audience of literally tens of people.
You know, for the longest time, I was under the impression that UKIP just straight up just shambled. It's in flames.
No, I can understand that. Well, it kind of is. It's in shambles,
Like,
and it's in flames,
And
but
after all
it's
those
still alive.
assembled in that room
It's-
and finally heard the wisdom of Carl Benjamin,
it's like
Gerard knew
it's like Vince and
this
Larry,
man
the Incredible
needs a
Crash
political
dummy.
office that pays
Yeah.
£60,000 a year. And this past month, during his campaign,
But yeah,
he really
obviously the
highlighted
UKIP
just
party
how
is not
smart Sargon
doing
is.
very well.
And
Obviously,
I,
the
your simple,
Sargon
humble
had
servant,
a good,
abased
did a good chunk of
Katerina,
damage, and there's
one of
also
his
the fact that
Chatelet
Brexit
army,
is a fucking
have decided
disaster.
to gather up all the nuggets of wisdom he shit out over the past 30 days and compile it into a handy-dandy guide for any future YouTuber that might want to run for political office. So let's take a look at the
Super
tips
Sunny.
and tricks that Carl's put together
Shambling
for us
flames are the
as we
best
learn
status
how
to
be
have.
political and how to win an election.
Yeah, boy, there it is.
There we go. I mean, I'm not.
There it is.
Dun, 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 dun.
Messaging. What planks in your party platform are going to appeal to your everyday Jane and John Q public? What resonates with the voters when they think of this particular election?
Rape.
Having a clear, concise message, understanding the policies you're bringing to the table is an extremely important part of running for any political office. You need to be able to draw the voters in so that they understand you are representative of what interests they have, not merely your own. Immersing yourself in these issues that people find to be important is one of the key cornerstones to running a successful campaign.
Okay, so give me your top 5 policy offers. What's your top 5 on the doorstep?
Well, actual policies. I mean,
Ted!
an MEP even
What?
proposes.
It is
I didn't realize that
absolutely
being a
imperative
politician
you
would
can
mean
reach
I would have to
each
come
and
up with
every
policies.
individual voter.
It's not
And I
like
do
it's in the
mean
name or
individual
anything.
voters.
What?
Collectivists,
Yeah.
in fact,
What?
We've got
I
a
have to have-
big-brained, super smart liberalist in
Policies?
charge of this
No
campaign.
way. Oh,
So Carl,
jeez.
being the
I have
self-educated
to do
audiobook
things.
aficionado that he is,
Britain.
Oh,
as conceived
fuck.
of by Locke, is
I'm on the
protection
ropes.
of
They
the
got me
rights
by
of
the
individuals.
ropes.
It's conceived of by Locke.
Oh,
that
my
state
favorite
was not
Sargon
invented
moment.
by Locke. That state has a history far greater than Locke. It's ridiculous.
Oh, no,
Locke
that's
wrote
not it.
This,
That
therefore
wasn't
it's true. This is
That's
exactly
the one
what
where
I'm
he got
saying.
fucking owned by
We're living
Richard
in an
Spencer.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the
Dissociated
one
reality
where
decided
I'm talking
his
about
key
the
platform
my favorite Sargon
made
moment. You know the
his
one.
tentpole issue. The thing that he was going to wow the voter
The one where
base,
he went on the kill
the
stream?
association he was going to
No,
ingrain
no,
in their
no,
memory
no,
when
no.
they thought of UKIP.
Wait,
One
hang on, I might not have
simple
been
word.
That
listening.
one.
Rape.
Patton suggested earlier that if I
Oh no, you'll see. You'll see. You'll see.
Then I put your question and ask the question. Okay, so I would like to ask Carl Benjamin why you think it is acceptable
As conceded by Locke. A bunch of bullshit.
a female Labour
Because I don't think women are any different to men in the way we should treat them. Unlike the establishment, unlike our judges who literally say if you were a man, I would send you to jail, I think we should treat women the same as men. And that means if a woman is being a giant bitch and laughing at male suicide, I'm going
Sorry, let's just bask in that Count Dankula over here cannot help but first laugh and then connect his palm with his forehead. For even, you can see, it's just bask in this
ZXVO.
moment right here.
Richard Spencer was a notorious pedophile that needed the
greatest
ultimate
moment.
punishment, so he was sent to
Where he just straight
Australia
up
for
just
life.
it just says.
We got Count Dankula face farming, this woman just looking on deadpan, and then you got Batten in the background, slowly coming to terms with what he's done, and is now wondering how much damage there's really gonna be.
to be a giant dick back to her. Any
Jesus.
question?
Nothing pulls better with single women, mothers, and suburban families than the subject of rape. It's one of those dinner conversations I think we've all engaged in. Hey, Grandma, pass the butter. By the way, I wouldn't even rape you. Who could have possibly foreseen that a prior comment that Sargon made on social media would end up coming back to bite him in the ass? This particular comment was a tweet directed at Jess Phillips, another British politician. I wouldn't even rape you at Jess Phillips. Hashtag anti-rape threats. Hashtag feminism is cancer. Well, you heard the man. He doesn't give a fuck. Sometimes you gotta put a bitch in her place. So that should be the end of it. After he bravely told those reporters that he wouldn't stand for their dirty, dirty smear merchant tactics. I'm sure they all walked away,
ZXVO.
heads hanging
I
in shame,
understand Richard
defeated
Spencer
by
did
the
wrong, but
intellect
sending
of
him to
Sargon of
Australia
Akkad.
was too cruel a
Number one.
punishment.
Do you know how many subs I have, bitch?
I'm not really
He is
interested in
forced to
listening
live
this
among
kind
the
of- 'cause you see,
indigenous.
I've had something like 400 million views on my YouTube.
Exiled.
channel. I've got a huge
I'm more
audience.
popular
Or
than you.
perhaps the opposite happened, and a
I'm more.
feeding frenzy ensued.
I'm more popular than
After
you.
article,
I can't. I mean, I used to
man.
do a Sargon
How he
voice.
loves
Sargon.
rape. Now I know what you might be thinking.
Uh,
Holy shit! This is
Yeah, I'm more
catastrophe.
popular than you. I don't need to
Jared
tell you my
Batten must be
policies.
standing on a ledge somewhere while this is
Nah,
occurring.
I
No,
think
actually,
it's difficult
he's
for an
walking out of
American to
interviews.
sound that
kind of
pretentious.
comment though has prompted some.
It's very
conversation
natural for the
amongst
British.
The same
voters.
question. How many times are you going to ask me the same question?
Right,
Thank you very much.
right.
I'll tell you, there's nothing in the world people in your own political party love more than having your rape comments brought up at every single interview they go to.
when you're casually joking about rape and sexual violence.
I don't believe that was at all the purpose of his joke. The purpose was wordplay.
He attached the name.
Oh, poor guy, man. I just want to talk about me farming.
Millions of grass.
Poor guy.
Let me finish the point
To
you
clean up
asked
for
me
this fucking idiot.
thing. So, also, I mean, I think
he's a candidate in the election.
He's a
I hope
candidate
he
in the
wins.
election, and he has speculated about whether he would rape in the
Who wants to talk about politics and policies? Well, we can discuss a big fat fucking YouTuber running his stupid goddamn mouth on Twitter. Oh, they love that. But I'm sure they loved it even more when a few of the other choice quotes started to surface in the media.
Think if Sargon stayed in UKIP for just a
Oh,
day
yes.
longer.
People who treat me like this.
This is
really
it. This
annoying.
is my favorite. You know it.
You are acting like a bunch
This
of
was the
niggas.
Sargon moment I was talking about.
Say the line, Sargon.
Fun fact about Lawrence Webb.
Look, my wife is from the Caribbean, so I do find racist jokes particularly offensive.
Fine. You act like one.
But why stop at good old-fashioned rape and racism? Let's talk about a little pedophilia, too.
I was well under the age of 11 when I started having sex, and so what I like to do is put people on the other side of the argument. It's like, what you have to do is you have to say that someone like me, not
I
anybody
love the
else, but me,
Murdoch
that
episode of
I
him.
was too stupid to appreciate the nature and
It was
form
like,
of
have you not read Locke? It's
You're
like
acting
you
like
never
a
heard
bunch of
Thomas
white
Paine.
Australians.
Yeah, I think it's it depends on the child, really, doesn't it? Because, some kids.
That's what the Catholics say.
That's what the Catholics say.
Well, you see, when I was talking about 11-year-old
depends on the
boys
child.
getting fucked, you're taking that out of context. It really depends on the child.
It's okay. Labour MP says
But
it's
as if
okay
being
to sexually
known as
abuse
the
boys.
racist pedophile rapist wasn't enough for Sargon. Let's throw in a little bit about the Holocaust too, because fuck it, why not? In interview after interview after interview, the subject was repeatedly brought up.
Can I ask? Hang on, look, right. I know what. No. I know.
It didn't die out.
Bunker
after,
housing.
Another moron
it
who
didn't die
doesn't
out
understand
after
Hello,
how an
fellow
interview works.
compatriots.
For 30 days
How's it going,
straight.
Bunker?
And the public sentiment about this
How's it
was
going?
not very favorable.
Claire says, this Carl Benjamin interview on your program today has made me cry. He sounds just like my rapist.
ZX.
You sound
Ethan
like
said
a
it
rapist.
depends on the sofa.
I don't think that's wow. That's gonna be a hard one to sell to the middle class. I don't know if convincing soccer moms that you're a sex offender and that you say the things that a sex offender would say is gonna really endear you to them. I will say it's going to make branding a little bit difficult. These sorts of posters probably aren't going to do very well. I don't imagine many voters are going to want to hang them up outside their businesses or on telephone poles. But this monumental amount of bad publicity doesn't faze Carl. He's got a plan going forward. He studied politics from around the world, and he knows what to base his campaign off. Donald Trump. You could say that President Trump is somewhat of an idol of Sargon's.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. I reckon we can get Donald Trump to defend Gamergate.
No.
No.
Why not?
And
Bunker housing.
no apologies is something
Can't
that
hear
really
you.
resonates.
This is where you
ZXV.
like recommend.
Bill Cosby voted Sargon.
There we go. Balance the audio a little
Hey.
more. There we go. Yeah?
I reckon
Bunker
we
housing.
get Donald
Can't
Trump
hear
to talk
anything.
about game.
Oh, wait a minute. No, he would fucking up. Wait a minute. Oh, shit, did he? Oh, he did. Oh, that's embarrassing, Carl.
Anyone who knows me knows these words don't reflect who I am. I said it, I was wrong, and I apologize.
Well, see, Trump's a businessman, a salesman. He knows that, well, if the public doesn't take it, whoa, then just apologize. He'll be right.
We're not dum-dums. Carl's
The apology goes a good way. It's pretty much getting off easy.
All right, that was a mistake.
So, sorry for being a dum-dum.
I'm
That's
sorry.
much better.
We're sorry. So sorry.
Fuck off. I know it. I know that bit anywhere.
I mean, I'm not. You're not laughing now.
Likability, relatability.
ZXVO. Trump 2072.
No, Trump 77. And then we can add the new trailer where instead of Johnny Silverhand, Donald Trump kneels over you, takes off his glasses, and goes, "What are you doing underground? We got a city to burn." Cybertrump 2077.
They recognize and the individuals that are around them in their daily lives, that they recognize in you, the politician. Well, Carl's got that in spades. Smuckles here, he's known for being very relatable. I mean, sure, the press may hate him, and the British public may think he sounds like a rapist, but at the very least, his party has his back. That's important. You need your boys in your corner. You need somebody in your house, in your stable, willing to defend you, to go out there and fight the good fight. And as long as he's got those fellow UKIP members, he's golden. I mean, let's forget about the local elections. Sure, UKIP lost 80% of the seats they defended, which is
that's a lot of damage.
But that's not Carl.
That's a lot of damage.
And he's a likable guy.
That is a lot.
This is Carl Benjamin. Who doesn't love this guy?
But yeah, that's why I fully understand how you thought he would have upfront killed UKIP. That's normally death blow level shit.
He said he wouldn't rape them. So they don't, fuck that. They don't count. All right. I don't care if they all left the party. All the women have left.
Again, I was under the impression that UKIP was done.
Trump
done
only
so.
lost because
Gone.
he is
Done
Australian and therefore a bigger people than Biden.
Except for the fact that the winning branch of UKIP quit. Doesn't count either. These women and the leader of UKIP in Swindon don't count. Gloucestershire too? Really?
Do you feel stupid? Do you feel dumb?
Okay, let's revise this a little bit. Just because the majority of women in the party left, the person heading the local branch of your political party left, an entire fucking constituency
I can't think of any synonyms
doesn't
for
matter.
stupid.
It's not like they hacked the website to tell everybody
Unintelligent.
that you are the worst possible choice.
Slow.
People within the party left a parting message.
Dull.
Informing people that Carl Benjamin is the death of
Guys.
UKIP. And that
Wake the fuck up, my N-word. We've
Run
got
for
a
the
country
fucking
to
hills.
make great again. Donald Trump 2077.
Run.
Yeah, boy.
It's Sargon. He needs more dopamine.
Sargon needs more dopamine.
Is anybody in Swindon anymore?
How's it going, Gus?
Who's running UKIP down there?
Hello
This
there.
get fucking worse. Oh, what is the Catholic Church gonna
Join us on our little trip down memory
I
lane.
mean, that whole depends on the child thing is. I mean, we're
Medicare
on the same
Memorial.
side here, right? Right? They can't possibly.
Well, he ain't
they
dead
kicked
yet.
me out of the cathedral. I've been banned
Not
from
yet.
church.
Was banned from Exeter Cathedral yesterday.
I've been thrown out of the fucking cathedral.
God, imagine.
Could this camp?
Imagine how unliked on a public level you have to be to get banned from a fucking church. The place where their whole business is trying to fix, trying to fix some of the worst people in the world.
Trophy, congratulations.
Giving forgiveness to like
You've received 100
well,
messages
sinners.
today with Restream chat.
It's like, you fucked up majorly. Yeah, I know we're supposed to be about forgiveness shit, but holy fuck.
Yeah, they're just like, look, God can't forgive this. You're on your own, boy. Like, you want my advice? Get in good with Satan, alright? You still got some time.
That
ZX
little,
Theo.
depends on the child.
Almost as unliked as an Australian.
Everybody in the press thinks I'm a racist, a rapist.
Almost as unliked as an Australian.
Half my party.
Yeah, but we got drugs.
80%
Not
of
good
lost
drugs,
elections.
but drugs.
What could possibly go wrong from here?
Today we were meant to have a fantastic.
God, how fucking funny is this? Everyone just ditches him, man.
Parties that are standing.
Everybody.
It's like
to the point where it's like this.
We have had certain candidates.
It's like like an American high school sitcom of the nerdy kid that's so unpopular. Like he has to play dodgeball by himself.
God, you're fucking right.
It's
oh
so
my God,
uncanny,
you're right.
And then there's like him alone on one dodgeball team, and then like 29 of the other kids on the other team.
And then after the initial event was cancelled, our university, other speakers slowly started to pull out, leaving just one candidate who decided to continue on with the event, and that is the candidate for the UK Independence Party, second on their list, Carl Benjamin.
Nobody's showing up. My name has become such poison in the political scene in Britain that merely mentioning I will show
Became
up at an
such
event to
poison.
debate drives away
fucking
every
that
other candidate
radioactive,
from
man.
every other party that
Fucking
agreed to participate.
radiation.
So it's just me in my big boy suit. There's nobody to talk to for 2 whole hours.
Gas.
You know, I think
Aussies are fine, it's
likability went
those
right down
New
the toilet.
Zealanders
We should,
nobody likes.
Can't get out of his, he can't even get out of his own house without being thrown fucking Burger King milkshakes at him.
Milkshakes thrown at him, man.
That happened.
Yeah, bud.
Robert was
yeah,
ostracized
some
by
guy
his
threw a
fellow
fucking Burger
Australians
King
for
milkshake
beating
at
his
him.
wife too lightly.
Called him a fucking knob.
All right, I'm important. I am Carl Benjamin. Have you
And,
checked
that,
out my YouTube
and
metrics?
UK Burger King Twitter, Burger King's Twitter in the UK
Yeah,
was like, hey, yo,
They inadvertently
enabled them to do
encouraged
that.
it. Yeah, enabled it would be more accurate.
Yeah. They enabled them to do it. So yeah, keep doing it, dude. We approve this. We approve our milkshake
I mean,
usage.
yeah, as far as Burger King's concerned, they're just like, it's free real estate.
It's like, hey, we are fully encouraging the throwing milkshakes at Carl Benjamin, candidate of UKIP candidate, aka the guy that said I won't even rape you, and it depends on the child, and
self-made man,
the other thing,
a large business, if you've had a
you know,
illustrious career, if you've reached the peak of whatever industry you're a part of, that can be appealing to voters. So, you know, being important
It is awesome.
Can matter in some context, just not in every context. I'll give you a quick example of this. The good kind of importance. Self-made billionaire.
Oh fuck! What time is? Holy shit! It's 5:54. Holy fuck!
It's important that you
up too late or up too early?
Local authorities. Because there are 2 police
Up too
investigations
late,
currently ongoing. Yes, sometimes this can backfire. If you're a vapid attention whore and running around like a chicken with your fucking head cut off, sometimes you're going to draw the attention you don't want on you. And sometimes the importance that's bestowed upon you is more like an Amber Alert rather than accolades.
By the way, the whole saying of any attention or any publicity is good publicity, that's only in the context...
That's bullshit.
Well, actually, not entirely. It's only in the context of if you plan on using that publicity to get a message across. But when you have retards like Sargon, they don't have a message. They just want publicity because they're attention whores. And so you have... Because here's the thing. Even if you have negative publicity, you can use that energy to your advantage. But when you don't have anything to use that negative energy on, it just dog piles on you. And then just festers, and you're not doing anything with it, so it just gets worse. So yes, it is in a sense correct that yes, all publicity is good publicity if you know how to use it and what to do with it. As in the same way, anything can be used as a weapon if you know how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, back to Sargon Beat now. Oh no! I hit the wrong button. Ah, there we go.
Accolades. In the case of Sargon, gee, Billy, why does your mom let you have 2 police investigations? It's the double-edged sword that comes with popularity and importance. Sometimes you get attention you don't necessarily want.
He posted this on his Minds account. YouTube let us know today that they have demonetized my YouTube channel.
Wrecked.
I don't know how he's going to survive, going from $40,000 down to a mere $20,000 a month. You know what? Hit that subscribe star link. Go give Sargon some of your money. That poor son of a bitch is living in poverty right now. He's only going to be able to eat lobster 5 times a day, especially when they come for every other YouTube channel that he has, which YouTube is doing. But it doesn't just stop with Google. Twitter joined in as well, removing his political account, as well as Facebook putting him on a hate list.
Yeah.
The sort of importance that Carl Benjamin wanted when he went out on the election trail. It's one thing to LARP as a martyr, it's another to actually become one.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Twitter and Facebook would be like, what's this loud noise? Get rid of it. Yeah, there we go. Now it's all quiet again. Now I will sleep on my dragon's hoard of money.
You know, I'm starting to suspect
God, no wonder Brexit is just fucking taking the dub.
The opposite of good. But maybe these first 3 were just
Am I wrong? Is the UK a 2-party system?
No. It's
Is it just as retarded?
No. It's a multi-party system.
Or is it 4?
No. It's
Oh, okay.
Basically, the way our parliaments work, British and Australian, basically same. I think Canada's the same in a couple other countries. Is there's normally two major parties, but that's just the natural flow of power. But you can have an infinite number of parties. Anyone can create a political party and have it registered, and then they can start advocating on federal, local, and state level.
Pretty awesome.
So
it's pretty fucking awesome.
I think in the federal elections for Sargon's area, he had to compete with 6 other parties, including the 2 major ones. Like, the parties in my area where I live is the Liberal Party and the Labour Party, which are the 2 main blue and red parties. And then there's also the Nationals, the Qatar Australian Party. We had the Informed Medical Choice Party, which were anti-vaxxers. There's the Greens. There was the Animal Rights Party, and there was an Animal Rights Party that was specifically for fishing, and I think there was another party for mining. I can't remember what that one is, but yeah, anyone can start a party and get representation. Oh, that's right, One Nation. That's what the last one was. It wasn't a mining one. It was One Nation. But yeah, we don't have a 2-party system. It's a multi-party. You can have as many as you want.
You're not laughing now.
You don't understand. I'm the victim here.
Back
You're a
to
bunch of
the
bully jerks,
Spurgray
mainstream
of
media,
Sargon.
dirty smear merchants coming after me. I'm innocent. I didn't do nothing. Repeatedly lambasting me for the I wouldn't even rape you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a 10-minute power nap. And I have an alarm.
My joke telling?
Could I ask
Just sleep, bro. Don't fuck up your sleep pattern. I know I have.
I'm gonna take a 10-minute power nap.
Maybe you didn't know that. Apparently Carl's been raped. I'm gonna press X
I'm
to down on
listening to
this
you giggle
one.
about
Not saying he doesn't have an
Sargon's
award-winning
spurgery.
smile. I'm just saying I find it highly improbable that somebody would sexually assault Carl. Poor Carl, he's been sexually assaulted. That's why he tells rape jokes, don't you get it? And that's a tough trauma to live with. Luckily, his wife can relate. What is going on in Swindon? Are there serial rapists running about?
Oh,
How many
God.
people are getting gang raped down there? Both Carl and his wife have been raped in Swindon? I don't know if there are crime statistics for this particular area, but I'd move away if I were you. Now, I know the cynics out there are going to say, this is bullshit. This reminds me of the whole black grandfather thing.
My dad isn't white. So my granddad wasn't white, and he was a black man in the 60s who married my white grandmother. My grandfather wasn't a quarter black, he was fully black. I don't know what race he actually was, because it was never something I really cared about. I mean, he was a very dark-skinned man, but I don't think he was sub-Saharan. I never really thought about it, because I don't care. I don't know, West Indian or something maybe? Yeah. I just don't know.
Well, you don't understand. My grandfather was a black man. Okay, he was 50% black. My 25% black grandfather wouldn't like your racism. He's 10% black. That 5% means something to him. We appreciate his 2.5% black heritage. Okay, real talk. He had one hell of a tan, okay? Leave me alone, bigot. And I suppose if you're going to bring up the black grandfather, you're going to point to
Sargon's grandfather was black.
like lying when it's convenient and smearing people because
He was
it's
buck-broken.
just too much of a bother to tell the truth.
But just out of convenience, you're gonna tell everybody I'm all right.
Well, I'm afraid so. Yeah, it's a pragmatic maneuver.
God,
You
so
don't
pretentious.
make fucking tactical judgments.
Well, you want to tell me that it's too much work for you to do that? Are you sure? It's too much work
it really
for you
is,
to go through the labor of doing that.
Well, yeah, because I mean they don't really know what you guys are anyway. The SJWs don't care. They're too stupid. Not even it's not that they're too
Why are you telling them I'm all right?
Because there's no point trying to explain to them what you are. They won't understand.
Acting in a politically
He's
expedient
a troll.
manner. That's what
It's
I want
not that
from a
hard.
politician. Somebody who's willing to
Blood
omit
sports.
and lie when it's beneficial
He's there to talk
them,
shit.
which is a bit ironic because Carl was on television chastising reporters saying a lie by omission is just as bad.
Why did you decide to choose rape?
It's
when
very
talking
important
about
because you've
disability?
been lying about me and I've been attacked in the street because of your lies. So
We-
this is genuinely
I've
important.
never lied about you, and you're here
You
today.
have. A lie by omission is still a lie.
Oh, Carl, don't be upset with the mainstream media. They're not dirty, dirty smear merchants. They're just making tactical judgments. It's purely a pragmatic maneuver. Boy, if a word has ever fit a situation more perfectly, I don't know what it is. I just don't get it. All these tips and tricks to getting elected from our big-brained fellow Carl here. They should be doing the trick, but every single one of them keeps backfiring. Nothing has worked to plan. What could be the common factor? What exactly is holding him back? Something clearly is getting in the way. Could it be that he's maybe dehydrated?
There we go. I mean, I'm not... You're not laughing now.
Far too often we focus on the political pizzazz, a healthy mind to combat our opponents, when really we should be focusing on a healthy body. And there's no way to stay healthy than to stay hydrated. And that's a mindset that Carl lives every day, or at least pretty much every day for the last 30 days, as he's been going out of his way to get as much liquid into him as humanly possible.
Okay.
Stop after stop after stop on his tour. He keeps asking people for delicious food. And sometimes you can't get that delicious shake. So you go for the next best thing. Fish.
Yeah, boy. Boom.
Because if water's good for you, the shit that lives in water should be good for you too. That's
fucking fish thrown at him.
Knew Carl was capable of.
Oh, bud.
More for this section. I just wanted to talk about him getting hit with milkshakes because it's funny to me. and having people throw fish in his face. Oh, and they also tried to hit him with horse shit. I don't know if there's video of that. Send it to me. I want to see Carl get hit in the face with horse shit. I have looked everywhere for it. I can't find it. But if it's out there, hit me up. Do me a solid and hit me up with that. What a little adventure our Carl has gone on. All in an effort to show the internet that he can do real big boy things out in the big boy world. Sadly, everything is blown up in his stupid fat fucking face. Never would have saw that coming. His inability to apologize or understand the basic concepts of how to be a politician.
Just basic being able to behave in general society, really.
This single campaign might be the most clear-cut example of what not to do when you run for office. Politics at its core is about 30-second sound bites, and when your introduction to the world
okay. I know I said 10-minute power nap, but I said 5, but I kind of woke up a bit up at like 5 minutes.
Because the
but
truth of the matter is,
okay,
close only
yeah.
counts in
So
horseshoes and hand grenades, Carl. Second place in politics is last
fish.
place. You
Got thrown at him.
You went out there to show us, to show the internet, to show the world that you had what it takes to be a politician. And you fell flat on your fucking face. And funnier than that, you've probably destroyed yourself. And you have literally no one else to blame but you. You are responsible for your own destruction. If you lose your YouTube channel, which you probably are going to, if you lose your Facebook, if you lose all the things that make you who you are on the internet, you did that because you wanted to get in front of a camera and show people how fancy you looked in a suit.
Well, I think I'm gonna
Stupid son of
go
a
hop off.
I tried
Yeah, no worries.
I tried
Sleep
very
properly.
hard to warn you exactly what was going to happen.
You too.
And what do you know? Every fucking thing I said.
I don't know if it's like after. What time is it for you? Like afternoon, evening?
Evening. It's 8:06 p.m.
Jesus
fucking Christ. Okay, yeah, I'm out of here. Later.
No worries about it. Have a good one.
Turned off of you. You created nothing but a negative press cycle, so much so that the people running on your own ticket alongside you are going to suffer for it. People like Lawrence Webb and others, who might not actually get a seat because of you. I know you like to ignore the polling, Carl. Every time you were asked about it on the road, you hadn't seen any polls. And if you did happen to see any, you'd mumble Donald Trump under your breath before stomping off. Well, today is the day of reality. And here's my speculation on how it's going to end. UKIP is about to get fucked in its ass. Look at the damage you've done. You've ruined other people's political ambitions. You've destroyed a political party to feed your own ego, narcissism, and hubris. And perhaps worst of all for you, you destroyed yourself in doing so. So when the shit hits the fan, when the sky comes falling down upon you, when the earth splits open and hell is unleashed, go look in a mirror. Because the guy that's going to be looking back at you from it That's the motherfucker that's responsible.
Ah, and they were awful. They were awful, the final results. Let's go watch. Let's go see what Cyrax is up to. Ooh, he's got a steering wheel now.
Dang, this fun.
What's he playing? Forza Horizon 4.
Really well.
God, I'd love to get one of those little fucking steering wheel. They're fun. I remember having them one as a kid on a fucking PlayStation 4.
How did I miss that bash board? I thought I got that thing. Hold up. Thank you. But dude, I'm glad I picked up this Porsche, man. This thing actually feels really good.
Turn your goddamn windscreen wipers off. Or who knows, maybe it's raining and I can't see.
So good.
But I like to imagine he accidentally turned it on. Uh-huh.
Dude, this thing is definitely gonna be fun for some highway pulls.
Here we get the blade edge.
Yeah, but I'm not going into that tree. Screw that.
Yeah. I want to give a quick DOS saving on this. It's been 1.5 hours. Yeah, let's get a quick review.
Okay, dude out here.
Ready for this gin beard there.
I'll see you with that Viper. God, dude, I just can't get over that color on the Porsche, man. It's so sick. Yeah, right facts, dude. Yo, matter of fact, Crown Vic, I'm about to mod you, brother, that way. Cause you're cool, dude. You're cool as fuck. Hey, you think this is cool, man? Wait till you see me do my DJ section later on today.
Yeah, boy. Fuck yes.
Love that shit. I guarantee you that right now, man.
Nani. Hey Chili, what you be making?
I'm just doing a bit of a warm-up, a little bit of practice on a stinger request from my streamer I watch. Well, watch, quote-unquote. I never get to catch him live. I've caught him live once. No, I've caught him live twice. But he's a pretty cool guy.
Come on, man. I played Dirt Rally 2.0 and I do race comps on Dirt Rally on the weekend. So what do you think, bitch? Duh.
Alright.
That was my bad.
Nailed it. I think I might quickly duck out and grab some Macca's or some shit. Get something to eat. And then come back and work
on.
on.
I see where I made my mistake.
some commission animation.
Straight down and set up. There we go.
And then, I don't know. Could work on this. Or I could work on this.
Whoa! Let's go, dude.
Nah, I might work on this more.
Yeah, that was a fucked up half. I should have just held it through there.
We need to get around to making the next Corona Chan. Especially with the Delta variant now running rampant. Oh boy.
I can't slide in massive puddles like that.
Ah, beautiful. I do love the little virus here. We will call him Kobe. I don't know. Something like that. But I want desktop work, and it is somewhere in here. Ah, here we go. Root files. Give her a bit of the old root, mate. Just on item 0.
Damn, that was crazy.
What's this one? I think this is a zombie one. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, we gotta watch.
No, there's no number 2.
That was
Interesting.
Dude, that run was so sick.
Alright. Because what he needed was... He wanted an animation for a raid event, and an animation for bit donations. So we're gonna go do some of that. I might do some more idle animations. Ah, big stretch. Alright. I'm gonna go get Macca's. What do we watch in the meantime? Stream snipe?
Okay, now
Is such a thing even possible?
I never used that one.
Or do we have something funnier to watch? Robot Wars? Robot Wars is pretty good. Feminism ruined my dating life. Feminism is making it hard to date. No, the internet is making it hard to date.
No problem, dude.
Враг сзади по левому флангу! Это школа колбасы. Веселее, пацаны. Раз, это хардбас. Все спортивку хайдидас. И на найке пацаны. Слушаем хардбас басы. Этот стайл любим мы. Жгем все в ритме колбасы. 150 ударов тут. Пацаны, спортивка жгут.
Alright. Something to watch. I don't know. Ooh, the election day stream. Ooh, Nirvana. Alright. Is that Lego?
Easily, let's go, dude.
It is Lego! I want to drive around in Legoland. I wish I had a Legoland. Oh, I've made myself upset. I didn't even realize I could get upset. Oh well. Let's go. Yes. The elections. Sunday, bloody Sunday.
Brothers, sisters.
CIA and the.
Alright, I'm gonna go get Macca's. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
And we're about to find out if
Maybe
Mr. Sargon's going to Parliament.
BRB.
I see that there's quite a few based Kekarinos in the chat. They've crawled out from under their fucking rocks at KIA and the GG thread on V. Well, you're welcome to hang out with us as we wait for those poll results to come in. I don't want to fuck with these guys. They're some dangerous hombres. I'm well aware of how dangerous Kekistan can be. I don't want to get Shadowlate to shit and back. Alright, when you look at these motherfuckers, you know you're in for a treat. They mean business.
I am Kekistan.
I'm Brockus, and I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I'm a pure Kekistani. You can tell by my woolly hair that I have 100% Kekistani genes in my blood.
I am Kekistan.
No, we need animu.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
All rise for the national anthem.
I am Kekistan.
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 We are Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I
am Kekistan.
I like the guy saying we are Kekistan.
I'm Kekistan. I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
Hang on a minute.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I'm Kekistan.
I thought you would be cuter.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
Alright, I'm jumping ship.
I am Kekistan.
Fuck this shit.
I am.
You guys are on your own.
I am Kekistan. I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kakistan, motherfuckers.
I'm Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan. I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan. I'm Kekistan.
Kekistan is about the sovereignty of the individual, and I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
אני ציוני, ואני קקסטן.
Main Kekistan who? Soy Kekistan. Ana Kekistanium. Bedegiv Kekistan.
I'm Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
I am Kekistan.
It's like the special needs volleyball team decided to get together and make a fucking YouTube video. If there's ever been a more apt time for retards, rise up in the chat. Can I get an RRU for our fellow Kekarinos? Can we give our Shadowlay brothers an RRU? I know they're here, out to support the Dawn, Capo Supreme, Sargun. But we could show a little courtesy, give them a retards rise up. I think that's much appreciated for them. Painful, was it, chat? What are you talking about? You're looking at the brain trust of the skeptics right there. That's an army. If I saw that walking across the field at me, I'd be running the other direction. Dig my ass a foxhole and just jump on in it. I've seen a lot of RRUs. See, we're welcoming people here. We're loving, caring, and kind. Oh, we've got some fun stuff in store. Now, I have a video going up after the stream ends that'll focus on Sargon's campaign. And the video's done, so I can't alter it. So if he wins, I'm going to look like an asshole. But I really, I'm just going to put my speculation out right now. I don't think he's going to win, but I could be wrong. Miracles happen. Sometimes Corky makes a fucking touchdown. What can you do? But let's go over some basic stuff before we kill a little bit of time here. These are the estimated times for the declaration. Now, what you need to know about this election for MEPs, because maybe a lot of you don't know, I sure as shit didn't until I started paying attention to it. is that Sargon is running in the region of the Southwest. That's 11 p.m. their time. So roughly sometime in the next 2 hours, we're going to know. We'll start to get some results a little sooner than that, but Sargon specifically within the next 2 hours. Now, I had planned to do this stream earlier. I was going to do it on Thursday. That's when people in the UK voted. But apparently, it's a fucking criminal offense to talk about the voting results before today. Before 10 p.m. Britbong time. If you were to talk about it, do exit polling, share any of the results, it's a fucking criminal offense from the land of illegal sporks and butter knives. So that's not really fucking surprising to me. It threw my shit through a bit of a loop, I'll be honest, but rescheduled. We're good to go. We're good to go. Now, maybe a lot of you haven't really paid attention. How's Sargon doing in the polls? Can't really trust those polls, right? Fake news and all that. But there's some polls that have come out to kind of give you an idea of what it's looking like, what we might be expecting. So one poll, and this is, by the way, what I'm showing you is the best case scenario. Of like the 10 different polling agencies, this is the best number. Sargon's running under the UKIP party, United Kingdom Independence Party, at a whopping 3%. And no, your eyes don't deceive you. Change UK, also known as CUC, has a higher percentage. So according to polling at the moment, Sargon of Akkad is getting his ass kicked by CUCs. Just let that sink in for a minute, my fellow Kekarunos. Think about that, my little Chatelet stranglers. CUCs are kicking UKIP's ass. Shameful. Sad. Sad, really. Sad, really. There's another poll that's out there, too. This one gives a prediction on how many seats they're going to have. A whopping zero retained seats. Back in 2014, UKIP took 24 seats at the EU Parliament with MEPs representing their party. They are predicted to have 0 seats this time. Fucking stunning, really, when you think about it. Now, just to put this into comparison before I explain how it works with these weird little fuckers in Europe, Brianna Wu, when Brianna Wu ran for office, Brianna Wu got 23% of the vote. So it's theoretically possible that by the end of this stream, not only will Carl have been beaten by cucks, but he'll have been beaten by Brianna fucking Wu. Brianna Wu was the one that thought moon rocks could fall on the earth. If you throw a rock high enough on the moon, it's going to fall on the earth. That's who's polling better than fucking Carl is right now. Just to give you an idea. Holy shit. So how does it work? Well, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but this is my understanding how this works. In the Southwest region, they're going to be picking 6 MEPs. Multiple parties are in there right now. I think 8 to 9 different parties have representatives. And each party has a list of candidates, ranked from number 1 to 6. Carl is number 2 on UKIP. And the way it works is you take the percentage, and that person with the highest percentage, let's say the Brexit party takes first place at 50%. So they'd get 1 MEP seat. You'd then take their percentage and half it, and they'd move down the list at 25%. So the higher your percentage, it keeps getting half, but you could get more and more seats. So for Sargon to take an MEP position in the Southwest, I'm guessing, and I could be a little off here, but he's going to need between 22 to 24%. UKIP is going to have to pull 22 to 24% in the Southwest for him to get elected. Again, the polling numbers are sitting at a whopping 3%, getting beaten by the cucks. Now, maybe if Sargon was pulling Brianna Wu numbers, he would have a chance. In fact, if Sargon was pulling Brianna Wu numbers, he'd be getting elected MEP, maybe. But a far way away from that. 19 to 20%, trailing behind Brianna fucking Wu. Shameful. Now, people haven't been really super positive about what's going on with UKIP in the press. And I'm not talking about the I wouldn't even rape you or the dirty smear merchants, any of that. I'm just talking about people looking at numbers and prospects for a party to survive. And this is one of those articles. No chance of a seat, helped to hasten his party's total demise. The party looks likely to plummet from first place to last. If you look at that far right-hand column, that's UKIP. Notice all those names are in white. Lawrence Webb is their number one candidate. According to this prediction, even he's not going to get a fucking seat. Brexit Party, probably 2 seats. After that, Labour. And then Lib Dems and Conservatives. And then maybe Brexit again. And then on to Change UK. That's the Cucks. And then the Green Party. And nothing for UKIP. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold true. We're going to find out as those numbers start to roll in. As we wait for the election results. To find out if Sergen of Smirt is going to be getting paid a big £60,000 dollary dues in MEP salaries, along with £250,000 in staffing funds. It's a lot of money for that position. That's yearly. Some big bucks involved. Makes Patreon look like chump change. Oh, God, this has been a fucking train wreck to watch. This has been, frankly, one of the most entertaining things I've ever watched. To watch a YouTuber enter politics and then pretty much do everything wrong that you could ever do when trying to get a fucking elected seat is really something else. I've been following this now for like 30 days, and it's like soap operas here. It's hard to look away. It's like every time he could do the wrong thing, he does do the wrong thing. It's frankly amazing. I don't know how he keeps doing it. He's batting 1,000, facing the other direction. So he's just beating motherfuckers behind the umpire. Everybody's screaming at him and waving their arms. Carl, stop! You're swinging the wrong direction. What are you doing? He doesn't even care. He's not even paying attention. Getting beaten in the back of the head with a fucking baseball doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I know where I'm aiming. I know what I'm doing. Sargon, it's weird when you try to present yourself as a political candidate and then you're making statements like this.
I will be a terrible elected representative. Don't elect me to anything. Don't do it. I'm promising you now, you don't want me to run anything.
Don't elect me. I'd be fucking terrible. It's a bad idea to give me power. Just openly saying that. And joining a political party and then driving it straight into the dirt. Pretty amazing. I'm going to be honest with you. Pretty spectacular. Really. I mean, it's gotten to the point with Sargon that people are showing up and treating it like a fucking carnival event. When you've got senior citizens showing up to your fucking speaking tour and saying shit like this, it's probably time to go home.
Why are you here, sir? Oh, no, you're here to see me, aren't you?
I'm here for the lulz, really.
I'm here for the lulz. My grandchildren explained to me that you're a fucking living clown. And so I decided to come out and see what's up with that. I know. Sargon's out there. He's got a goal. One solid goal with his whole political candidacy.
Trigger the libs, own the libs.
But I get the feeling the only body going to be owned at the end of the night might be Sargon himself. Not looking super good. I mean, the only positive, really, for this entire campaign is the delicious milkshakes, I guess? Because everywhere Carl has gone, he's been beamed in the fucking head with milkshakes. Somebody actually threw fish at his head. He's been hit with more milkshakes than any other political candidate. Nigel Farage, Tommy Robinson, you could add them together and they still would be less than the amount of shit that's been thrown at him. Every place he goes, people it's like a game. They want to see who can successfully beat him in the head with a fucking milkshake. Or living fucking creatures, fish. They're throwing kippers at him. Get it? Kippers? UKIP? What are you doing? Oh, I don't know. We really need to discuss, I think, where Sargon is on his dopamine scale. I've done some scientific research. I've really put in the effort here, I think. And I've come up with this. I call it the Sargon Sleepiness Index. And you can see level 1, he's wide awake, very, very excited. Dopamine levels are extremely high. Owning the libs, triggering the libs, dunking on those fucking SJWs and the feminists. Then you kind of start to slide into level 2. Made an ass of yourself. Not looking too good. You're getting laughed at and mocked. Dopamine levels are sinking drastically. It's not looking good. Getting very sleepy. Eyelids are getting heavy. It's very hard to keep your head up. And then you start to slide into level 3. And that's really the point of no return. There's no escape for you. Your dopamine levels are at critical. We're talking 10% or less. It's not looking good. can't even keep those eyes open. Have to have like a staffer force them open and put duct tape on them to keep them open. And right now, I'd wager he's hovering between a level 2 and a level 3. The election results haven't come in yet, so there's a chance of divine intervention. But if that divine intervention doesn't happen, oh, you'd better believe we're going to have to put a level 4 on this scale for negative dopamine. I don't even know how that works. It's like a mystery. It's like antimatter. How does that function exactly? Is there some kind of explosive collision that's going to happen? I don't know. But he's on his way to level 4. Terrible. Just terrible. Well, at the very least, he's got some good, solid support. I mean, it's good to have people in your corner. When he joined UKIP, Paul Joseph Watson joined with him. Obviously, Count Dankula did as well. Count Dankula is running in Scotland. I believe he's a 4th seat. So Carl's 2nd seat, I think Dankula's a 4th seat. But I don't know what's going on with them, so I couldn't really tell you what his chances are. But nonetheless, he's got people in his corner. And good, loyal people that always stand by his side. You know, like Paul Joseph Watson, who did a video why I joined UKIP, celebrating it, telling people go donate and join. And then the day of the election, the fucking day of the election, retweets the Brexit Party, which is the rival to the UKIP party, and supports Nigel Farage. Talk about Paul Joseph Watson just shoving that knife deep in there. Just right up in between those shoulder blades. Talking about like Red Wedding, fucking Game of Thrones shit. Paul Joseph Watson just fucked him. Just fucked him solid. Yeah, I'm in your corner, buddy. Oh, I love UKIP. UKIP's great. By the way, when election day comes along, fuck UKIP. I'm voting Brexit Party. Nigel Farage all the way, buddy. God damn. Oh. That could be worse. I mean, fuck. That's just the guy he knows. I mean,
aha!
Imagine how embarrassing
hey,
it would be if you
guess
had a
who's
staff
back?
member.
Guess who's
Somebody
back with
that
a fat
worked for
Big
you
Mac?
that voted for
And I
the
don't mean Mac as
like
in
this
new
person
case of...
who works for Sargon. Who
Shit.
posted a picture of them voting for the Brexit
I can't
Party.
figure out anything else beyond that.
Just take a minute to think about that.
Where are we up to?
This person is an
It's
assistant
23
to
minutes.
Sargon, and they're voting.
I nearly got whatchamacallit. I nearly got a free meal. They gave me like 2 chocolate frappes. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm about to get some random cunt's order. And then she's like, oh, can you park around the side while we get the rest of your meal? And I'm like, fuck, now I can't get away with it. So I was like, oh no, you got the wrong order, by the way, ha 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 ha. It's like, fuck. I have done that before. I once went into a drive-thru that was packed, and I ordered a chocolate frappe. And when I got to the window, they gave me 3 large meals. One was like a Big Mac, one was a fish burger, and another was a double cheeseburger. And they had 2 Cokes and a Fanta. And then we just drove off. And the old man, I was there with my old man, and he looks down, and he's like, what did you order? I'm just like, a chocolate frappe. And he's like, then why do you have all this shit? I'm like, they gave me the wrong order. And he's like, oh, okay. I'm just like, what's in there? And he's like, oh yeah, there's a burger here, burger there, fries, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, alright, well, divide the spoils.
For the Brexit Party. Fuck UKIP. Brexit all the way. Oh, that's hurtful. That's gotta sting a little bit. Betrayal, yes, chat. It is a betrayal. It's a sad... Imagine my shock. Indeed.
The 1%.
Well, at least we got great posters out of this. I mean, I think these really
Have you
speak
even
well
read
to the
Luck?
UKIP party. When I read these direct quotes, I think I want to run out and vote for this guy. This is my dude. That quote is gold. How could you not think that's the perfect politician? This is the person that has to represent me in the European Parliament. Don't see what the problem is. Okay, guys?
Right.
You gotta have a little faith. God, shit. Oh, what a disaster. What a fucking disaster. There's so many points I could go over, different examples of why it's a disaster,
Nani.
but that's really
Another
condensed into the
person's
video.
fuck up,
It's about a half
your
an hour
win.
long. When the
Exactly.
stream is over, we'll upload it.
Ah, the harvest, my friend, the harvest.
But for now, we're just gonna relax. We're gonna wait for those poll numbers to come in. We're gonna take a look and see just how things unfold. Maybe take a look at the past.
Hang on a minute, before we get to work, Daddy needs his juice.
In fact, you know, why don't we go take a journey to the past? You know, I think that's a good idea. Let's go look at some, because Sargon is just a brilliant individual, really gifted, I'd say, has a lot of really smart ideas. And why don't we look at some of the super smart ideas that Sargon has had? One such brilliant idea that graced our our fucking savant here was I don't know if I want to spoil it. I'll be honest with you. I want it to be a bit of a surprise, but we kill a little time watching this, just to give you an idea of how smart Carl is when it comes to planning and foresight. So this would have been, how long ago was this? This was like last year, I believe. Yeah, this was definitely last year. And Sargon came up with a brilliant idea to totally own those fucking libs, because you got to trigger them. The libs need to be triggered. All right, that's the mantra of Kekistan.
Trigger the libs, own the libs.
Trigger the
We'll
libs,
do whatever
own
we
the
can
libs.
to get those goddamn dirty libs. So he decided to come on stream with myself and a few other people and pitch a brainchild of an idea. So let's take a look at some of that. I might have to jump around a little bit to get the exact timestamp, but like I said, we're killing time. We got nowhere to go. We're waiting for those results to roll in. Here we go. UKIP. That sounds like you would.
Helping UKIP.
Well, but you're talking in American context or Canadian context. How does, I mean, I thought you were like, you know, kind of jumping in the political cycle over there. How does this help them?
I'm not saying it helps anyone. Are you guys about helping people, are you?
I legit have no idea what you're
I
going
wouldn't
for.
come to you if I want.
Hey, you want to know what's a really classic prank? Let's be completely useless. Ha! Hilarious.
Help, Jim. Let's be honest. I mean,
I'm sure that won't piss people off.
Where you're like saying, I don't care about anyone here. I don't care about Ralph. You know, we don't come to you for help, Jim. You know, we come to you for
You
a
already
goddamn
did, and I
control.
told you no, Sargon.
Listen, right? If someone comes to you at all, it's because they want a god almighty troll. A troll to end all trolls. That's what they come to you for.
Okay, I just want to hear the pitch idea, because I'll be
Yeah, I'm
honest,
still.
to set the stage, in case anybody's curious. He had been speaking for about a half an hour to this point, telling us he had the most glorious idea that's ever touched a human mind.
I gotta say, it was pretty glorious watching this, because I got to watch this live. I was late to work because I was watching this live. When Medica rolls on in, man. Just completely unannounced, but drops like a comet from the fucking heavens, but I was like, oh shit, son!
Nobody knew what.
It's like when the Undertaker rolls up, all the lights go out, there's the big strobe effect.
Okay, and you can go reread the conversation.
And comes walking down, zooms in on Randy Orton's face.
I'll tell you exactly what the goal is.
When Google was crushing, why won't you let me finish my point? When
Because
Google
you're making a silly point.
You just don't want to be embarrassed. I know you don't want to be embarrassed. Let me finish my story. Sargon. Then you let me talk, won't you? You'll let me talk.
Yes, let's talk one at a time.
Thank you. It's a big boy conversation. You really don't want this story out there.
Yeah, you've done a stream about it, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
Jim, just release it. I don't care. Just release it.
I just want to go over the conversation, the last great idea you had, the big-brained idea you had before about Google and how you could fight back against the apocalypse. Was by taking.
What was it? I can't remember.
You were so excited. You told me, Jim, we just have to tell everybody that we're Google's friends. We have to, if we appease you, you quite literally went through that if we appease Google, Google will fight for us and give us our money back.
Well,
and
it turns out there was a lot of information we didn't have there. Did that come out afterwards?
Well, who told you it was a bad idea, though? I told you that's how it was going to play out. And you were
Gamergate 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, boy.
Terrible idea.
Right.
Trump's gonna tweet it.
True facts, behind the scenes lore. He actually did contact me with this brilliant idea. They're all free. I don't have ads on my video, so adpocalypse doesn't mean shit to me. But for a lot of content creators, for whatever reason, really spooked them. So Sargon gets a hold of me, wants to have a conversation on Skype, and he explains to me with his big brain. I can't really.
By the way, it's kind of like what happened with 8chan, and you've got to appreciate. This is where, for someone like me, it goes from the line of these people being just dumb that they fuck up their own lives, to being so dumb they start fucking up the lives of everyone around them. Because this adpocalypse shit didn't just affect all the politifags, it affected everyone. And so everyone now has to reaccommodate because of these guys' fuck up. And it's the same with, like, 8chan. That whole fucking site had to get fucking taken down and executed. All the communities on all the boards had to scatter and go find somewhere else because of one board, Poll. And so, yeah, this is what happens when you have cunts that aren't just so stupid they fuck up their own life, but they fuck up the life of everyone that's near them, within proximity. That's a whole new level of stupid. That's a dangerous level of stupid.
Can't grasp the intellect. I'm just a pleb. But he explains to me that the best way to get Google to give you your money back is to essentially kiss their ass and say, Google's done nothing wrong. The Alphabet Corporation's the greatest company that's ever existed. And he was certain that if we did that, if every YouTuber got together and told everybody how great Google was, and that YouTube was just terrific, they'd be like, hey, fuck it, here's your ad revenue back. I'll fast forward a little bit on this story. Never happened. Google didn't give a shit.
Yeah, what a
the stuff that was
surprise.
going on with the advertisers and the corporations and the parent companies like Alphabet, they don't give two fucks what a YouTuber thinks. they don't care. They're billion-dollar multinational corporations. And telling them how great their content
Multi-industry, multinational,
isn't gonna make them pat you on the head.
multi-trillion-dollar industry.
I want to hear your
Just to further emphasize how fucking powerful these companies are.
I did. We read the entire article on air.
We read the Breitbart leaks. Yep.
Yeah, was that all out when I had that conversation with you?
Well, it's just kind of common sense. Why would you expect a mega corporation to give two fucks about a bunch of little YouTubers?
I don't know. Maybe,
Sir,
maybe not.
You thought if you were their friends, they were going to protect you. Was the dumb?
Just as a little quote. A lion does not concern itself with the affairs of ants, nor do ants concern themselves with the affairs of lions.
Dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Maybe. Maybe it's not. Who knows? You
Well,
know,
no, obviously it was because we've seen how it played out with the leaks. Okay,
That's
great. So I
Yeah,
want to hear what your
saw
next
after the
great idea
fact
is.
that one thing was true and one thing was false. Okay.
I want to hear what your next great idea is. So how does Gamergate help us take?
I'm not gonna
take
lie.
over the
I'm
world?
actually interested. Like, I don't know where you're going with this, man. I really just don't know. Like, I'm completely lost. I'm lost.
Nani.
I can't believe. that
How
you
is
haven't
Sargon
figured it
this
out yet.
Well,
stupid?
the only thing I could figure out, it sounded like you're.
Arrogance. That is the fault of this general in question. Hang on a minute. Let me do. Daddy needs to have a smoke, and then a different kind of smoke, a specific kind of smoke that I can't explicitly name. But the thing about Sargon is he has a bang on average intelligence. But when you have an average intelligence and you're competing against other people with slightly below average intelligence, and you have an audience of people that are average to low intelligence, then you end up giving yourself the illusion that you're a very intelligent person. And that is the illusion that Sargon ended up with himself. He thought he was, pretty much in a nutshell, the second you start thinking you're smart is the day you become an idiot. Because you stop learning. Because you think you don't need to learn anything. And you gotta see things that in the world is always moving. So the idea of stagnation isn't a real thing. Nothing stagnates. It's either growing or it's rotting. And that goes the same with your intelligence. If you aren't constantly learning new things and absorbing new information, if you aren't growing your brain is rotting away. you're getting dumber. You're either getting smarter or you're getting dumber. It's the same with your body. You're either exercising or you're not. So your muscles are either growing or they're decaying. And yeah, that's what happened with Sargon. There was a time period where he was learning new things. He was going out and exploring, and he was learning and growing his brain. And then it reached the point where he thought he knew everything, and then his brain just started to slowly but surely rot away. And this is peak rot. This is when, well, specifically not necessarily here, but during the election, Sargon going into politics, that was the day the rot in his brain finally gave way. The whole fucking bloated bile of the corpse explodes and all the maggots come out. And we see just how much decay there truly is.
We're talking about resurrecting Gamergate. That's the only thing I could figure out, but maybe I'm off base. I don't know.
Okay. Gamergate, obviously, it doesn't exist anymore, right? It's not an activist
Not
movement
really,
on the
no.
internet. We all understand this, right? So whenever I say Gamergate, I'm not saying us as activists doing things for ethics and video games journalism.
Okay, we might have breaking news here. Let me just shut this off for a second. This might be a shorter stream than I imagined. People are telling me the results are in. God, if they are already. I can't. Who's gonna look like an asshole today? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's Sargon. We're gonna find out momentarily if the results actually are in. Fingers crossed, everybody. The fun time might be. It's a little bit early. I'll be honest with you. I thought it'd be another hour before we get any results, but we'll find out. We'll find out. People are saying. Oh, here we go.
I think there's 3 different sizes.
That's the West Midlands.
Blah, blah,
well, you know what? I'll show you the West Midlands results. Why not? Here, we'll look and see if we can find more results too.
Bits.
Here is UKIP's performance in the West
Which
Midlands. Breaking news. Brexit Party 36%. Labour 35%. Lib Dems 7.2%. Green Party 6.7%.
UKIP firsthand.
5.9%.
Plus, minus 24.2% loss. And then the Brexit Party gets a plus 36.5% win.
Down 24% from last time.
That's a whole lot of blood bleeding on the carpet.
In 2014 when they ran in the West Midlands, had a whopping 30%. Now they're at 5.9%.
Ooh, look, Friendly Jordy's live.
Well done. Well done. Oh, that's... Well, you know, they tied the Conservatives. Very, you know, tied them up. Very good. And they just barely beat the Cucks. they doubled the Cucks numbers, but they lost to the Green Party.
This isn't what we're looking for. I don't have the option to throw bits. Oh no, here we go.
A little bit hurtful.
Fetching
Let's see if we can find some more results. Since they're all coming in.
Oh fuck, I don't know how to do it.
I'm speechless about that.
Shit.
Like,
Well, I don't want to reply to this guy.
are we ready?
Oh, yeah. Well, listen to this cunt.
I'm not.
Of people saying, "Hey, can you interview me?" Celebrities that I was just like, "Don't waste my time. I'm done with it."
Right.
Now, a lot of that could be the fact that those celebrities are Australian.
Guy Sebastian, that sort of elk. Guy Sebastian. I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, Guy Sebastian, the ghost of Captain Arthur Phillip. He wanted to come on. These people, I'm done with it. I told him very explicitly, I don't want to talk to anyone who's dead. And he kept going, and I don't know what to do about this. I had to get a seance in, but then,
And by seance, you mean one of the cleaners in that building. Eh? Just suck
Tit.
them up. Eh?
yes, the female Ghostbusters that was good, that Nepalese chick coming
Yeah.
in and being
Tit.
like, "Clean out your bin," and just like,
Yeah.
"Can you suck him up?" Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Clean out the bin.
Yeah.
How do I want to do
So
this?
yeah, Anthony Kalia, all those, but Jones
The big ones.
is in.
No,
I don't know what they're talking about.
Cannot begin to express how amazed I was by that one little clip. I think
So
my
was
entire
I.
career.
So was I.
Yeah. I've got to say, I have had a good run.
Yep,
In terms
you
of
have.
Australian celebrities, there's been quite a few amazing things that have happened to me over my life, and I'm extremely grateful for those. However, I'm not amazed by them.
Fair.
Every single time I have the ego to think, I'm worthy of this. But when it came to Alex Jones saying, and I, quote, I love the comedians make fun of me, and I will come on your podcast. You think Jake Tapper from CNN would ever be saying something like that? Of course he would. Look at that, you little hellbilly. It was, and the other thing I've also got to say as well, just while I'm tooting my own horn, I really can't tell the difference, and I think that this is, just want to see in the comments, how many of you could tell that that was an Alex Jones impression?
It's incredible.
And what part was Alex Jones? The only thing that really plays it off is I'm a little less confident with what he would say because it's been a while, but he speaks quicker. I think that was the only difference, but I don't know, boys. I've never been speechless about something. It blew me away.
Same.
It is insane.
I like even
fanboys.
Even I was stoked that he heard a bit of. Hey, you think? Yeah, no. I was like, could die happy.
Ali, what would you talk to him about? What would you want to ask that man? Because if he was on the podcast, I'd just be sitting there being like, you can't leave now. Can we just...
I know.
I want him to just be there.
I'd have to
I would
prepare.
want to talk to him about. I'd want to talk to him about like.
How do I want to do this?
Like all CIA conspiracy theories.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
List them down.
I'd like to talk to him about like Trump and cause he has a let's put it this
If I had Alex Jones on, I don't think I'd really say anything to him. I would just give him the floor. I would just give him, all I would do is give him topics. I'd be like, what do you think about China? What do you think about India? What do you think about Britain? And what do you think about America? What do you think about the police? What do you think about the military? Like, I would just, oh, man. I would have a field day with him. It's just, what a fascinating subject. A very fascinating subject of study.
Give them the link.
I'll give them the link, but I'm just saying that I'll be able to play it on the pod as well. But it'll take like maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
And I gotta ask, is the audience amazed by this? Because I honestly think that this is more... this could be our own personal moon landing. As in, nothing else will ever top that moment. Talking to that man, even if it's by fucking Riverside FM, I'll do it.
Hey, dude, in terms of like the in terms of celebrities, I feel like it goes like Alex Jones, Riverside FM, you know? If Riverside
they
FM
go
was...
hand in hand, they are compatible, and let's be honest, if you go on Alex Jones's website, it pretty much is Riverside FM. I don't know how you find videos there. It's just a bunch of articles that's like, did Paul Joseph Watson write these? And also, I don't care. I don't want that.
Totally.
How do you on his own website?
Well, I can.
And still, even though it is his own website that is impossible to navigate, it basically is the deep web.
Yeah.
It still has what, 600,000 views. The man is a view machine.
And Miss Love, to your point, his video, the video that we're gonna watch,
So what I want
literally
is the
renowned brain surgeons warn COVID-19
the bit
vaccines
will come from, so obviously the tables are like there. I can't draw a straight line.
There you go.
Sorry, the bit's
Now
gonna
you
come
know
up from under the table.
You can talk to him about
And
that.
then
You can talk to him about that.
Just give that. You know what else I really want to ask him? How come you talk?
Special skill.
He does.
Might have to
He does. He is the world's most entertaining man. In fact, give me a list. Who is more entertaining than him? Peter Overton? Yeah, okay, he is a close second.
Bill O'Reilly, he's pretty fun to watch.
It's Tyler had an interesting point though. Fucking SMH are gonna have a field day if this happens.
Let him.
Let
them.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a...
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm not going to let someone with Ali's glasses go,
Fuck him. We're not here to play by any rules. We're not here to play these obscure bullshit rules that some elitist class of people who make 3 figures every year dictate who we can and can't talk to.
Yeah, fuck him!
Fuck off. I'm not interested.
It's such a moment.
Yeah.
I really
It
feel
is.
like
It is
will.
crazy, dude. It's so crazy. I don't think I'll ever comprehend it. Like, even
Yeah,
that.
I think I'll be on my deathbed and they're saying, "We have the documents right here. The the vaccine is eating your brain." I'll just process that just before I die, and I'll be like, "He's right," and then that's the end of my consciousness.
Totally.
Except for maybe just his face looking really smug. Just that'll be like all eternity, just being like him being like, told ya."
Barbecue. There's some good barbecue, George in Austin. Definitely.
Now you're gonna listen to me rail off about my new patented barbecue sauce that I think.
Dude, I'm so pissed off.
No,
that
I can do
lost-
this
remember,
better.
Remember we got some of his like supplements, and then we didn't
become
get.
more man.
But I lost mine in like the third week. It tasted like iodine, so I wasn't that into it. But like, I'm really. I hope that we can get a bunch of products too. Like, cause I reckon like, want some Power Force? You want some fucking krill oil, fish oil? You want some omega-3? You want some water filters? I'll just be like, yes, I do, but I don't want to pay for them. And then he'll just be like, I'll send them to you. Where are you? Sydney, Australia. You know, like he'll do it.
I don't think he's sending anything for free.
I reckon he would.
Look,
dude.
I would be
Maybe
very
not,
happy
maybe not.
for him to just come on this podcast and shill his krill oil for 2 hours. That would be. I was saying this before. I honestly think that he advertising his products, his own little personal Danos Direct, is more entertaining than 99.9% of content on Netflix. You can spend $200 million on a movie. It is not better than that guy going, you see, fish oil is great, but it's not as good as krill oil.
We've already done it. We've plugged his Super Male Vitality. We even did like a full review of it.
We did. There was 2 kinds we did. We all were eating it.
So we've already done it. Alright, we're close to getting it to be able to play.
That's cool. It is.
Is the audience digging it? Ali, is the audience digging it?
They are. I'm rating it right now. They are.
Yeah, boy.
One lame-o who's like, Dr. Dre is like, why would you put that in your body?
Hang on. Break the conditioning.
Iodine. Like any of his shit.
Ali, you actually did the full dose, didn't you?
I tried. Yeah. For that exact reason.
You couldn't handle being that much of a man.
Yeah, it's like
not manly enough.
Damn, Ali, too much of a soy boy to handle Alex Jones's products, let alone the man.
It did taste weird though. I remember it was like, just put some drops under your tongue. I'm like, this tastes like.
Remember it tasted
weird.
like barbecue sauce.
Nah, but like smoky iodine barbecue. It was weird, but you know, I would have drank the whole bottle. I just lost it. I lost the fucking bottle. Just because it's like this big, I just lost it.
No, you didn't lose it. The government took you from you.
I really need to ask that. Okay, look.
They didn't want you to know the truth.
I know we're just covering old ground here, but half of our interview with him, if it goes ahead, will be about the CIA, but the other half will be, what the fuck is krill oil? I've never heard of it in my life.
They
Why
sell
is
it
it better than fish oil?
They sell it in Australia. I went and bought. I bought this in the chemist the other day, and they had krill oil, and then I was just like, huh, that's the stuff, hey? And it was like price of like $80 for a jar of it, and I was like, and I'm just gonna get some Swiss zinc instead, but I'll don't tip my hat to thee.
Okay, so
it does explain that krill oil is krill oil.
What is krill oil?
Yes, it's like prawns. Krill, actually. Krill.
Isn't krill what busking sharks eat?
Yeah. Krill. Sorry, my mistake. Krill is like either tiny prawns or like fucking bacterial-sized prawns. It's one of those two.
Yeah.
All right,
but I don't know why that one's better for you.
I've got good news and bad news. Bad news is, well, the good news is the Alex Jones video is here, so I can play it now. Bad news is only audio.
Better than
Yeah,
nothing.
just play it.
Better than nothing.
All right, okay, let's go.
Just sprung it on you. A little bit of comic relief, but I guess someone hearing this is like, wow, this sounds crazy, but it's really true. What's in high-end fish oil and high-end krill oil is just the next level. And again, this will give you the fish burps, which I don't like. But if you're not getting fish burps, folks, it's not the real deal. Okay? Anything out there that's telling you it's the real deal and doesn't give you fish burps, it's a product that goes with it. So I take it when I go to sleep at night. When I don't take it, I feel it. My dreams aren't as good. I mean, it's like a drug, literally, for me. Krill oil and fish oil when they're high end. So here's a comedian making a joke about it.
Do it. Look at the camera. Do the whole thing. Go. You ever seen fish oil like this? No, you haven't. You've always seen it all brown and yellowy. And the reason that you see it is because I want my audience to have goodwill. Because if you get that goodwill, I get your goodwill. Don't you understand the big secret? This little pill right here is solid gold, liquid consciousness. You don't believe me? Look it up. Look up fish oil and then buy it.
It's a pretty good impression.
InfoWars.
As it gets further into it.
Alright, like, the world is a poorer place with that man being shut out.
But you have to do it like this. Just do this part again.
I like that.
Yeah, boy!
And I will come on your podcast if you'd like.
Yes!
There it is. Folks, I've always wanted to do comedy. Joe Rogan tells me
yes!
to do it.
Yes!
And I guess if I get good enough, I could go on tour.
Oh, my heart.
Dave Chappelle. So, I've got to go ahead though.
I feel like my dreams are coming true.
Out there and, is that a joke, CNN? I know Brian Stelter's like, who's Alex Jones friends with? Who's he involved with? I'm supposed to tell you who you can talk to and who you can't. You think Brian Stelter will get jealous?
All right, that was it. He offered to be on the pod. That's
Great
enough
job.
grounds for me to
Jordan.
send him an email saying,
Jordan, I have to.
Oh, for the love of God,
that would be so
please
good.
do. But also, Alex, he really needs to understand this. You don't need to train at all in the art of comedy. That will make you way worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
That man just needs to go up on stage before Dave Chappelle and
Just-
Joe Rogan and just blitz them.
Yeah, all he needs to do is just talk shit about people. That's all being a comedian really is. Either making up funny scenarios or talking shit about people. Or putting on funny accents.
Very closely linked to passion. And he is the world's most passionate man.
Yeah.
I think that, like, if he actually learned joke structure, you kind of sit there and you think, this is a bit hacky. You know?
Yeah.
I think it's just he's saying what he really believes in so forcefully that you can't not laugh. And it's not that you're laughing at him. It's just that there's...
You're just amazed. You're amazed by him. That's what's so funny about it. It's amazing to see someone so passionate.
Oh,
he
sorry.
is.
That's my
he is
opinion.
Already a comedian. He doesn't realize it.
He already is the world's best comedian.
But he was right about the frogs. Let's not just let's not hate him as.
No one's disregarding. When I'm saying that, I'm not saying it as a payout. I'm a comedian. I just wish that I was as good as him. And I know that sounds like I'm sounding like I'm smug, but it's just.
No.
I think it's just because he's just so larger than life. He's kind of just like a walking Japanese ad. You know how like sometimes they're not even trying to be funny. It's just this for 30 seconds, be like, "Hey, David, and so you're just like, you can't not laugh at it."
Yeah, dude. Yes. Absolutely.
I agree with that.
He's right.
That's
You're
it.
right.
He's just
When-
a walking anime. That's Alex. Jones. More epic than life.
When you're right, you're right. I just. Where'd he go? Hey, everybody, there's the famous aquarium.
He's gonna jerk off to Alex Jones's audio again.
That's the famous aquarium. That is an image. That image like sums up Jordan perfectly. Gamer chair aquarium.
Prison
dude,
jumper to match
and prison
planet.
Of course. Dude, no, but I have to say, dude, credit to your impression.
Yeah, it was a good impression.
Because if it was a shit impression, he wouldn't have fucking responded that way. He would have just been like, "That wasn't very funny." Anyway, I'm gonna get some barbecue. Like he wouldn't have responded or played the video at all. It's a good good impression. It's really funny. Because
Yeah,
as
I
you said,
think-
he's
no,
a
but
funny man.
also
He's
it
a funny
was-
man.
You know what I think really tipped that over the line is that other people do impressions of Alex Jones, but then they're
Hey.
always saying something condescending and snarky about him afterwards.
Yeah.
Whereas we were saying, I'm so sad that that man
Tip.
is not available on YouTube because, look, all credit to you. It is amazing that he was able to set up that website, but who'd have guessed
I'm
him
eating
doing
fries.
something in his little fucking tin shed in Austin is not going to be as
Nom,
good
nom,
as
nom.
the product that Google makes.
Nom, nom, nom.
You know, it's just
Yeah.
Nom.
nowhere near as user friendly. So the fact that he's getting 600,000 on that, what a hit! What an absolute
Jordan.
hit that man is.
John Tibb. Jordan, don't you think the credibility of things like your Bloodwater doc could be affected by SMH propaganda after talking to Alex Jones?
No, because they do the same thing always. They just go like,
SMH is the Sydney
current
Morning
one that
Herald,
they're
by the way.
currently going down is,
You're wondering what that is?
You call Gladys Berejiklian a penis snake, and then you just see article after article, and politicians go, penis snake, penis snake, penis snake.
Arena snake.
But I
Yeah.
don't think that anyone actually listens and pays attention to these outlets. All they do is they go, who's this nutter? They go over to it, and then they see the content that you do, and they go, oh, okay, those guys are a bunch of opportunistic liars that are clearly serving a bigger agenda.
Right.
I'm not taking them seriously anymore. It's
I don't know. I don't know if people look anything up.
like in the old world, he would be correct. If I didn't have my own YouTube channel, my own publishing content realm,
Yep.
that is correct. That you would have to just think long and hard because there would be a bunch of articles and outlets looking for ways to fuck you over, and they give you a sentence, and you have to think really hard about what that sentence is going to be to make yourself look good. But now, I can just do
Mac
things
is
like
right, man.
release an hour documentary about why that specific journalist is a cunt. You know?
Dude, you know what?
You're right. You're right. You can't believe these, you can't believe the mainstream media. There's a reason they're called fake news.
I thought that Ali just started playing Alex Jones's show.
It was a pretty good impression. It was a really good impression.
Dude,
So I can do it too, eh?
there is no way that SMH is going to be favorable in any scenario.
But I mean,
for Jordan.
but you know what? In Jordan's, not in Jordan's defense, in defense of Jordan's point, not to give away any secrets about any scripts that me and Jordan have been writing, but a particular journalist that we spoke to for an interview that essentially did a hit piece, definitely did a hit piece on Jordan. I won't say the paper because it doesn't matter.
That's what we
but,
want. I think I'll just steal
and
those.
even on that in that phone conversation, Ali,
I don't know why I just kept
he just
opening
asked
them
out of the blue.
It fucking repeats.
Do you like Tony Robbins, by the way? Now the way he's put that forward is like Jordan's response was baller and it was great. It was just like a psh back, but the way that question is sort of predisposed and the assumption with the question
Just
is like
suppose, hang on.
irrelevant of how you answer,
Oh, I see.
the narrative is already written. It's already in motion. So adding someone like Alex Jones, I feel like they'll always find something. There'll always be someone, any chink in the armor. Did you do this? What about this? And then even if there were zero chinks, which is impossible, they'd still, well, maybe then you'd be fine. But that's an impossibility, and probably wouldn't. They'd probably say something else. They'd ignore. I don't know what they'd do actually.
They make shit up. That's what they do. They'll just make
talk
shit up.
about how this is problematic.
Or,
again.
yeah,
But then
they'll
they
go to
always
opinion.
Say that anyways. Like there's no way you can turn that around to being like, actually, Friendly Jordies is amazing.
That's
Dude,
what I'm
that's
saying.
not gonna happen.
Maybe there is a way, but what I'm saying is, I don't know what the fuck it is, and to just self-censor is not the solution.
And plus, like, dude, okay, Alex Jones has said some crazy stuff, but he's also
Definitely.
said some crazy true stuff.
Exactly.
Like, so you just have to like pick and choose. And
also, we all.
Well, this whole thing is taking big ass marksman
the
shots.
right,
He's
God, onto
okay. Here you go.
Sky News. We
Alex Jones is the dude perfect of politics. Or at least the dude perfect of conspiracy, rather. His whole job is taking these massive, huge-ass marksman long shots. And yeah, he might get more misses, but when he lands one, you know, everyone's just like, ah! 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 And that's why we love him. Oh, no, I'll put the button up here.
Stream median, the class, the elite class have stipulated, so we can't talk to them. What? Like, I don't...
Yeah, and also,
What is
fucking
this?
bastion
What
of
is this?
morality. Some organization that sits there and is funded by the banks, essentially as hush money, so they don't report on how predatory the banks are. You're going to sit there and be like, oh my god, he had a conversation with someone who funds himself from selling health products.
The point. I mean, like, and
But
I'm not
also,
saying...
like, on top of that, like, I really just am, at this point, I don't, even if somebody could go into the future and say, talking to Alex Jones will ruin your life, which it absolutely wouldn't, but even if it did, I'd still be like, where's the mic?
Yeah.
Where is the mic?
Well, I think you're...
I need to talk to that man.
I mean, I think this lawsuit is pretty conducive of your state of mind with all this. And it was the same thing that... Look, the perfect summation is when you were being sued by Clive Palmer, anyone on Earth would be terrified. And I remember Jordan saying, quote, I don't... No, it's on the video. It's like, I don't care if I go bankrupt. I was born broke. All I need is a pen and a pad and the net. I was raised in the net. I don't give a shit. I eat lettuce.
That's what I reckon I'll have a do.
It's like...
So the bit comes up,
really, dude, that's why I
he
always
catches
say,
it in the mug,
Shanks, the OG
and then does the little pose,
G.G. Allen.
and I'll have the,
It's legitimately...
the little...
Like, it's legitimately...
thingy up here.
Yeah, it's funny that Gary Awesome...
Except probably we'll have the,
punk band song. Green Day, American Idiot. Yes, very punk. And then, like, to you...
we'll have the,
like,
the
who on
bit
earth
over
is
here.
willing to go bankrupt for a cause? I don't even know if I am. Well, look, I don't have that much to lose, so I probably wouldn't give a shit. But
Yeah.
like,
Like most people.
yeah,
Right,
I already am bankrupt. So I'm willing to go bankrupt. Yeah, exactly. But like, I don't know. I'm
Something like
rambling
that.
here, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No, but look, I think that my bar is a little too low of going bankrupt. It's like, to expose corruption in this state, I'm willing to go bankrupt. To talk to Alex Jones, I'm willing to go bankrupt.
Hey, dude.
Anything. I just always say it's the Cortula gene.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Go bankrupt. I'm going bankrupt.
Dude, Ali, did you hear about this? Did we say this?
Yeah, go for it.
You don't care?
No.
Hey, I was talking. I won't say it explicitly, but I was talking to Mom and like a while back. We were talking about blah blah blah, and we're talking about like Jordan's family and stuff, and like his family history, blah blah blah, parents, you know. And then Mom was like, "Where's the family from?" And I was like, "I think Portugal." Mom was like, "Oh," and I was like, "What do you mean?" She's essentially there's an island in Croatia, an area called Korčula, where Jordan's family are from, and my mum said they're all mental because they're all inbred. They're like angry people, really fired up, and like because like, and then I was like, "What are you talking about? Are you serious?" And she was like, "Yeah," and then my mum was just like, boom, remember this person? A family friend. I'm like, yeah, crazy person. Like, Korčula. Boom, remember this kid? Remember this kid that beat you up when you were 10? Or like one time I've been beaten up by like this kid who was a bit older than me. I was like, yeah, that guy was a psycho. He beat me up. She's like, he's from Korčula. Like, all this shit. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is not anecdotal. There's so much but you know, But you know, like Mum did say, she was like, that was a long time ago. That was generations ago. Obviously now it's this was like generations ago.
They are insane. Ali, I don't know if I've told you these two things. The first factor, there was a castle there that was my family's castle, and my mum gave it away. That is not for a penny. Not for a penny.
I just don't believe that.
They're just insane. They really don't care about money. They're that nuts. And then the other one is
the Egg
that my
Council. The Egg Council.
Doesn't this just show the entire premise of the movie Hereditary? That mental disorders go down the line. He inherited
Let's not
the
go
money
that
from
far.
a hard...
Let's not go mental disorders. We're just going to say a fiery people.
Okay. Passionate about everything as we are for making love to our sisters and brothers.
That's the one. That's the one. That's the one.
We're really into it. The uncle...
Go on, listen to this, Ali. And everyone.
He inherited my grandparents' wealth that they accumulated from coming here in the Great Depression with that little Hessian hat on and being like, cabbages for sale. They actually made a lot because they went out and bought land out where you are, Ali. Your house is probably on my fucking grandparents' land. And isn't this nuts? They made a lot of money. They gave it to him because he was the firstborn. He was a nutbag. They knew he was a nutbag. And he got it in his head. He started up a chicken farm. And he got it in his head that the egg board was corrupt. And he was just like, I don't give a shit. I am going to sue these the next 20 years in court. Proving that the Egg Council was corrupt. His entire family lived in abject poverty. They used to come over to my mum's house being like, hey, Mrs. G, have you got any white bread left? And they'd be like, thanks. And she'd be like, okay, thanks heaps, and run back with like no shoes on. They absolutely struck his family into poverty, proving that the Egg Council was corrupt. He did prove it at the end, but he squandered the entire family fortune doing it. And here's the thing as well, like the courts were kind of like, yeah, it was a little bit corrupt, I guess, but like the net benefit was that it gave this network for the farmers to exchange eggs and Egg Council, and so they just got fucked in prices. And so the farm shut down. He proved his damn point.
This should be a award.
I was just sitting there just being like, wow, what an insane man. And then I just see in the paper just being like, Jordan Shanks accuses.
It's so good. It's so good.
Just like, I don't give a shit. I will spend every cent I have.
Dude, you should do Coachella. It's the Coachella gene, man. It's Coachella. Like, it's amazing. It's so funny. I thought it was just Scotland. I thought it was just parts of Scotland where it was like, that island up there, they're a rowdy bunch, inbred. But it's that's fucking.
This is insane.
Dude, that should, Jordan, the Egg Council, your Egg Council uncle should be a word of warning. Don't fly too close to the sun on the iron. Stay, just, I mean, it's too late, I suppose. Christ, he's suing that now.
Oh, the lag.
But it was like, look, in short, that's what I'm saying. I'm willing to go bankrupt to interview Alex Jones. Like, it's in my... I would do it.
Yeah.
And that's the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us tonight. We hope to see you next week.
That's it?
Possibly with Alex Jones. Yeah, we're out of time.
Hey, wait a second. What's going on with the up lates? Are we still
Yeah, we'll record one after this.
Let's do that off air.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us. We will see you next week. And join us for the upload.
Thanks for watching. Coming next, hi-fi quality coming next week at you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Fuck off, ya cunts. There we go. I think we'll go for the old RuneScape soundtrack for a bit, We'll just vibe.
have it. Yeah. No, wait. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Ah, me delicious Big Mac. Ah, scrumptious. Get out all that delicious artery clogging grease in me. Ah, beautiful. Oh my god, there's just shit falling all over the place. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, this burger's just falling apart on my goddamn hand, man. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I'm spending more time sucking my fingers than I am. Hang on, I don't think they came out right away. The point is, this is not a very good burger. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? This burger's just melting in my hands, man. I can't fucking eat it. I can't fucking eat it because it keeps falling apart. What the fuck? I'm losing my fucking mind over this shit. What the fuck is going on? How do you fuck up something so goddamn simple? What the fuck is wrong with this burger, man? I've never had this before. I've never had this before. I wish I could just... God damn it, there's fucking shit everywhere, man. I need a fucking plate. I need a plate and a knife and fork to eat this fucking thing, because it keeps falling apart. I've bitten into water. I've bitten into water. More fucking sturdy than this shit. I can't fucking believe this cunt. What the fuck? Hang on. I'm gonna go grab a fucking plate now.
Nani. Too dry.
God fucking damn it. Why is this so fucked? How do you fuck this up? Fucking useless. How do you fuck that up? It's not that fucking complicated. This fucking burger, man. Jesus fucking Christ. I think it's they put too much sauce in it, man. There's just sauce everywhere. Fucking hell. I need fucking tissues to eat this thing, man. There's just shit coming out everywhere. I don't fucking understand. I don't fucking understand how you could be so fucking useless. Fuck. I'm so fucking enraged by this shit. How do you fuck this up? I'm so fucking enraged. Sorry, I'm just simmering in my hate for a little while. Before I fucking break something.
Nani. How do you fuck up a fast food burger?
I know, right? I'm like... It's so... I can't describe it to you. You just have to feel it. It's like you... It's more akin... Like, eating this burger is more akin to trying to eat jelly. You know? But it's like 5 different jellies merged into, like, combined to make a jelly burger. What the fuck is this thing, man? What is going on? I feel like I'm going mental. I'm not connected to reality anymore. I can't believe this is real. I'm just so amazed by this. Well, at least I'm amazed now. I was genuinely fucking enraged, man. I was so furious. How do you fuck something up so goddamn simple? The hands are all fucking greasy now, too. Jesus fucking Christ, cunt. Fuck me dead. No, I'm gonna go back to watching Sargon. No. Something even dumber. I want something even dumber till I feel better about myself.
Nani. They are literally designed to be uniform mass-produced.
Yeah, and you still fuck it up, man. Ooh, to complete that. Oh yeah, that's this thing. Look how small he is. Oh no, that's Mundane Matt. Even smaller. We want... Oh, let's go fucking... Oh, is this him DJing? Yes! Please have Cyrax DJing. Nah, we'll watch Robot Wars. These are fucking cool. I hope this isn't copyrighted. Nah, it shouldn't be. It's pretty old. God, look at those old school CGI graphics, man. PlayStation 1 button. Cutting edge shit back then. Top of the line. Future is now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the man who's even more chicken than Colonel Sanders. Craig Charles.
Citizens, the world is at war. After 50 years of peace, the big red button has finally been pushed. Yes, this is it. Robot Wars, the first world championships. For years, man and machine have lived in harmony. But what about the machines? While we were watching Reagan and Gorbachev go fishing, the robots were planning their invasion. And tonight, robots from all over the world are taking to arms in the biggest, most ferocious battle since my gran fell out with the neighbours. But how do you decide on a world champion? Well, there can only be one true test. Robot against robot. Titanium body armor against deadly robotic weapons. Yes. Our international robots are going to be playing the fiercest, most destructive knockout competition ever. 16 robots. Whittled, bashed, chainsawed and burned down to one ultimate survivor. But not only will we be fighting each other, they'll also be facing the ultimate mechanical menace, the house robots.
First up, Craig. A lean, mean killing machine. Shunt takes to the international stage with his pneumatic lifting ram, hydraulic diamond-edged axe, and more speed and power than ever before. Sergeant Bash promises to set the world on fire with a flaming, ferocious 360-degree turret of death and destruction. He'll take on
That's pretty cool, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty useless. It might be useful. This can be pretty useful. It's because you're pretty much a guaranteed hit. The only reason Dead Metal pretty much doesn't kill everything it touches is because obviously they're only allowed to do one attack with the saw and then they let him go. So I kill a lot. Two? I reckon Circular Lot looks sweet.
Damage happens out here. The repairs are being made backstage. And to see how our international roboteers get ready for such a war, Let's join Philippa. She's in the pits.
Thanks, Craig. I'm surrounded by teams from
Ah,
all
g'day,
corners
milady.
of the globe, and they're all preparing for
Philippa.
battle. Teams
It's a
from
lovely name you got there.
Australia, Holland, Belgium, Cyprus, Czechoslovakia, America, and Ireland have all flown in to join our British teams and are all hoping to become the first World Robot Wars champions. International reputations are at stake.
So they use their nuts to bolt up. They tinker and tighten. They screw and unscrew. They're ready to brush up and spruce up for world domination.
These will probably be the most interesting builds too, because this is before any standards are set up. Oh, that's Razor, OG.
Against Giottior of Ireland. Weldor of Northern Ireland against Prometheus from the States. Alltalk of Scotland against Razor of England. Mortis, the English, against Terra Australis. Behemoth of England against Holland and Technoleads.
Terra, do you say Terra Australis?
Weldor of Northern Ireland against...
Oh, Terra Australis, I get it. Yeah. Australia makes sense.
Terra Australis. Behemoth of England against Holland
Fuck
and
yeah.
Technoleads.
Let's see how the Aussies do. I bet they get their asses handed to them.
Of England against Kilohertz from the Czech Republic.
But in a very funny way.
USA against Cerberus from Cyprus.
Our 16 competitors have been randomly
What am I
drawn
looking for?
into
Ah, here it is.
head-to-head knockout battles. And if both robots are still standing at the end of each round, then our team of internationally recognized judges will decide a winner based on style, control, damage, and aggression. But enough talk. Hey, let the wars begin!
Get to the fighting, boys.
From Belgium, Dipoposaurus Rex.
Our lifting flipper at the front of the robot's the main weapon. Two 24-volt, 30-amp wheelchair motors provide speeds of up to 8 miles an hour. Will Dipoposaurus Rex become World Robot Wars king?
Hi, I'm Nancy, and this is Philip, and we're from Belgium, and this is our robot, Dipoposaurus Rex.
Very
It's a
Belgian.
metal and aluminium, and it lifts 100 kilos on the front. And it's 2 wheelchair motors, 2 batteries, 24 volts.
From Era, Dietor.
A massive favourite with bot fans, this furball has a pneumatically powered lifting arm to throw main assets as
The Irish.
circle and low ground clearance.
That's what that is, isn't it?
Use their colours.
I'm Joe Gavin, here on board.
Peter Redmond, and this.
They are fucking Irish.
We're representing Ireland in the International Robot Wars competition, and this is the weapon that we're going to be using to destroy all the rest of the robots. It's hydraulically cocked on these large car springs, comes all the way down, so it's flush with this bar here, and then we can fire it and hopefully destroy all the rest of the robots.
Okay.
Roboteers, stand by.
Dipoposaurus Rex with Nancy and Philippe Popé, whose main passion is motorbikes. And Giottior from Ireland, with Kieran Byrne, Joe Gavin, and Peter Redmond, the captain at the controls. And they're great fun, let me tell you, the Irish lads.
Yeah, boy. Irish are funny as fuck.
Flame pits, or the flamethrower of Sergeant Bash in the corner. You watch the fur fly. And the lifting arm raised, Dipoposaurus Rex, perhaps, as the Belgian dinosaur of Robot Wars just trickles away.
Yeah.
In comes Giottior once again. You can see the lifting arm there from the Dipoposaurus Rex cabin.
Okay.
Distance. They're away from the arena, and they have to use the remote controls like that.
Nani. Rumors are getting huge.
Two. And did I hear that right? Roombas are getting huge. Yeah, yeah. You see some of the death Roombas, the kill Roombas. Oh, he's got him.
Dipoposaurus Rex and Philippe have other problems because Giottior has that lifting arm maneuvering again. Sort of stabbing out but not causing main danger, and the main danger now for the Belgian team is the pit just inches away. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, and they're lifting Giottior. Is Giottior on fire? Flame flickering from the rear end of the Irish team. We knew they'd be vulnerable to flaming fire.
Boss.
Sizzling and burning. Are their hopes going up in smoke? Oh, I don't know, because it's
Dog. Robot deathmatch pop.
Yeah, boy.
Both robots were still mobile at the end of that epic battle.
How's it going, T-Dog? Long time. Well, long-ish time, no see.
That's for sure. Diotio had started so well.
Yeah, boy, fucking Robot Wars. I've been getting into this a bit recently.
Using the arm well.
Gets a solid hit here. But he flipped too much force, so it rolls back on its side. Yep. And now it would have just cooked the internals. And then, yeah, boss, he's trapped. He can't get out.
Dog. Pretty good. Yourself.
Yeah, not too bad, eh? Well, I did crack the shits because I got the world's most fucked up Big Mac.
We have a unanimous decision. Dietor go through.
On the topic of which I'm going to have another crack at it. God, this thing is horrible.
Disappointment for the Belgians.
How was that for you lot?
Grant.
Yeah?
Tough fight.
You what? I got
very good. Very good team.
Good opponent.
Yeah.
Lifted us right up off the ground.
Well, you're through. That is one hot robot.
Steaming.
I give up on the gags, I think.
Wrecked.
Like that. It was
Women aren't funny.
they were losers.
No forward.
But you just never know what's going to happen, do you?
No.
Will you come back and do it again?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And what will you change?
The power, I think. Power in the nose as well. Doesn't always go up when I want it to, so.
Right. Yeah, I know. I saw you. Okay, thank you very much.
They live to fight another day. Not today,
I thought she was setting up for an innuendo.
And next up, Prometheus against Weldor.
From the United States of America.
Yeah! America! America!
Frame aluminium and at up to 30 miles an hour, it's the joint fastest in the field.
Hi, my name's Richard Brill. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, in the United States of America. This is our robot Prometheus. It does about 30 miles per hour with its gas engine. Has an electric backup motor, which is also extremely fast. It has a saw blade here to chew up the competition, which hopefully we'll be able to do a lot of that. Get the competition up here and chew.
I don't know how the effectiveness of that's going to be.
From Northern Ireland, Weldor.
Oh, Northern Ireland. Careful, it might be full of explosives.
Kilos provide the weaponry. The body shells aluminium. Entry 4, Weldor.
Hey, my name's Philip. This is Ryan. We're representing the north of Ireland in the international competition. Here's our robot Weldor. As you see, we've got a pneumatic forklift at the front and a hammer action at the back. And hopefully we'll be able to dodge and weave, score a few points, keep out of trouble, and
Nani.
win our bouts.
America. Fuck yeah.
The Prometheus team for
Let's
the
see how it
United
goes.
States of America, strong Richard Brawl.
I'll probably put my money on... I might put my money on Weldor. I feel like the weapons are more practical.
Miserum. IRBO 9000.
He also thinks that Weldor's camouflaging paint will be crucial here. Boys from Northern Ireland, Prometheus can't see camouflage. You can smell the oil.
Boom.
Also drive very badly, straight into Kill-A-Lot. And if you go into the CPZ, the corner patrol zones, it means the house robots can attack you. And Prometheus very lucky to get away with that. Have they got away with it?
Whoop.
Are they immobilized
Oh.
now?
Now he can get into the internals underneath.
Uses that lifting forklift. It can lift up to 90 kilos. I'm beginning to peel away. Also there, the shell of Prometheus.
Got a good chunk of control over it.
Frame looks very frail to me.
He's trying to escape.
The lights may be flickering on.
There's too much power. Typical fucking Americans, you put too much goddamn power into it.
Weldor in command here. Prometheus has got it
No, everything must be up to 11.
spinning it around. Look at this.
Oh, you see parts coming out from underneath.
The United States of America boys in real trouble. That's shunt.
Now it's on shunt too. Oh, now he's going in for that axe for some killing blows.
You can see from their vantage point.
There's nowhere near enough power on that to do anything useful. It should be more like a catapult, like you fire it. You don't it's not on a pivot up and down.
Listen to the hush in the arena. The engine's gone.
Nani.
They're out of it.
Well shit.
Yeah.
To the mercy now of Shunt. And the Northern Ireland boys go through with Weldor. What happened to Prometheus?
It's just the Weldor is just a more practical build.
The robot hard. Prometheus goes out. Weldor goes through.
And yeah, way too much power in that engine. It went way too fast. You want maneuverability more so than mobility. Because it's all, a lot of this is about angling more so than speed, unless you got to build for that.
Oh yes, I didn't miss that. I didn't miss the effectiveness of the fork, but the hammer was very funny. Sorry, it was.
It's an experimental robot, smaller arena. No excuses though. They beat us fair and square. It's a good battle.
You know, in the middle when it all went quiet, what had happened?
Well, when they had us up in the air, they started the fuel line. So, we ran out of gas.
Oh, I see.
Not that old excuse.
It was fun though. We had a good time with it.
Good.
I think we left some rubber marks out there on the
Nani. But chilly, American designed.
IRA bot 9000. Hey, you did a pretty good job. Also, yeah, I just wanted to point out how awkward this chick presenter is not a good presenter. She's not very charismatic. She seems very nervous and uncomfortable. They get a new presenter chick in, who's fucking hot, and good at her job.
Memories, no excuses, and no place in the next round. It's Weldorf from Northern Ireland through, and next up, All Talk and Razor.
Look at this one!
All Talk.
Custom-made tyres for slick handling and up to 30 miles an hour.
Scotland.
With 4 QD speed controllers, the body shells a millimetre thick
Alright.
steel.
Let's get some animating going.
I'm Richie, this is Mark.
I've got me food, and I'm more or less degreased.
For the International Robot Wars. We have a 4-wheel drive machine. It's got suspension on all the wheels. It's got special belts on the tyres to give more grip. We should be able to do about 20 miles an hour and smash these spikes into the competition. We flipped over and still run around, hopefully. And our driver Hamish, hopefully, will.
From England, Razor.
A sharp cutting edge from hardened sheet steel, a gnashing, crumpling saw tooth beak, 2 trolley shop caddy motors for power. This is a Robot Wars veteran, but it has suffered from breakdowns in the past.
I'm Simon Scott. I'm Ian Lewis.
Yeah.
I'm Vincent Blood. And we're the Razor team representing England. This is our nasty.
Come on, England!
9 tons of squeezability. We're gonna win. And if it gets tipped over, straight back in action with its self-righting mechanism. Have you ever seen anything so truly awful? I hope not.
Roboteers, stand by.
All Talk, Hamish at the controls. Perhaps Martin and Richie in reality. And Razor with Simon Scott, Vincent Blood, and Ian Lewis there with the beard on the left. Have you ever seen anything as awesome as Razor? That was the boast. Hamish looks scared already. Here's the crosser on the top of the Scottish entrant. All Talk.
Oh, look at that.
All talk though and no muscle, because look at the damage already caused by that squeezability factor of Razor. And again, call it a beak, call it a claw, call it horrible. Creating damage. The Razor weapon. And this looks a very dangerous robot to me. Sergeant Bash there, a flick of flame back in its own CPZ. Leaving Razor to cause all the damage
that could fuck up the tire.
in on those custom-made tires, shredding them.
Yeah.
Snapping through.
I think it's forced the metal into the tire.
Stainless steel. I thought it might
Oh,
be
here comes another big hit.
Little Robin there, in the middle of the All Talk team, can hardly watch. Again.
Oh, another big hit.
Snapping down and piercing the
You can hear the fucking metal scraping, man.
Just living it with more holes than a pepper pot. And the Razor team look determined.
I think he's trying to bait him into shunt.
More damage. That is a knife through hot butter. Sergeant Bash coming into the CPZ as well. Oh, Hamish! How'd you like your Hamish? Well done.
Oh, that thing is dead, man.
Medium, perhaps? Oh dear. You better get it while you can. He's not going to be around long, is he? Let's be honest. Oh, you can hear the metal just being crumpled and broken. Oh no, now dead metal.
Yeah, everyone's having a go.
All talk, I'm afraid you are dead metal.
Cease.
You've got no chance. And the Razor Boys know it, they're through. And all talk well beaten. That was impressive by the Razor team. Very, very impressive.
Our motors weren't on top performance, so we couldn't push or anything. So it was a case of seeing along with last, really. Now we got beat, fair and square, it was alright.
We were hoping to get the weapon actually jammed in and lift them up and sort of parade them around a bit, but we managed to squeeze most of it.
Yeah. All credit to them, they're tough little competitors.
Yeah, they kept
but
going.
We
That
made
was a good
haggis
thing.
meat out of them in the end.
So that's what happened of Hamish. He's in your next haggis. All talk out, Razor through, and next up, Mortis against Terra Australis.
Let's see how these fucking Bogan cunts do.
Always controversial throughout the history of wars, the team of former Cambridge students may appear too confident, no doubting the menace of Mortis. The hammer can hit 3 times a second, the arm can hoist 100 kilos.
Hi, my name's Rob Knight.
I'm Ben Gordon.
And I'm
Nani.
this robot
Earl Titanfall is looking fun as hell.
England in the international competition. As weapons.
Well, I don't know if that was a joke or you're actually talking about Titanfall.
A lifter, and also self-right.
Because I've heard the new Titanfall's better.
Custom-built motors, custom-built electronics, custom-built batteries, and it's
But
armoured in
it could just be me. I'm not too sure. I have confused myself.
Terra Australis.
Yeah, boy, you got a fucking flag, cunt.
Down sport, a circular saw would cut any restraints to shreds. Zero turning circles.
I like how he put googly eyes on it too.
A bit of a possum.
I'm Peter.
I'm Nick.
I'm Rodney. And this is Terra Australis. This is our robot. It's pretty mean. It's tough. It's made out of solid steel. It's got a nice saw out the front. Some ramming spikes out the back. It runs upside down. It's got a 2-stroke horsepower petrol engine. Gives us lots of power, lots of speed, and it's gonna kick butt.
Yeah, mate.
Stand by.
Mortis, it's mean and menacing from Cambridge. Rob Knight at the controls, Arthur Chilcott next to him, and then Benjamin Gordon, and there's Terra Australis.
3.
Rodney Gullickson's at the controls there on the left. And it's a very slow start from the Australian team. They haven't got moving at all. The clutch broke 3 days before they came here to the arena.
See, that one's got a more powerful hammer.
And it's Mortis doing
It's
all
just
the
eating
attack.
damage.
And Terra Australis. Terra Australis? Terra? Are you sure?
Terra.
The Australis and menacing Mortis. They haven't even moved. Oh dear, oh dear.
Fuck, I want to see how the thing actually is supposed to work though.
No. Rodney, what are you doing here? Use your controls, man. Oh dear. Well, Terra Australis as menacing as a koala bear, and they've shut up shop. They're heading back to Ayers Rock, and Mortis didn't have to do a lot, let's be honest.
It's actually called Uluru, you fucking goddamn Euro trash.
The Cambridge boys, well done to them, cause the Wizard of Oz didn't come up with any spellbinding factor. Terra Australis out, Mortis go through, next up, Behemoth against Technolees.
From England, Behemoth.
Don't let them off, fly too close to the flame pits, the underside's flammable, and the 12-volt electric motor vulnerable. It's heavy though, has twin blades, and may give someone the axe here.
I'm Anthony, Kane, this is Michael, and we're fighting for England. This is Behemoth. Its main weapon is a pneumatic scoop, which can lift about 300 kilograms. At the rear, we have a couple of axes which are designed for damage.
From Holland, Technolease.
Nani. How far away are we from having battle mix?
Battle mix? Still a good while off. That'll come after robotics.
Hello, I'm Eric, and this is France, and we're from the Netherlands. This is our robot.
Basically, the real problem with battle mechs is they don't fill. First of all, the technology's not there, and there's no real combat role for them to fill. A battle mech would be best suited for fighting in mountainous terrain, because in all other circumstances, you're better off with just a tank. Or planes and shit like that. That is the main part of where I think mechs would be the most effective is in mountainous warfare. Because on flat ground, you just want tanks. They'd be cheaper, and you'd be able to fit heavier weapons on them. Water, you just get a battleship, something like that. It'd be more reliable than a mech.
Myzum. And
That's
heavy
working hard.
urban.
I don't even know about urban, because urban's mostly flat ground, so you can do it with tanks. Otherwise, if you're worried that, a tank's just gonna get hit by RPGs that are hiding in buildings, well, that's the exact same problem with fucking mechs. They're big targets, and that's the problem, is because, mechs aren't really flat with the ground, they're elevated above the ground, and because in order to be elevated above the ground, you need legs of some kind. And those are going to be weak points where you can be tipped over. And that's the real weakness of a mech. You can tip it over. If you shoot one of the legs out, it falls over. Whereas, a tank, if you shoot the fucking one of the tracks off, even if the tank can't move, it can still fire just fine, because the turret still works. Whereas if you're a mech, you got a mech over here, he's got his
Nani.
guns like this.
What about forests?
He's got his big legs here. But yeah, if he tips over, if he loses one of his legs and he falls over, then boom, now the gun's pointing up into the air and it can't be used. Or it's pointing down at the ground and can't be used. Or it's pointing to one of the sides and it can't be used. Whereas a tank, you're the fucking best tank in the world. You get rid of the tracks, it's just pretty much just a turret. Jungle warfare? I don't think so. I think you would end up you would cause too much damage to the mech moving around in such thick foliage.
He can call you bish.
I think that would be the big problem with jungle warfare. You'd be colliding with too much foliage, and that's gonna slowly wear away at the mech over time. So it's gonna need consistent repairs, and then you're gonna have the environment itself is also fucked. It's an extremely humid environment, so you're gonna need air conditioning and shit like that inside the mechs. Very humid environments are a lot of water. Maintenance is going to be twice as frequent because you got to make sure there's no rusting and shit going on. Water isn't getting inside the mech. And same problem with urban. Think about it like this. Here's your mech up here. He's a big gun. Grr, I'm a mech. Here's his other big gun. And then you have a human with a little RPG down here. Now, obviously, you can see here, the mech spots the cunt, shoots the living shit out of him. Easy peasy. But, if you have a fucking wood line, trees, now the mech is towering over the trees, so it can't see the fucking little dude hiding down there. So this guy pretty much gets a free shot, more or less. Because he's going to have an advantage, because the mech is such an gigantic, obvious target. Whereas this guy's a much smaller target. They can easily find the mech, whereas the mech cannot easily find them. And again, even if you wanted to have armor in here, you're better off with a tank, because a tank is down on ground level. So it's still obvious it's large and it's noise, but it's ground level, so it can at least make use of the cover of the fucking jungle. I guess if you had smaller mechs, you could still use the cover. But if you had smaller mechs, then they probably don't have the weight to break down the trees that you're naturally going to have to break your way through. And even if they are strong enough to do it, they're probably going to be too light to sustain the damage of constantly having trees slam against you over such a period of time. And the other big problem is uneven ground. So you're moving around on uneven ground, increasing the likelihood that the mech's going to trip. And then you're going to have... Then what? You know? See, mountainous terrain is good because that's the big benefit of being bipedal. is the ability to climb and move up angled and uneven surfaces, or move across them, and keep verticality for increased sight range. So the jungle kind of negates the sight range bonus. So and also because you can't really see where you're stepping, as opposed to whereas on a mountain where you can see there's no foliage covering or anything, I think it's more likely you're going to trip, and there's going to be a problem. That's my opinion. I think in reality, the practicality of mechs is very low. I would think maybe as like an all-terrain vehicle on like a space age level thing, so where you're colonizing or you're moving from planet to planet, as like a general sort of heavy armor equipment designed to work in all environments, like a jack of all trades, I think a mech would do well there. But as a dedicated military vehicle, I think you're better off just getting tanks or helicopters or shit like that. I think the alternatives are better. But yeah, I think that the real benefit of mechs would be mountain warfare, or as a jack of all trades, where you're not really, you have no idea what kind of environment you're getting into or what it's like that you're going to fight in. So you want something that's should reliably be able to work in most environments. Because obviously you don't want to deploy a bunch of tanks and then find out you have to work in mountainous terrain. Or you don't want to deploy a bunch of battleships and then find out the entire place is desert. A mech would work a lot better there, I reckon. In that circumstance. So that's my 2 cents on that. But for the other question of actual time frame, I think that's going to becoming after we sort out robotics and we can build our own robots. And then they're also working on full body ballistic plating, and pretty much then that'll go up to power armor more or less. And then finally a mech suit. A mech is pretty much gigantic power armor.
On the front and on the back a very powerful blade driven by a 2-stroke petrol engine. It's electrically driven. And we made it very shiny because you've seen all the robots in here and you think when we make it shiny, beauty kills the beast.
Roboteers, stand by.
There's Behemoth with Anthony, Michael and Kane, and Technolese, Eric, and Franz Verplanker. Their robot is shiny. Oh, good to see the L plates in the back. L plates anyway. They need
Fuck
L plates if they drive like that straight into the scoop of Behemoth.
I'll be honest, I've always been a power armor guy myself.
Doesn't look like it.
I do love mechs, though.
Look, they're thinking we're already out. Well, we're heading back to the windmills.
I didn't even see what happened. That was so fucking quick.
Oh, good to see the old L plates.
Did he just get flipped?
Oh
yeah.
They need L plates if they drive like that straight into the scoop of Behemoth.
He's wrecked. He's got no corrector.
Itself doesn't look like it, and that could be it. No, look, they're thinking we're already out. Well, we're heading back to the windmills, and a little bit of anxiety and disappointment on those tulips from Amsterdam. Oh dear. All over in a trice, really. One touch from the scoop. The second touch, all double Dutch for Technolese. They're out, and England has another competitor through, in the shape of Behemoth. And next up, Panic Attack and 101.
From Wales, Panic Attack.
The winners of the second series of British Wars. It's been rebuilt 4 times since with lifting spikes imported from Sweden. Can push and lift its own weight is enough to create panic in every attack.
My name's Kim Davis, this is my son Michael, and we're representing Wales. This is our robot, Panic Attack. We have electric lifting spikes.
Nani.
Which should be able to lift
I play too much Titanfall, so yeah, mix.
From England, 101.
The carbon dioxide powered ramming spike's crucial here. It'll fire automatically on contact with a target and can penetrate steel plate. The robot cost a maximum 101 pence to build.
I'm Mike Franklin. This is Amy, my daughter, Super Bunny, and 101, and we're going to fight for England. We've got an awesome beast with caterpillar tracks, a big weapon at the front, and some big powerful motors.
Roboteers, stand by.
Powerful enough to beat Panic Attack, I wonder? With Kim Davis and son Michael there. 101 with Mike, daughter Amy, and Super Bunny. And they'll need plenty of hop here to get beyond Panic Attack and those lifting rams. Took only a week to rebuild Panic Attack first time around from its success in the second series of British Wars, but it's been rebuilt 4 times in all for perfection and lifting and throwing 101. Look at this, as something comes flying off. I think it's actually off the top of Panic Attack, only superficial, and then through 101. I think that was only a superficial nut or bolt on the top of Panic Attack, and to me 101 is already out, immobilized. They're trying to get the tracks to spin. Mike at the controls, he's built a model jet engine in the past. He needs something to fly now for 101.
Oh!
Panic Attack's driven itself into the pit!
Wrecked.
And 101 survives!
Cease.
Well, Panic Attack threw themselves down there!
Get wrecked.
Look at this! Kim Davis drove himself into the pit, and 101 lucky enough to just stay out. 101 go through, Panic Attack out! That's a major surprise! Next up, Chaos 2 against Kilohertz.
From England, Chaos 2.
Builder George Francis is a Robot Wars veteran. He's got the knowledge and the hardware, 20 miles an hour speeds, a CO2-powered high-pressure flipper, 0 turning circle, and the desire to cause chaos.
I'm George, this is Ian, and his son Richard. This is our robot, Chaos 2. We're representing England in the internationals.
And the main features of our robot are a very powerful flipper which can throw robots right up into the air. It's got very powerful motors, it goes very quickly, and it's got high traction.
From the Czech Republic, Kilohertz.
The pickaxe weapon has interchangeable heads. It's the heaviest in the World Championships at 83.1 kilos. Took 5 months and £2,000 to build, but it's high. Can be easily flipped.
Hi, he's Dominic, and he's John. This is our robot, Kilohertz. Nice big powerful axe, even more powerful axe this year. Titanium cutting blade at the front end. And this is our new driver.
We're representing the Czech Republic because I'm half Czech. This is our slogan
Ty.
here. Marsz Ślupatý Pupiček. It actually means you have a hairy tummy button.
Ty.
Roboteers, stand by.
Chaos 2, much fancied in the pits, let me tell you. George Francis at the controls there. And Kilohertz with Dominic Parkinson on the right and his rather tenuous links with the Czech Republic. In the interest of international relations, though, he's flying that flag with his hairy tummy button. Interesting, all the facts you know about the Robot Wars competitors, isn't it? Who's got the hairiest tummy button in the Chaos 2 team? One dreads to think. Kilohertz just manoeuvring itself to come in on the attack on Chaos 2. Ooh, that hammer looks very, very punishing. Moving away, and this is very, very active here at the moment now. Kilohertz again to try and manoeuvre to get a run in and then slam that hammer down. Good driving though by George Francis, taking Chaos 2 out of danger's way. Out of harm's reach. Well, there's no use slamming the Kilohertz hammer down on the arena floor like some woodpecker maddened with rage. Now Chaos 2 is between Shunt and Kilohertz, and again had to get out of the way of those two mighty axes coming swinging down. There's the Czech team, and Chaos 2 know they're in trouble here. And this isn't the way people in the pits thought this battle would go. Chaos 2 sustaining real damage.
Boss.
The CO2
Boss.
canister's been pierced by Shunt. Now that will take any power out of the main weapon of Chaos 2, the high pressure flip, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Kilohertz also taking damage from Shunt just controlling itself and getting away. There still seems to be power in the Chaos 2 weapon to me. We'll wait and see. It's in the CPZ. It needs to get out of there now. Oh, Kilohertz is flipped up on its side. This is amazing stuff. Great stuff. This is the sort of stuff we actually dream about in the Robot Wars team. I know. Frightening, isn't it? Rather spooky and sad too. Kilohertz is on its back. Oh, lovely. Lovely. You can see the belly of Kilohertz. Oh, Kilohertz, the wheel's spinning. They're trying to right themselves. They can't. They're out. They're immobilized. It's Chaos 2 and George Francis who go through. The Kilohertz team out from the Czech Republic. Even though, at that point, when the CO2...
Alright, so what I want for this one is because Doc's got a nuclear... he's got the what the fuck sound effect. So, and a nuke goes off. So what I want to do here is, this chick standing at the bar, the nuke goes off in the background. I might have to change that to the other side. Two.
For a final trial, and the problem is the weaponry and the safety of that flailing weapon. Does that look under control to you? One final test to see if the team from California can stay in the competition. Is that safe? That's the major concern.
Kind of risk assessment on your robot. We cannot put our names, either health and safety or the production, to that risk assessment because we feel that the robot is too unsafe to go into that arena. We cannot risk it.
The potential for harm, the welding, for instance, we would have to have a certificate for the welding on there, and now we haven't even got that. Right. We haven't even got the right measures in place, and you haven't brought your own risk assessment for your robot. That's why I, as their health and safety officer, have to say to them, it has to go under test conditions first.
We've got that environment here, and so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to allow you to compete. You don't win by default, so risk go through. I'm really, really sorry. Because of the legal aspects of over here in this country, we cannot do this.
Oh, fine. I've asked my questions in advance of them, and I don't see any way around it. So. Que sera, sera. Back to San Francisco.
Oh.
Go through by default. They're first up against...
Once again, fucking Yanks turning it up to 11. The judges have to come in and be like, look dude, this is a fucking health hazard, alright? Look, we're here just to play games, you're here to fucking kill somebody, calm down.
Chaos 2 against Razor is an all-English affair, so is Mortis against Behemoth. And
yeah, alright, so we got
Weldor against 101. The surprise winners, of course, over Panic Attack.
So the nuke goes off in the background, and then she looks at it.
You ask the chaps, they really don't want to hate it.
Obviously the nuke will be slowly getting bigger, and then
Maybe. Nothing definitive.
Big flash will come, and then she'll get like eaten out, and it'll go to a big blank white square, and then it'll slowly fade back in to her in like a pitch black skeleton. And she blinks, and then she just crumbles into dust, and then a new one will pop up.
From Cyprus, Cerberus.
A circular tungsten-tipped saw, stainless steel claws, steel ram and clubbing tail make Cerberus a growling dog from hell. The body shells took 8 weeks to build.
My name is Theo. This is Vaso. This is Alex. This is our robot Cerberus. We are representing Cyprus. The front here is his head, which acts as a ram.
Alright.
The tail acts as a sweeping weapon
I'll have
and
to
can
get
also
to
push opponents over.
that
He has
in
two
another
sets of
time.
claws at the back and at the front.
Rising towards
Hang on.
Haller.
I'm gonna go grab another drink. Quick BRB.
Diotior from Ireland. And they're the boys from Cyprus.
Roboteers, stand by.
The first spotted Diotior with Peter, Joe and Kieran. And Cerberus, magnificent looking robot. Well done to the Cypriot boys for putting that together. Super looking robot, isn't it, Cerberus? With the tail and the head, the eyes there. And Diotior as well, with the boggle eyes and the great lurid grin.
Alright.
And the fur covering, balding at the back, of course.
In back.
That's the fur covering, I should say, on Diotior, balding at the back. And they'll need to avoid
Hang on, my ass is really scratchy.
and the gnashers of Cerberus, and the claws too, and the tail. It's not wagging at the moment though. Enjoy, because Diotior is causing trouble. Don't forget that lifting ram. very powerful. Oh, flipping Cerberus up and over. Almost like a little puppy dog that wants a tickled tummy. Cerberus, though, beginning to growl and growl. And the tail clamping down on the lifting mechanism of Diotior. Spinning away Cerberus. Oh, Killalot in there from the CPZ, the house robot, coming into play. Cerberus spins, comes on the attack again. Diotior flips it once and tries for the big one that'll end it. Surely! Over goes Cerberus. The Irish boys are through. Cerberus out.
GG, dude.
Immobilized by this great flip. Once they tried it, up and over. And give that doggy a kennel for the night. It's all over for Cerberus. Oh, no. Oh, look, in the top of your picture, Diotior is on fire again. It's also the house robots coming in on Cerberus. Someone should stop this. You may laugh, that's your machine. It took you 8 weeks to build. Tattered and torn by Killalot and Co. Someone call a stop to this. This isn't fair. Oh, I don't want to watch. Cerberus is being torn to pieces out there. Cerberus in pain. Ooh, and torture. And Diotior's on fire. They won't mind that. They love to burn, baby, burn. Robot Inferno. That's the song on Diotior lips. And meanwhile, Cerberus about to taste tire at the bottom of the pit.
Cease.
Disappointment for the Cypriot boys.
Well, Cerberus go in the pits. Diotior go through. Bulabus Gadina Bukalios Heren.
He had the vision and the ambition, but just not the knack.
Not the knack. Yeah, but his head survived.
So?
Really?
We're still out.
We're still out, yeah, but you know, it's always next year we'll come back for a visit, you know, and slap a few robots around.
Yeah?
Yes.
He's learned a lot this year.
He's learned a lot.
A whole lot.
He's in a terrible
Yes.
Was this Killalot?
Killalot, yeah. But, you know, I think he wanted a bit for a souvenir. He could have asked. I would have given a piece, you know what I mean?
Better equipped.
We'll be better equipped next year. Bigger claws.
Stunning robot, isn't it?
It's when we had it, like,
was
it just
slavering for you.
Did you see we tried to scrape our name onto the side of it?
Yeah. We should.
Oh, is that what you were trying to do? I thought it was just taking you ages to flip it over.
Flip it over.
I think that's the first time he's cracked a game, but it hasn't been funny. Well, it's first time for everything.
It's quite good actually, Philip and myself. Diotior through. Next up, Chaos 2 against Razor.
Chaos 2 team, we know you're a phenomenal robot. Have you got any problems that we need to know about though?
It's Razor.
Yes, exactly. You don't really want to be pitted against him.
Not really, no.
Because that's probably the only one that you're really weak against, isn't it?
Yeah, if we can get him in the jaw and get a good hold, then that could be it. So
very exciting.
Well, Simon Scott certainly seemed excited. George Francis in the Chaos 2 team there on the left has other problems. Has he had enough time to repair the punctured CO2 canister? Razor has that penetrating, honed steel edge to it. George Francis at the controls of Chaos 2.
Activate.
This a real crunch. Two robots with a great deal of respect in the pits. Especially Razor for that claw weapon. And Chaos 2 nearly flipping Razor up. Chaos 2 get up to 20 miles an hour. Is Nippy very manoeuvrable, and George Francis is one of the best controllers in the history of Robot Wars, but Razor already puncturing once again the CO2 gas canister in the main engine compartment of Chaos 2 has gone, and with it has the power of the weapon gone also. That is a mighty weapon. The beak of Razor. The squeeze ability.
Fucking beautiful, man.
Ribbon on the side of Chaos 2. A tattered battle flag. A reminder of previous victories. Because that is all they'll be left with, I'm sure now. Memories of victories in the past. This is dead metal and the circular saw and the great scorpion-like pincers at the front. Now they have Chaos 2, and it is a matter of time. Ooh!
2?
That is a terrible scar. Well, he's a magnificent driver of a robot, is George Francis. He gets great advice from Ian Swan and young Richard in the team as well, but their future in the Robot Wars World Championship is limited to that. In the pit.
Well, Chaos drives himself in the pit in a terrible suicide move. But have you ever seen such total chaos and metal mayhem? Razor goes through.
Well, it does a little victory dance of delight, Razor.
Well. We finally see what Razor can do.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it?
I have to say that, and everyone went very quiet for a long time.
Well, he nearly flipped us at one point. But George was going to, if George flipped us, he was going to ram us into the side or into the house rubber, so we couldn't self-right.
Right.
He knows we can self-right. So
Right.
we really had to get him in the jaw and sort of try and disable it. But it's a tough machine. He was still mobile.
Yeah.
But I think we did.
After all of that damage, I know, it's
Deactivated
incredible.
the flipper, so that's like the dangerous bit.
Where did it go through then? Here?
All over the place. There, I think here. It's wrecked the, basically wrecked the pneumatics, so the flipper didn't work.
Where does all that gas come from?
It probably actually came out the filling hose there.
Wow.
But without the flipper, I wasn't going to win, so I didn't like getting trashed, so I dived in the pit.
I know. It's the first time I've seen a robot commit suicide.
2?
First time we've seen Philippa fiddling with the inside, perhaps trying to find Chaos 2's backbone. Did it have any? They're out. Next up, Mortis against Behemoth.
There you are then. What, you expect me to be impressed or something? Behemoth team, what on earth are you doing? What are you still ferreting them for at this point?
We're just testing it. Make sure it works when we get in there. Quite
Right.
important that it does when you're against Mortis.
Exactly. How do you feel up against Mortis? Do you think you can get
A
them
little worried, but well, they've got self-righters, so even if we do, it relies on the basis that hopefully they won't run.
Have you got the power to, for example, push them in the pit?
We've got the power to push them in the pit. It's just whether they stay still long enough.
Right.
They're pretty quick, so we're pretty slow.
Okay. All right, well, I wish you all the best, because you're going to need all the luck in the world, I think, with this one. It's a difficult one.
Thanks.
The Mortis boys look confident. Behemoth has that front scoop that could lift them up and over, don't forget. Mortis against Behemoth.
Roboteers, stand by.
An all-English affair.
3, 2, 1.
Mighty tense. And a real heavyweight battle this. Mortis with the hammer and also with the lifting arm. There's the Behemoth scoop. Don't forget that can lift up 300 pounds. Oh, and Mortis up and over and bracing itself first on the hammer blade. They look so cool. There's the arm also bracing Mortis. But they're being edged towards the pit and they'll need to move here quickly on its side. Goodness me, the Behemoth boys there nearly had Mortis in the pit. And they do now! What a surprise! Behemoth through and the Mortis confidence misplaced.
Well, Behemoth one step closer to the World Championship title. He throws Mortis in the pits and out of the competition.
And that's a major surprise, surely, for Rob Knight, the Mortis captain, in the pits with Philippa.
Very, very worried going in. I thought we were going to trash them. But we didn't.
But you must be fairly disappointed with Mortis on the whole, because even though you've ploughed so much time and effort and money into it, it hasn't performed.
Hasn't done as well as I would have hoped, I agree.
Why do you think that is? Is there one thing you'd change, or...?
Need to practice driving more and say definitely.
At any moment were you thinking, oh no, this isn't going to work, he's going to get me?
When the axe came in, it was, but it only just caught in there and jammed in between the gap. And then as soon as they came in at front, we was front on front, and we just picked them up. And then over they went, and then just pushed them around the arena.
You can see it glazing over your eyes, the thought of winning the competition.
Well, beating Mortis is quite a triumph in its own, really.
It is. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Did Mortis beat itself with poor driving? Rob Knight thought so. Next up, Weldor against 101 and Super Buddy.
This Super Bunny has been with you for 9 years. And now what's going to happen to her?
She's gonna die.
Hectic!
I'd say to get chopped in half.
Who taped her down there, Amy? That one. That father there. You meanie.
I wanted to crucify it and nail it.
What's happened to the pair of you? Robot Wars does to people? You used to be charming when you first came in. Now you're horrible.
Philip Lundy there on the left in the Weldor team. Be kind to Super Bunny.
War makes monsters of us all.
Says Amy. Weldor from Northern Ireland. 101 from England. Oh, the bunny's not there. There must have been a change of heart. There he is. Amy's got Super Bunny. The world's all right. Will 101 be? Weldor. Just waiting to come in with those forklift raising prongs. Teetering and tottering. Goodness me. That was brinkmanship from Weldor. And Philip Lundy was very nearly out of the competition. Well, he likes his Gaelic football, and he was very nearly kicked into touch there. As 101 comes in with a big boot, or is it a big boot? No real weaponry on 101. Now you see, Weldor has those prongs to tantalisingly tease the tank tracks of 101. Just hoisting it up, trying to get some traction itself on the arena floor. 101 slams down.
There we go.
Fell him at the
That's
controls.
nice and smooth now.
Loves to play the drums, loves his triathlons. That hammer weapon's a little bit ineffective. A little bit like a petal on a flower. As strong and menacing as a rose petal. And going towards the flamed pit. That'll scorch and sear the camouflage. 101 again, trundling in on the attack. There's dead metal waiting to see if there's anything loose. Scars on the top of 101. Super Bunny's okay. That's our major concern, of course. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit. Weldor. Get on the arena wall. Needs to get out of there. If it goes to the judges, they will decide on style and control, damage and aggression, of course. So who's the more aggressive of these two controllers? All a little bit tentative at the end, but they are still both mobile, though. Very close.
Well, that was a war of attrition. Weldor escaped from the pits. We're going to have to go to a judge's decision on that.
On the left, Adam Harper, Noel Sharkey and Martin Smith, our international panel of judges. Looking again at replays of this. That was crucial. Weldor very, very nearly in the pit, but then causing minor damage on 101. Certainly the more aggressive, I think, overall, Weldor. Better style, too. Had the hammer, a little bit ineffective. And overall, which robot will come out on top? In the judge's decision. 101 there, doing all the pushing and work. Now it's time for Weldor to flip 101 up. Using the hammer again.
We have a unanimous decision. 101 win.
Nice.
Super Bunny
there you go.
With Dad Mike and a sporting reaction really from the Weldor team.
Yeah, you took the bunny off at the last minute. What made you change your mind?
Well, I didn't want it to get killed in the end.
No, of course not. She's been your best friend for 9 years. Super Bunny. Do you think she's upset that you did that to her? No, she's oh, fantastic.
The bunny's like Abraham from the Bible. He's like, oh God, and you wanted me to nearly kill my son just as a prank? Yeah, okay.
He got his forks jammed under our tracks. And jammed
saw that.
completely. And oh no, but
It's a bated breath moment.
yeah, well, we managed to wriggle free and almost got him in the pit.
Oh, he did have a go, didn't he? That one's all right.
Done well.
It's sadly the chopper just wasn't powerful enough, was it?
The bar and the mechanism at all, the bar pressure. Plenty of pressure in the balance, but couldn't get the actual bar pressure to actually give it that force. We marked them a couple of times, like, but if we had a better hammer, we probably would have been able to do better. But we're well happy, and just like to thank everybody that helped us back.
Well, good.
Get here.
And you survived for the whole duration of the fight. So it wasn't all bad, was it?
No.
You just could have done with a bigger chopper.
But small was beautiful. Super Bunny, 101 go back into their warren to prepare for their semi against Razor. First up, Behemoth against Giottior.
Well, the international dove of peace has well and truly flown, dodging the ground-to-air missiles as she goes, because after another brutal display of world disharmony, we're now left with just 4 metal-hungry robots. However, only the 2 with the biggest appetites for the destruction will survive the semi-finals. Well, guys, you're going for a place in the final of the World Championships. How are you feeling?
Not too bad.
You beat Mortis, and that was one of the favourites.
Indeed. There's no pit this time.
Yeah, you can't push him into the pit.
No, we can't push him into the pit.
But
So
you can flip him over.
flick him over, push him to the stars and bash him.
Alright. I want to watch him DJ. It's gonna be good. CC. 3. Actually, we're up to 4 now.
What's up, everybody? Y'all already know who it is. How the hell is everybody today, man?
Fucking good, cunt!
So, I have something to speak about while I'm doing this show.
Actually, hang on. Where's the old John Hopkins
Yo,
University?
Fox, what up? I got you, Jen.
I think France is now
Now that
top
Jen
4.
coming back into the fold too, man. What up, Jen? But before I start this show off, I want to call out a certain fucking 2 assholes.
Oh yeah, boy.
One by the name of Tyrese Needs, and the other punk ass Jones, aka Raleigh Jones. See, you motherfuckers think you can just waltz around and talk shit and abuse my
Holy fuck, why is
friends
it so goddamn laggy?
and then try to get a contract on them to continue your bullshit? Nah, motherfucker, it don't work like that.
Nah, motherfucker.
See, I know your history,
Ah,
Tyler.
fucking hell. COVID-19.
I know your history, motherfucker, about how you have a warrant for your arrest. I know about the abuse that you put Jen through.
There we go.
Oh, and just for the record, and I do find this funny, shout out to Jen for filling me in on this. You claim that you're a
Allocation of
badass,
statistics.
but dude, your balls ain't even dropped yet, dude. So how can you sit there and call yourself a man when your balls ain't even dropped
I want
yet,
Queensland.
bro?
I want the world.
Like, dog, your balls ain't even dropped yet. Like, come the fuck on. And you call yourself a
Worldwide.
man?
So yeah,
You
United
call
States,
yourself
India,
a man
Brazil, and France.
when your balls ain't even dropped yet, Tyree.
Ooh, France
And
is
you
going
wanna
up.
sit there and
Interesting.
call yourself a man when
Russia
you
is
abuse
consistently
them
been going up.
And you go after them for no fucking reason.
United States, oh, they're getting hit with the
And what Jen right here
Delta
watching,
wave now.
I'll tell you exactly like I told her. You're fucking
India's
faggot
brought
ass
theirs
is
down.
lucky I wasn't
Well, I
there
mean, pretty much the course of the Delta
when
virus.
you did what you did. Because otherwise, I would have
And Brazil is Brazil.
fucking ass. Straight up. You don't ever put your hands on a woman like that, motherfucker. You don't ever do that shit.
Oh shit! When did I sign out of Restream?
Because let me tell you right now, Jen didn't
What the
deserve
fuck?
that shit that you or all
I've been
your
killed
little
off
friends
YouTube?
did to her over the past week. So this first one.
No, I'm still going. When the fuck did that happen? Damn it. Ah, fucking hell.
Before I start off this scratch session, let's start it off with this.
Fuck. I think I see Narnia talking. Oh no. I feel as though I've failed. Oh yeah, Narnia's still here.
This for everyone out there.
Server network? Oh, I see. Ah, okay. Yeah, well shit, Narnia, hang on. I'll have to bring up the,
boy Christian James. Shout out to Christian on this one, brother.
I'm gonna have to bring up the... Celebrating Chester Bennington? Ooh, interesting. I don't know if this is copyrighted. But yeah, I'm sorry, man. I don't get what the fuck's going on with the text-to-speech here. Fuck. There's something wrong. Server unknown. What the fuck is going on, cunt? Ooh. Oh, Russia's getting shit on hard. Please use CCTV movements of removal list that followed for coronavirus. LXC directed Boris Johnson's irresponsible decision to remove almost all the COVID restrictions. Oh yes! Hang on, where's the stats? UK. Oh yep, they're skyrocketing like crazy. And I do believe they have the Delta variant now, which is one of the most dangerous at the moment. Spreads quickly and affects everyone of all ages. And there's Lucia. Pepsi upgrades full year forecast as customers return to cinemas and bars. Bank of England removes restrictions on bank dividends. Vaccinated French healthcare workers won't be paid. Health Minister warns. South Korea reports dozens of COVID cases among fully vaccinated. Tokyo Olympics spectator ban to cost reinsurers in funds. Yeah, reinsurers. Russia clocks record COVID death toll as Delta strain spreads. Huh. Alright, let me read back to you. Is someone Titanfall got there? Max, fuck yeah. Too much Titanfall. The answer is amazing. Yeah, the announcer is amazing. I like the announcer and I like the host, but the chick who does the interviews, she's kind of awkward. I guess she fits in with the nerds. Baguettes ain't so fine. No, they is not. I don't know what the French do nowadays. All I ever see them do is riot. And you're still here? One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard I try. He's got a fucking... That's an Xbox, I'm pretty sure, in the background. Yeah, that's an Xbox.
I'm gonna tell you exactly like I tell every other fucking mod. If you see any kind of troll shit going on, cut them off and get rid of them.
What a weird world this guy lives in. What a fascinating creature to study, you know? Fascinating.
Now, for those of you...
And he still has more fucking money than me. He's got a fucking...
That have been broken down the same way...
He's got a higher quality microphone. He's got his own little mix table. He's got a laptop and a fucking TV screen. I guess I've got two computers. One that is inactive at the moment. It's not that it doesn't work. I just have nothing to use it for.
No, but it's still...
Is that a fucking didgeridoo in the background?
So this
Has that thing got a fucking didgeridoo?
It's for anyone out there that's...
Oh, I can't make the didgeridoo sound. Nah, I can't do it. I'm not indigenous. Oh, they got more copyrighted music going on in the background. I don't know if Cyrex actually knows how to mix music at all. Xbox Master Race. The Xbox is actually going extinct now because they're given all the what would have been Xbox exclusives are now going onto fucking Microsoft Store. So Xbox is kind of a bit of a moot point nowadays. There's no reason to buy an Xbox. You may as well just buy a computer. It's not like they make co-op games anymore on Xbox. Oh, well, in Halo 5, we removed split screen because we know how hard it is to get friends together. I mean, I have absolutely no friends, so I assume everyone else in the world doesn't either. This is the one we want. Shadows and death, I curse not the wicked, I praise not the blessed. I told you the truth, you led me to change. If there were a currency, you know the bank voices in my head again, beating me the war I can't win. I can hear them now, turning inside my own skin. It's hard to know myself anymore. They're pulling me on voice I don't want to know. So callous and broken, only in hopeless. Yeah, I don't want to live forever. I just want to live right now. You can't take me from mine. Voices in my head again, beating me the war I can't win. Like an angel, don't you think? He sings like an angel. Yeah, scratching my face. Because I know the man is everything was kind.
Let me tell you right now, man, that song right there is for anyone out there who has been in that position of an abusive relationship, who has gone through hell, who has had those thoughts in their fucking head, just as I have, and just as people like Jenny go through every fucking day. So shout out to the ones that are staying strong. People like fucking Jenny, who's in the comments right now, man. Every
Shout
one of
outs.
you motherfuckers are stronger than you know. You guys are fucking stronger than you fucking realize. And you motherfuckers are the reason why I do what I do, because I've been in that position. I've been through abuse. And let me tell you, if I can escape it, so can you.
Inspiring. Hashtag inspired.
Matter of fact, this song right here is the song that helped me to escape my abusive relationships. And hopefully this song does the same for you that it did for me. This is Witness the Addiction by Suicide Silence.
Two. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with the mic. Not mine, his. I think he's got the mic pointing the wrong direction. It doesn't sound right. I'm pretty sure... I think this might be a shotgun mic, and he's currently got it aiming straight into the air. And so it's not picking up the, picking up the audio correctly. It doesn't sound right, man. Two.
Spread my wings and fly away across my fingers for a day, wishing for a better day. So take my hands, take me away.
Away.
I close my eyes and even pray, wishing for a better day.
I feel like I've done something horribly wrong. Hang on a second.
Spread my wings and fly away across my fingers for a day, wishing for a better way. So take my hands, take me way. I close my eyes and even pray, wishing for a better day. I want to tell you guys right the fuck now, man. If you are going through that, man, and you feel like you're on the edge because of an abusive relationship, that's why that song I just did, called Witness the Addiction, means so much to me, because when you're being abused, it's like an addiction. It becomes an addiction if you don't do anything about it. Trust me, I've been there, and I can tell you for a fact, that is one addiction that you don't want in your life. Because when you're abused so much, it becomes like an addiction, like a drug, and you begin to like it. Don't begin to like it. And if you do feel like you're on the edge, like I said in that song, fuck tomorrow. Live for today, live for right now, live for this moment, and fight for right now. Because trust me when I say, yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. But trust me when I say, as somebody that's made it out himself, you can do it. You can escape whatever abusive relationship you're in. Whether it's physical, mental, emotional, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, abuse is abuse, and all three are just as bad as the other. So trust me when I say you can escape it. Trust me, I did it, Jenny did it. Take a look at us.
I think I should use you guys as a case in point.
Trust me when I say I've gone through mental and emotional abuse, which in some cases like mine is far worse than physical. Because that shit leaves you scarred for the rest of your motherfucking life. That shit leaves you broken, destroyed. And at the end of it all, it puts you in places like this.
There's an ant crawling up my neck. Fool, you thought you would find sugar, but you found only death. Look at this hardcore DJing. Oh, I dropped my phone. I'll have to bend over and pick it up. I sure hope no one looks up my unusually short skirt that is also very loosely fitted.
Wish I could run away to disappear. All these songs, they make no sense. I find this in ignorance that I need to go away over and over again.
Wild applause. Wild applause.
Alright, sounds good. Sounds good, Jim. Be safe. Shout out to Carrie. What's good, Carrie? How you guys doing? Squishy, what up, man?
What the fuck's that cunt doing on the goddamn fucking... I can't remember what it's called. Mix table, that's it.
And I'm gonna state this very fucking clear right now. And I want to be very clear on this, man. If any of you know anyone out there that's going through abuse of any kind or bullying of any kind, don't sit there and be fucking silent. Help them out of that shit. Show them that they're not alone. Because we all need people right now in our corner. People like myself and Jenny who have gone through abuse need people like you motherfuckers backing us up and showing us that we got this. So if you see any motherfucker out there going through the same shit, that I'm going through or that Jenny went through, don't sit there and be silent about it. Fucking stand up and fucking say something and do something about it and help that person out, because you never know. You could very well end up saving their fucking life.
Get a Crestwell reward for that. He's not even doing anything with that knob. Basically, what that knob he's flipping over here is changing from this track playing on this disc and the track playing on this disc over here. But I don't know if he's got anything playing on the second track. The disc looks like it's staying still, so I assume this is the only one playing. Like, there's literally no point in doing that. Stop it. It annoys me. Oh, that's right. I forget I don't have the thingy working. Ah, I gotta read this shit manually. Sorry. Ah. Keep forgetting that. Fuck. Oh, God. Ah. Damn you, Restream. And not actually working. Mental health is overrated. It's pretty popular nowadays. What race is Cyrax? Like an orc goblin hybrid? No, he's pure goblin. He's pure goblin. The inspirational meth head, exactly. Yeah, fuck the future you. They're a bitch. You right now are better than they will probably be. Probably. Well, I mean, if you don't go anywhere in life, then, you know, there's also that to consider. If you don't go anywhere in life, then the future you is just as good as the current you. I think that's Cyrax's strategy. Zip. Zip. Getting me too excited, chili. I can't remember the original context of that one. Do I want to think about it? No, not yet anyway. All the boys say, hey chili, hey chili, hey, hey. Girls say, hey chili, hey. No, I know that's from a song, but I can't remember the melody for it. Oh, I know what it is. Oh, the boys say, hey chili, hey chili, hey. Girls say, hey chili, hey chili, hey. Something like that. Oh, that's right, yeah.
Nani.
Ah, look, we got it working.
You said you were bending over.
Yes. Ah, there we go. Now that makes sense. And we got the text-to-speech back. Excelente. Das is good. What have you done to TTS, you monster? The server's disconnected. Trust me, I would never do something to TTS. There is always a greater evil afoot. That conveniently covers for all of my own personal failings. Isn't that nice? Oh, and Cyrex is gone.
Yo, Weez, what up, man?
Oh, he's on the phone. He's setting up a deal. Alright. Let's go.
Yeah, you know what? Tyrese needs to be behind fucking bars, man.
The most closed-off country on Earth.
Let's go see what the North Korean economy's like. By the way, quick, opinion on, or my personal opinion on this guy, Economics Explained. Good understanding of, solid understanding of economics, terrible research ability. In a lot of his videos where he talks about the economies of countries, he's correct when he's talking about the mechanics of the economic system, but he's terrible at getting the correct information to build the whole context he needs to have a useful interpretation of economic system. Doesn't always do that, but it does happen. I noticed pretty much in a lot of ones where he talks about the economies of other nations, there's usually corrections in the comment section telling him that he's missed out a extremely important event that's pretty much led to the whole setup of the current economic state. But yeah. Anywho, with that in mind, here's North Korea with the latest.
And of course, its oppressive government dictatorship. A 2014 report by the United Nations concluded that the gravity, scale, and nature of these human rights violations does not have any parallel in the contemporary world. This is all pretty damning stuff, but with the exception of the human rights, these aggressive actions is actually not something that the North Korean government is particularly ashamed of. What they are ashamed of, though, is something that all of these media spectacles help to distract from, and that is their incredibly pathetic economy. The economy of North Korea has an estimated nominal GDP of $25 billion US, or a purchasing power parity GDP of $40 billion US. And this is actually an incredibly hard figure to calculate because of the extreme lack of reliable economic data for the country, and because you need to appropriate the value of North Korean won, which is pretty much an internationally worthless currency with no foreign exchange market. What this estimate does mean, though, is that North Korea has a transactional economy smaller than Beverly Hills, LA. Of course, instead of designer handbags and rodent-sized dogs, North Korea does channel a large portion of that income back into its military, but it still puts the whole nation into context. Beyond the dramatic chest beating, and despite all of the opportunities this country has been given, it has dwindled into complete economic obscurity.
I'd hardly say it's been given many
To really understand
opportunities.
this catastrophic disappointment, though, we have to start at the very beginning. The Korean War ended in July of 1953. After years of devastating back-and-forth conflict amongst the new political ideologies that would go on to shape the later part of the 20th century, the Korean Peninsula was kind of right back where it started, divided along the 38th parallel, with the capitalist nation in the south and the new communist nation in the north. North Korea was actually able to get off to an extremely
So which is worse, China or North Korea? In any aspect.
define bad. Are you talking like in terms of danger, or are you talking in terms of incompetence in government?
As China and the Soviet Union, North Korea was able to bounce back and start building a...
Or are you talking on terms of human rights and ethical record?
Quickly pulling ahead of their similarly named neighbour to the south. The North Korean government was certainly a planned command economy, meaning that all production, investment, and allocation of capital goods was controlled by the government.
Nani.
This was again
In any way.
very similar to their communist allies, China and the Soviet Union.
Here's the question. Which is worse, China or North Korea? North Korea, compared to China, probably North Korea in every aspect. North Korea has a worse economy. They have a worse human rights record. They have a worse international reputation. They have a worse military. They have a worse navy. They have a worse air force. They have worse defensive technology. They have worse technology in general. They have a worse education system, a worse healthcare system. Worse, I mean, they probably have worse... China would have a more liberal media than North Korea. North Korea is just worse in every aspect. And North Korea is different from like African countries, where North Korea doesn't really have an excuse for being in the situation it's in. The only reason it's in the situation it's in is purely ideological. There's nothing physically stopping them from being more successful. Everything's in their minds. They're not like somewhere like Africa, where there's no infrastructure set up, and the possibility of setting up that infrastructure is pretty much non-existent. Obviously, that's kind of changing nowadays with China's investments in Africa. And soon you're going to see all the other Western, especially America, they're all going to start investing in Africa, because they're going to be like, Yanks are going to do what the Yanks always do, which is murder anyone that dares to want to hang out with China. And they're going to be doing that all throughout Africa now. They're already doing that across the Pacific. But anyhow, pretty much, in summary, the only reason North Korea still exists nowadays is because they are the meat shield for China if America wants to attack or invade. Because in order to invade mainland China, they're going to have to launch an attack from either South Korea or Japan to cut straight to the heart of Beijing. But from those two staging areas, what country is in the way blocking them that they have to go through first? North Korea. And that's the only reason North Korea is still alive, because China is keeping them alive specifically so they can be a meat shield between them and America. Mind you, through the eyes of America, Australia is nothing more than a meat shield between America and China. If China wants to do something, they're going to have to go through Australia first. That's the only reason why the Yanks have any interest in our country. They have a lot of resources or stock in our fucking beef and a couple other industries, but on an international geopolitical level, that's us in the eyes of America. We're your decoy, on the assumption you're American. Which, needless to say, kind of feeds into why I do not have a very high opinion of the American nation. And yeah, that's also why the Americans have utter disrespect for our democratic process and have interfered with it twice. To pretty much isolate China. They rigged our democracy and subsequently caused us huge amounts of economic damage to the country, just so America could try and fuck over China. And mind you, America played a very important role in guaranteeing the economic rise of China, because
Nani. We don't have enough ground harnesses for our military.
I mean, fucking the way the geology is set up, yeah, the most reliable way to launch an invasion straight into the heart of China would be from Japan or South Korea. Because if you invade from the north, from like Mongolia or one of the nations, first of all, you're going to have to get there. The infrastructure isn't there, they're not very well supplied, and they're usually pretty unreliable regions with very questionable, legitimate rulers and leaders. So, you don't really want to do that, and even if you did do that, you'd get spotted, and there'd be an immediate shit show, and you would be sandwiched between Russia and China. And if America starts unloading troops for an invasion, in, say, somewhere like Mongolia, but right between Russia and China, both Russia and China would have their guns pointed at the Yanks and be like, you get the fuck out or we're gonna murder all of you. From the south, you got the Philippines. The Philippines is a bit of a shithole. Heavily impoverished. No real staging area already set up, so you're gonna have to develop your own infrastructure. And if you do that, the Chinese are gonna spot you and they're gonna be like, what the fuck's going on here? I don't think there's any... You can't launch an attack from the east, because all you got there is Pakistan and India and, what, fucking Kazakhstan. And I don't think they think too highly of the Americans, and I don't think they would be comfortable with an American military on their property. So, yeah. That's, in summary, that's why North Korea exists. That's the only reason it's still alive. Otherwise, if China cut ties with North Korea would starve to death. They already have, more or less, starved to death. China is the only one keeping them alive. If they cut ties with North Korea would have no one to trade with, and then they'd slowly all just start starving to death, and then eventually, if the people don't rise up and fucking take over themselves, then the whole thing's just gonna fall apart anyway, and someone else is gonna take the reins. Most likely South Korea. They're gonna rock up and be like, yay, United Korea! And all the people in North Korea are gonna be like, yay! And then the South Koreans are gonna be like, now we can show you K-pop! And then all the North Koreans will be like, no!
War, the centrally planned economy would work off a series of 5 years plans that would be decided on by the Supreme People's Assembly of Korea, and then converted into a legally binding final plan. At first, these plans would target things like the building of ports and the increasing the crop yields, formation of trade agreements, and of course, the growth of the military. In the early days after the war, North Korea actually had a lot going for it. It was starting at a pretty low point, but it was able to trade its abundant natural resources with its communist partners, and in exchange, they would provide North Korea with technical goods and industrial know-how to convert the country from a fledgling agricultural nation into an industrialized powerhouse. This all started to slow down, though, in the mid-60s. North Korea was undertaking its fourth central plan. This time, it was actually a very ambitious 7-year plan aimed at industrialization to increase living standards. But for the first time since the plan started, it was becoming clear that North Korea was not going to be able to meet this optimistic target. There was an overall reduction in Soviet support during this time as North Korea started to align more with China, and while they were all communist nations and they were all friendly, it was kind of a bit, like picking which parent you liked more. North Korea was under a lot of pressure to increase its defense spending, given the increased pressure of capitalist nations like the USA, who were hell-bent on stopping communist domino effect, which was the idea that communism would spread from one nation to another like dominoes. And then, in 1965, for the first time, and despite all of the advantages it had, South Korea exceeded the growth rate of North Korea. Although for now, it was still a smaller economy overall. The small problem of slowing growth eventually turned into a full-on crisis in the late 70s. At this point, North Korea was still able to raise money through government borrowing, and it had sunk itself deeply into debt trying to maintain these ambitious plans. This wouldn't have necessarily been a bad plan had the money actually been invested into productive infrastructure, but by this time, North Korea was sinking as much as 25% of its budget into its military. For comparison, the USA, a country that has an enormous military budget, actually spends about 54% of its federal budget on military spending. So North Korea's spending doesn't actually sound too bad. But there are two things that must be considered here. One, the United States also has state budgets, which cover things like local police, roads, schooling, and the like. These state budgets and local budgets actually make up close to 50% of total government spending in the United States. So, the actual military expenditure is not as severe as it sounds, realistically making up just under 30% of total government spending overall. North Korea does not have state budgets. It has provinces, but the whole economy works off a central national budget, meaning that 25% figure in the 70s was the whole story. The other bigger consideration here is that the USA is not a centrally planned economy, and federal government spending only accounts for about 9% of the USA's total output. This means that in 2018, the USA only had a military expenditure 3.2% of its total GDP. In North Korea, a centrally planned economy, the government's budget kind of is the economy, and so, in this period, military expenditure was around 20% of their total economy. All of this economic mismanagement and reckless military spending meant that in 1980, North Korea defaulted on its debts, which cut off its ability to borrow money to keep its head above water. These financial problems were compounded by a large-scale drought that was plaguing the nation at this time, and meant that by this point, its neighbour to the south was easily able to surpass it economically and continue to grow into what it is today. North Korea struggled its way through the rest of the 80s, relying heavily on China and the Soviet Union to feed its people and keep its infrastructure afloat. These countries
This is why I say the most important thing in an economy is just the circulation of money.
Were actually pretty happy to help out in exchange for more of North Korea's natural resources, and also in a desperate attempt to prove to the world that communism was the way of the future, and that central planning was definitely legit and did not lead to widespread starvation.
Even though it always does.
If it couldn't get any worse for North Korea, it did. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and when it did, North Korea lost its biggest lifeline. North Korea had to drastically adapt, and 2 years later, it announced another budget plan. This time, a 3-year plan focusing on agriculture, light industry, and foreign trade. This all sounded great, but it kind of went the same way as all of the previous economic plans did. North Korea no longer had access to sufficient stores of fertilizer that was previously supplied by the Soviet Union. Its trade agreements flopped because of its crippling foreign debt, and also because it did not produce enough goods to actually trade with, which compounded by making investments into infrastructure all but useless because they were not able to produce the machinery needed in North Korea because of a lack of technical expertise, and they were not able to import machinery because of the lack of anybody that wanted to do business with them. A lack of trade for a small economy like North Korea is all but a death sentence in today's world. At this point, North Korea was desperate to try anything to get their
good news, mate. You'll be dead whether you like it or not.
Even if it meant
Eventually.
the thing that it hated the most.
So just look forward to the surprise.
Economy, the North Korean government was playing with the idea of private enterprise, but it was doing it in a very North Korean way. Experimentation into small-scale entrepreneurship took place from 2009 to 2013, and although there continue to be legal uncertainties, this has developed into a significant sector. By 2016, economic liberalisation had progressed to the extent that both locally responsible and state industrial enterprises gave the state between 20% and 50% of their total output, selling the remainder to buy raw materials at market-based prices.
How's it going, Woo?
In 2014, the enterprise Enterprise Act was amended to allow state-owned enterprise managers to engage in foreign
Sorry,
trade and joint...
not exactly balls to the walls excitement here, just animation and listening to the economy of North Korea.
Under the new rules, enterprise directors became more akin to Western chief executive officers, and chief engineers, previously a government job, had an operational role more like a Western chief operating officer. These individuals could even personally benefit from running these operations efficiently. As of 2019, though, it is unclear as to whether these semi-government, semi-private institutions are still in operation. Today, North Korea finds itself going nowhere. Its economy has actually started shrinking, and its increased militaristic chest-beating has meant that more and more sanctions have been placed on it, further suffocating an already struggling economy. For reference, South Korea, which started in the same place as North Korea after the War of 1953, was not blessed with the same kind of natural resources as North Korea. It did not have the land connection to a powerful ally like North Korea has with China. It did not get offered countless extensions on foreign aid and debt relief programs like North Korea did, but South Korea's economy today is over 60 times larger than North Korea's because it facilitated private enterprise and it invested into infrastructure to support the massive industries it has today. To further credit the difference between the two systems, South Korea also achieved this growth while growing up with a terrible neighbour that constantly threatened to nuke them. So, what does the future hold for North Korea? Well, it really is...
There isn't one.
The government of North Korea seems to be stuck in a cycle of ramping up military aggression as a weird way to turn around and beg for more foreign aid in exchange for calming down a bit. It is literally the screaming child in the middle of a supermarket that gets a lollipop just to calm them down. While this keeps on working, it is likely that the government of North Korea will keep on doing it. And in the meantime, the world can only look on and hope that the whole system will implode peacefully and good governance can take its place.
It never implodes peacefully.
Hi guys, I hope you enjoyed the latest video. If you did,
If you want to change a regime, you're gonna have to delete a good chunk of your fucking population.
Plug our new Discord server once again. It's been really, really fantastic to watch that grow, and we've been having some fantastic discussions over there. As always, I do my very best to reply to all comments in the comments section, but it is getting to a point where there are too many to keep up with. So if you do want to reach me, that Discord server is probably the best place to go. Thanks, guys.
Alright. Let's get back to robots.
So there are your tactics. Yeah. Prepare to do battle.
Thank you.
The boys from Era, I tell you, they reckon they're going to do you.
Ah, come on.
They'll have to knock the smile off the face.
What are your tactics then? What are you going to do?
Up the middle with smoke.
Up the middle with smoke. Do you think you can win this?
We're up against a very good robot.
Yeah, it is a good robot.
As you can see, we've been battle scarred heavily.
You have. It's a very strong robot as well. Do you think you've got the power to take it on?
Yeah.
We're a strong robot too.
Yeah. How's that arm work at the front?
Sometimes it works.
Sometimes it doesn't. Prepare to do battle.
Right.
Nani. A lot more people will die when North Korea crashes.
And there, the Irish scarred and burnt entry Jotio.
But yeah, that's just the nature of regime change.
The Behemoth boys too.
And I mean, hey, it's not as if they're doing swimmingly at the moment either.
Popular teams in the pits. Waltz together. This for a place in the world final. And there the flipper of Behemoth, and up and over Jotio.
Oh, there it goes.
And there the Streamec, the self-righting mechanism, coming into play, but not righting Jotio first time. Behemoth gives them a little bit of a helping hand. And they're just going to leave them on its side. And that has totally negated the self-righting mechanism. That won't do. Behemoth chance is any good though. Helping Jotio out. Sporting a hand, that's what Robot Wars is all about. Now you see, once you've been sporting like, you can come in for the kill. Are they on fire again? Jotio kebab. There's not a lot left of the fur, let's be honest. Up and over. They know there's a torch there. Sergeant Bash and the flamethrower. There's the torch from the side of the arena. And we have ignition. And blast off for Diotior any moment now, I should think. Unless they can use that arm to get in underneath Behemoth. And don't forget, this English robot on the right, with the stripes, has already beaten the much-fancied Mortis. There, the big scoop. Up and over again. And barbecued Diotior is just about to be put out for good, I would think. Spinning it, rolling it, crashing it. Again, lifting on the front of the Irish team. They're desperately trying to stay alive and come on the attack now to take on Behemoth. Are we to see just a little bit of a sting in the tail for those judges and the rest of us? Well, a little bit tentative, a bit of a prod and a shove. And I don't think Diotior has the lifting power to hoist this 80-kilogram Behemoth. Just trying once again. Time ticking down though. Both robots still mobile at the end.
Well, I think I know who won, but both robots were still mobile. We're going to have to go to the judges for a decision.
Key points here, damage and aggression, I think. Aggression from Behemoth, flipping Diotior up and over. Damage sustained by the Irish boggle-eyed furball. Constantly rolled and flipped up and over. There he goes again. On fire once more. For me, it's an easy decision, this one, for the judges. You never quite know with them, do you? They might fancy a boggle-eyed furball from Ireland. Or will they prefer the great truck Behemoth?
And the judges have made a decision. I thought so. It's unanimous. The winners are Behemoth.
No surprise there, the English boys winning. But the Irish lads have been magnificent. Sporting all the way through. Great fun.
Well, guys, you're in the grand final of the World Championship of Robot Wars. How'd you feel?
Very good. Very good.
You were like a cat toying with a mouse. You flipped him on his back, then you flipped him back over, then you put him on his side.
Yeah, well, their self-right didn't quite work, so I thought I'll put them back on. That a bit fun, tip them over.
You weren't taking them seriously. You knew you could win that any time you wanted to, didn't you?
I was being kind, though.
You were being kind, were you?
Yeah.
It's a strong robot, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
How much can that shovel lift?
Lifting is about 300 kilograms, and it can pull about 1.5 tons. Pull a Land Rover easily.
It can pull a Land Rover?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon you're in with a good chance. You've beaten some good robots to get this far.
Indeed.
Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Behemoth!
The Pritchard boys and Kane Aston through, but the Irish lads, hugely popular with the audience, have been sporting all the way through. Well done to them.
Gee, they were brilliant. They were very, very good.
Weren't they?
It's like a football.
You couldn't have asked against a better team.
And was
It's fair dues to them for flipping us back over, though.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That was really nice of them because it made a great show of it, didn't it?
They wanted a fair fight, and that was what we got. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Didn't even have to get the other house robots involved.
Or even the eye is broken. He's so, so lovely.
Oh, well. You can get furred up again and new eyes.
Yeah.
Ready to
He
fight
will
for
be
another.
resurrected.
Yeah.
Like a phoenix.
Absolutely.
Look at your grin. How do you feel?
Great. It's nice to actually make it to the finals of the World Championship. It's a great feat, really, on its own.
Now, some people would have said that you were very, very silly for flipping him back the right way.
Yeah, well, we thought the majority of the opponents we're going to go up against, we haven't flipped them back, so we thought we'll play with this one.
Have a game.
Yeah.
Have a laugh.
Yeah.
Give us a better show.
Yeah, make it last a bit longer.
They loved it as well.
Yeah.
They had a really good time. So thank you very much. It was a great battle. Well done. Well done.
Behemoth through to the world final, and they'll meet there either Razor or 101 and Super Bunny, of course.
More exciting bits from the pits now before they go in for their battle. Here's Amy and Mike, the 101 team. How are you doing, guys? How's Bunny? She's so funny, but somebody's written here, did the bunny write this? Don't hurt me, Razor.
We're going to get creamed, I think.
You're not. I know you've been most worried about coming up against Razor, and it had to happen sooner or later,
It's the most
didn't it?
awesome of animals, and I think he's going to have us.
Really?
For luck.
Really? Well, you've got some bits in there that have cost you lots of money and lots of time and lots of effort. Where are those bits?
All over.
Oh, really? There's no particular place that's going to hurt more than any?
It's all going to hurt.
Oh.
Every bite is going to...
I think they were quite nice earlier. They were saying they might not scratch a paintwork down the side.
I'm not worried about the paintwork.
No. Well, I didn't think you would be, but I thought it might be some small consolation, maybe. So how are you feeling? You've gone all smug, haven't you?
Well, no, there's never a certainty. We've gone out to really, simple machines. Yeah, you've been right through this where you think we're going to destroy them, and then something happens. So until we come out, victorious,
okay,
you don't know.
Don't count
never
your chickens.
underestimate your opponent.
Don't count your circuit boards until they've worked.
Yeah, it's happened, so many times.
Roboteers, stand by.
The second semi-final for a place in the world final. Oh, there's Super Bunny safe in the arms of Amy. Ooh, there's Razor.
3, 2, 1, activate.
Don't count your pistons till they're pumped. Don't count your gears till they're meshed. Don't count your accelerators until they've accelerated. 101 in the claws of dead metal. And that's what we thought would happen in the beak of Razor. That is hardened sheet steel. They say Razor's part bird, part reptile. Well, at the moment, it's got a crocodile grip on 101. And it's got the scorpion of dead metal. Don't hurt Bunny, that red. Well, Super Bunny's not there. And 101 probably wishes it was elsewhere too. This is going horribly, predictably to plan for the Razor boys. And Mike Franklin said 101, his machine would be creamed, and he's not wrong. Look at that.
Yeah, it doesn't have a, it can't counter-attack.
The frame of 101, the body
his strategy as 101, of 101 is durability, but obviously with Razor, that kind of negates the whole thing. It's just armor piercing.
That's good driving by Mike. As well, Amy looks perplexed, holding on to Super Bunny as if her life depended on it. At the controls, Ian Lewis with a beard of Razor. Oh, and there's the claw again. I wonder if that's Ian at the control of that, or Simon Scott, the team captain, with the long hair. But it has been the most decisive factor in his World Championship so far. The weapon of Razor, nothing else has compared to this. Well, they're saying, the audience, dump it in the flame pit. That's the flame pit there. You can't dump a robot in, but you can leave it to be grilled. 101, I think, here, doing magnificently just to stay competitive. Running away to fight another day. If Razor can get a grip on one of those tracks which came from an old bottle washing machine, it could be the end. It is the end now.
Well, both robots are still mobile, so other judges make
I'm gonna have to come back to this later because I'm gonna start getting ready for bed.
Razor immediately on the attack. That's the
and I do want to sneak in another smoke.
You heard the metal pop, literally. Despite those tracks spinning away and trundling, 101 could not get out of trouble. Insanely.
What's the championship match? What's the championship fight?
Punch you again. Look at those marks on top. All the aggression in this semi-final from Razor. All the punishment sustained by 101. Had little chance to control itself away. Razor surely the winner here. Surely triumphant.
Alright, here we go. Final match. You skip right to this one.
2, 1, activate.
The world final. And immediately
Here we
on
go.
the attack, it's Razor. With the beak and Behemoth with the scoop.
Nani.
The two most
Who's winning?
weapons we've seen.
Yeah, it's Razor and Behemoth now. Behemoth's got some durability.
Now it can use that beak to right
If it can pin it down, it might be able to get Razor actually.
Which is pinning Razor down on the floor at the moment.
If he can drive it into the corner, he can immobilize it.
Claw hold on the arena floor, but this is good steering and controlled aggression from the Pritchard boys and Kane Aston in that Behemoth team. Matilda comes in as well. Now you can see the
We should have left it. We could have actually gotten it. Oh.
As Razor flips itself up, comes on the attack. Turned over once again though. and
He
worry
should
here
park. He
for
tried to
Simon
park on the
Scott
blade.
and Vincent Blood and Ian Lewis in that Razor team.
We'll push it over to the pit now. Oh, you can park it on the flames.
Being toppled and turned again.
This
onto
could
the
do some
flame
damage.
pit.
Cook some electronics.
It'll get itself away
It's gonna have
from
to
there,
eat all
I'm
that
sure.
damage.
That is rising
Yes!
flames like
It can't get up. It's burned the electronics, man.
from there. I don't think they can.
Nah, it's fucked the electronics, but it can't get up.
Wing isn't gaining sufficient purchase on the grid of the flame pit. They get a nudge. They're off now. They could be away any moment. There's something wrong here, you know, with Razor. And Razor has a history of mechanical breakdowns. And I think they've gone again. The beat, the stream-egg, the self-righting mechanism.
Oh, no, he's back up.
Oh, for a minute there, I thought they'd gone. And I think Simon Scott did too. Vincent Blood there, the ball
See,
at the bottom of your picture. We know what he's
the,
like.
oh, you can get a blow in.
Built a car crusher to destroy them. That's what he's like.
Oof.
This is Razor though, crushing Behemoth the frame, and the bottom part of Behemoth there is its most vulnerable part.
It needs
Just
to.
peeling away the plating along the side, hopping and jumping now at Razor. And Behemoth pinned between Shunt and Razor, and in trouble. This is an epic final.
Ooh.
Damage sustained by both, but it's Razor there, pinning Behemoth down towards the CPZ, the corner patrol zone, the flags of St. George on the top of Behemoth. An all-English final. Razor turns to come on the attack, now dances away from Behemoth.
I think as the Behemoth, you'd want that pit, man. You want to make the most of that pit. Oh no.
Now Razor going around the side panel again to crunch down.
I don't know how much damage that's really doing though, just fighting in the corner.
Boys trying to control Behemoth away. Keep your distance. The sticker says, well, they haven't kept their distance from Razor. And who's the winner here? What a wonderful.
I think I'd have to put it onto Behemoth since he flipped it down multiple times. Flipped him down multiple times, pinned him down for a good while. I mean, most of the damage that, like, Behemoth nearly won. But, Razor, all he's really done is some minor damage to the back.
Very slowly trying to right themselves. Couldn't get up and over. Finally did. Took time, though. They were alive. And from now on in, Razor dominated the final. Causing problems and causing damage to Behemoth. That's the main damage sustained by anyone in this final. Behemoth tried to flip it, it didn't work. So back came Razor on the attack. Again this time on the other side. Similar fate though, crumpling and crashing.
Nani. Did the Razor hit anything important?
We have a decision.
I don't think so.
Decision.
Split decision?
2-1. It goes to Razor!
Ah, yep, giving it to Razor, eh? I would have given it to Behemoth. I think they did better.
Ever world champions of Robot Wars. And joining Philippa in the pits is Mark Thorpe, the godfather and creator of Robot Wars, to present the award.
Thank you, Craig. Mark, this must be quite a moment for you. Is this a worthy first winner?
Oh yeah, yeah, I fell
Nani.
in love with Razor.
Horse shit.
Ted.
I've always thought of Robot Wars as an art sport, and this clearly, you know, demonstrates how that's. You know,
Let's see all the fucking the big bots at the end going. Oh no, these are just highlights.
Nani. The Behemoth flipped it and cooked it.
They nearly had. They were. Yeah. I would have given it to Behemoth personally. But because what are they ranking off? It's the damage, driving ability. There was another one, and then the last one was aesthetic, I think. I think it's mainly... I feel like it would have come down to the fact that Razor does more obvious, we'll say gruesome damage. So, it's more obvious to see the damage that Razor is causing, as opposed to the damage that Behemoth would cause. Because obviously Behemoth is a, it's not a blunt force vehicle. It's a utility bot. You know, its specialization is this, knocking cunts into the fucking arena traps. Whereas obviously Razors is just pure force ripping into the fucking machinery.
Nani. So it's all appearance damage.
Yeah, I feel like that's what Oh, I personally think that might have been what tipped it over the line for Razor. But yeah. Oh well. Ultimately a bit of a moot point. We just want to watch robots kill each other.
Check it out, in the sky.
Look, up high. They've got reinforcements.
Nani. Bullshit.
Alright, I'm done. Bedtime for me. Ooh. You know, what's this to go to sleep with? Highly recommend Phelan Fortius. The only good thing to come out of that guy with the glasses. Alright. Alright. Right. Okay, well, that's it from me today. We did some useful stuff. Worked a bit on AIL's little request. Got the some framework down for the new Nurse Beer animations, and we worked a little on getting the neck. We refined the current, so we've fully done the original Corona-chan's little dance loop. Halfway through the well, actually, probably not halfway, about a third of the way for the South African variant. So I'll just do the basic animation for that, and then I can, what's the word I'm looking for? Refine it, and then that should be looking good. Then I just got to do the other one. So I've got so far the South African variant, the British variant, or the UK variant, the Brazilian variant, and the Indian variant. More commonly known now as the Delta variant. Which I do believe those are the most dangerous variants around. I think Delta variant is currently the top dog at the moment. I don't even know if they still have original strains of the coronavirus at this point. Oh well. Stuck with it now. Don't get any more shitty fast food. Yes, I agree.
Don't get any more shitty fast food.
Yeah, I deeply regret that. I was thinking of getting Red Rooster, which is usually really good. Like, Red Rooster is fast food, but like Macca's is junk food, you know? It's just shit. And you know, I expect shit, but when you make shit that's worse than shit, it's just like, what are you doing, mate? Whoa, what's going on here? I should have just made myself some noodles. Oh well, the price of laziness, innit? And now I get to deal with fucking pimples on my face for the next few days. Life is tough, innit? Oh well, that's just how it rolls. And now I've got a ton of work to do tomorrow. We gotta flip the whole fucking hotel. Fuck. And there's only 2 of us. Shit. Nah. Oh well, get to look forward to that. Well, I'm off. Catch you guys around. Have a good one. Bye.